Okay, Pragg, here we go with Candidates Trivia. Question number 1. Which player famously beat Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
This I should know. So Magnus lost to Peter in the last round, but I don't think Peter bet Kramnik. I think it's Ivanchuk?
Ivanchuk, yes, exactly right. Question 2. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Yeah, Fabi.
Right, very good. 5 of them. Question 3. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
In one single event or?
One single event.
Yeah, that's Anish.
I think everyone's gotten that one right. Question 4. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
I think the best was probably Jan in 20. Wait, let me get the year correct. 2020. I think it's 2021 or 2. He lost to Ding or someone in the last game. He won with round to spare.
Right, 2022.
Yeah, that was 2022, yeah.
Yeah. You know how many points he had?
Plus 5, 9.5.
Yep, plus 5, exactly. Okay. Next question. This one is going to be historical. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal and then continuing into candidates matches. Who were his 3 candidates match opponents leading up to his world championship?
Taimanov, Petrosyan, I think Larson.
And Larson, very good. Yep. Number 6. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018, yeah. So that's, I think Karyakin.
It was Mamedyarov.
Karyakin and Mamedyarov was,
I think
they were tied?
They might have tied, but Mamedyarov.
Okay, I think they were tied.
Yeah, yeah, but on tie breaks. Number 7. In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
London.
Correct. Number 8. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row, but later winning 5 games in a row?
Yeah, my sister and I.
Yes, it was pretty exciting. Okay. Well, the second part was exciting.
Yeah, not the first one.
Not the first one. Okay, 2 more. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites going into the tournament?
2014, yeah?
That's correct.
Levon?
Everybody has said Levon. I think he finished last in like Berlin or something, but it was
okay.
Topalov. And the last one, number 10. You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament.
That specific candidates, no?
That's specific candidates. I'll give you 5 seconds of thinking time. And begin.
Jan, Anish, Dink, Aleksinko, Vango, Fabi, Hikaru. I don't think Hikaru was playing.
No.
Grishuk.
Yes, I think you got all 8.
No, I think I said 7.
Maybe you missed Giri?
I
Or
did say
MVL,
Anish.
MVL.
I missed MVL.
Yeah.
Yes.
But 7 is very good in 10 seconds. Yeah.
I said Hikaru. I realized Hikaru started playing, but still I said it. Yeah.
Yes. You're not the only one to say Hikaru, so don't feel bad.
No, I know Hikaru was not playing, but I thought I will just say something.
Yes. Well, you're off the hot seat. You're all done.
Okay.
It only gets easier from here. Now you just have to go play the world's best players.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Okay,
Pragg.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
The Candidates Tournament has been one of the most important chess events for decades. But why does it even exist? Let's look at the history. Unofficially, the concept goes all the way back to the 19th century. An 1889 tournament in New York was meant to decide a challenger for then world champion Wilhelm Steinitz. It didn't exactly work. The third place finisher, Isidor Günzburg, ended up being Steinitz's challenger. For the next half-century, champions handpicked their next opponents. Having money was more important than having a big tournament result. Some awesome players never got a chance. That all changed in 1946, when the sitting world champion Alexander Alekhine died. The International Chess Federation now controlled who would play. In 1950, the first official Candidates Tournament. Winner David Bronstein played the World Championship against Mikhail Botvinnik. Botvinnik had earlier won a 5-player tournament to replace Alekhine as the sitting champion. Every 3 years for the next 40 years, the Candidates Tournament decided the next challenger. It wasn't always clean. In 1962, a cheating scandal erupted. Bobby Fischer claimed collusion. The format was changed, but the candidates survived. Every world champion from the 50s through the 80s, Mikhail Tal, Boris Spassky, Bobby Fischer, and Garry Kasparov won the Candidates Tournament first. Then, in 1993, another major development. The champion and challenger agreed to quit FIDE. Nigel Short had won the Candidates Tournament, but his match with Kasparov would happen independent from the International Chess Federation. There would be no consensus about the real world champion until 2006. And it wouldn't be until 2009 before the next Candidates Tournament. Since then, the tournament has run about every 2 years. Some of the game's greatest players have won a Candidates without necessarily winning a world championship. Bronstein, Viktor Korchnoi, Fabiano Caruana, who's here trying to win another. The women's championship cycle has also included a Candidates Tournament, but even less consistently throughout history. Since 2019, the women's system has mirrored the classical open system. 2026 is the latest in a long line of candidates tournaments. The stakes are high. Whoever wins will write their name in history.
Are you ready to do candidates trivia?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, here we go. Number one, which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
2013?
Yes.
Okay, I will take maybe Gelfand or Svidler, one of them. Yeah.
Sadly, it was neither of them. It was Vasily Ivanchuk.
I want to tell Ivanchuk, but okay. It's very hard.
It is hard. I know you're tired. Okay, here we go. Number two, which player has played the most candidates tournaments since 2013?
Most, Fabi.
Fabi, exactly right. Five of them. Number three, who has the record for most draws in a single candidates tournament?
Most draws in single candidates. You know, like when you say draws, always what comes to my mind is Anish, yeah? But anyway, I will say Anish.
Don't overthink it. It was Anish. He had 14 draws in 14 games.
Yeah, okay.
So
because I think that maybe after this tournament, everyone says like Mr. Draw. Yeah, I was called like, I mean in Russian we say Mr. Nisha. So
you will not break that record here, but maybe.
No, I don't think so.
What is the highest score a player has won the candidates tournament with since 2013?
I think it's Gukesh plus 4, yeah, 9.
Nepomniachtchi was plus 5.
Really?
In 2022. Remember, he had the tournament won before the final game, I believe.
Plus 5?
In Madrid, yeah.
Like 9.5.
9.5, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, here comes your historical question. Are you good at chess history?
No.
Okay, well, before the candidates tournament, we used to have candidates matches, and Bobby Fischer won.
Okay, just resign. Any questions?
Who did Bobby Fischer win his 3 candidates matches against in his road to the World Championship?
I forgot, but I think some Taimanov or I forgot.
Taimanov, yeah. Yeah, and then...
Play match against Spassky.
Right, but he also beat Bent Larsen.
No, okay.
And Tigran Petrosian. Pass. Who finished in second place in the 2018 candidates tournament?
Fabi probably. Karyakin won and Fabi is second.
No, 2018 Fabi won, remember. Karyakin won 2016.
2016, okay.
2018, who got
Yeah,
second?
2018.
Hello, chat. We are live and it is none other than the FIDE Candidates Day number 5. एक छोटे से रेस्ट डे के बाद हम आ चुके हैं वापस to bring you all the action from Cyprus. और मेरे साथ हैं GM Sahaj Grover. Sahaj भाई क्या हाल चाल? Are you ready for section 2, phase 2 of the important event?
Absolutely, bhai. Ready, fresh. I mean, had a amazing rest, and I hope the chat and the players and Tiku bhai, you as well, had a very, very nice rest day. And Aj, of course, I think whenever players come back from any rest day, I think they have more time to prepare. They have more time to get their thoughts together. So we could see some very, very exciting chess, I think, all across. Out of all the games, Tiku bhai, what is your highlight for today?
You know, I think we're going to assume Pragg ki game to highlight hai. I mean, it's so important, I think, of course, because Pragg is playing Esipenko today, who's technically the lowest seed. And हमने discuss किया था Sahaj bhai कि he's almost out of the event. Not mathematically, but at least practically. So maybe demoralize हो सकते हैं. And अगर white से Esipenko को नहीं हराया, तो अब tournament कैसे जीतोगे? Because he is indeed the lowest seed. So chat, we'll of course have all the action for you. But एक बार अगर हम mic line से कुछ गपशप सुन लें on the action की, तो मजा आ जाए भाई.
Welcome to round 5 of the 2026 FIDE Candidates Tournament. And what we had prepared for you today was a nice shot of the 6 different shades of blue of the Mediterranean that even would make Polynesians jealous. But unfortunately, we're experiencing a Sahara dust storm. Our prep seems no better than some of the players' prep, but what are we going to see before this round? Well, we've got Nakamura white against the tournament leader, Javokhir Sindarov. Nakamura said on his channel, if he doesn't win this game, he's going to find it very, very difficult to be able to win the tournament. Now, Fabiano Caruana is coming off that loss to Javokhir, and Fabiano is taking on Matthias Bluebaum, who is undertaking the great Bluebaum sweep of a different kind. Of course, he doesn't want me to bring it up anymore. That will change with a win or a loss. German fans are hoping for a win. Now, over in the ladies section, the 2 pre-round leaders, Anna Muzychuk and Bibisara Assaubayeva, both are going to try to survive this round. They both have black against the 2 FIDE flagged players. Interestingly, the 2 Chinese players are taking on the 2 Indian players. So that's what we're going to face in round 5. We're really hoping this dust gets knocked out of the sky by the weekend so we can get back to enjoying outdoor life here in Cyprus. But for today, it's a great day to be indoors. All the action coming up in round 5.
Wow, Mike line with some interesting info and an amazing view, Sahaj bhai. इतना मन कर रहा है ना वहां जाके सिप्रस में फ्लाइट लेने का, बट अभी तेल का दाम बड़ा महंगा है, सो मे भी कभी और सहज भाई. एंड सहज भाई, आपसे पूछना है कि उन्होंने कहा कि हिकारू ने अपनी वीडियो में कहा है कि अगर वो आज नहीं जीतते तो उनका कैंडिडेट्स जीतना ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल हो जाएगा. व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स ऑन दैट?
I think 100%. I mean, not 100. Nothing is 100%, but yeah, very very good chance. क्योंकि I mean, not winning that match against Wei Yi yesterday, like psychologically that would have been a big blow to Hikaru. क्योंकि आप रुक एंडिंग में थे, it felt like one of those title Tuesday positions जो Hikaru हमेशा convert करता है. And I personally thought that there is no chance that someone like Hikaru's strength can ever mess something like that up. So आज उसका tournament leader से भी है Sindarov के against, and he's 1 point ahead of everybody else. And when I say everybody else, I mean one player. That is
One player,
Fabiano
yeah.
Caruana. उसके अलावा 1.5 point का फर्क है, तो उसको नहीं हराया तो फिर the guy just runs away with it. Yeah, so makes perfect sense what he's saying.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. And एक चैट जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो बिकॉज आई थिंक एक्शन शुरू होने वाला है थोड़ी देर में. तब तक के लिए कैन वी हैव अ लुक एट द पेयरिंग्स, बिकॉज आज के मैचअप्स बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग. पहले रेस्ट डे के बाद एज वी डिस्कस सारे लोग अपने सेकंड्स के साथ प्रिपरेशन में डूबे हुए होंगे. एंड सहज भाई, Hikaru versus Sindarov, what an important match. Sindarov leading the standings with 3.5 points. Hikaru is facing him with white, a golden opportunity. You know what? Apart from Sindarov, everybody in the tournament is cheering for Hikaru right now. सबकी दुआएं उन्हीं के साथ है.
Yeah, because you can see those big 3.5 points. By the way, I looked at the history of candidates. From what I could see, not a single player had scored after 4 rounds 3.5. Like the max someone scored was 3 out of 4. So this is unprecedented from Sindarov. Of course, he fully deserves to be there. The games he has been playing are spectacular. But आप उनके पीछे देखो भाई, 2.5 point पे Fabiano Caruana. Of course, he will be looking to score that win against Bluebaum because he is playing with the white pieces. But सिर्फ 2 point पे सिर्फ 3 ही लोग. That is
Yeah.
that is not enough people.
भाई Sindarov सबके पॉइंट ले गया. सबके ले गया पॉइंट. Esipenko is on 1. In fact, imagine only 4 rounds in and somebody is 2.5 points ahead of you. It's like you're playing 2 different events. So chat, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि maybe Esipenko के chances are almost zero already. In fact, Chesscom has a model and that predicts a less than 1% chance for Esipenko, and he might be demoralized. Also, he might be going all in now. He knows he has no option, and this is a good chance of Pragg to catch him while he tries to do so. So super important game for Pragg. White against the last ranked player right now. He needs to strike today. I need to emphasize, he needs to strike today against Esipenko. And of course, Caruana is thinking, you know what? मैं हारा Sindarov से, I'm 1 point behind. Nobody's gonna take this title away from me. So he's gonna be after Bluebaum's, sweep of 14 draws. So chat, welcome to the stream. जल्दी लाइक कर दो बिकॉज आज का एक्शन खतरनाक होगा. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट द वुमेन्स सेक्शन जहां पे आज दोनों इंडियंस के ब्लैक पीसेस है अगेंस्ट द टू चाइनीज प्लेयर्स. यू नो व्हाट सहज भाई, दिस लुक्स अ बिट स्कैरी टू मी.
अरे भाई, Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali is scary enough as it is, and then there is Tan versus Divya Deshmukh. दोनों black से भी खेल रहे हैं. So, opening matters a lot here as well. Very scary. I think we are the underdogs on both boards, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are that doesn't happen often.
Agreed. Agreed. That doesn't happen often. And of course, black pieces say it means ki even if you're playing somebody equal in strength, you would still have to defend for a while. And of course, we know Zhu Jiner, after getting that win against Divya, will be trying to get another one. So let's hope so. Yahan pe we can stay solid. That's very important. You can see Divya at the bottom of the table. Although yahan pe, as we discussed, Sahaj bhai, itna critical nahi hai because the leader and the last ranked player ke beech mein difference sirf 1 point ka hai. It's just one game. So it's much more manageable than the open section so far.
But Tan Zhongyi is playing against Divya Deshmukh, and they are at 7th and 8th place in the standing. So would it be safe to say whoever loses this match, according to the chess.com model, unka bhi 1% se kam chance rahega?
I
Or
am not
would you
sure.
think not really?
I'm not sure because अगर open से compare करें वहां पे 3.5 है and 1 है. So even if somebody loses, 1.5 versus 3.5 is still better than what Esipenko had. So I'm going to say
Hmm.
maybe no, but it'll be very close. Like it won't be more than 2% or 3%. I like even that is 3% is very generous. So I think if you lose this game, I think आपके chances are almost gone. Like you're just there hanging on the edge, by sheer luck. So I think chat, it's going to be exciting. So let's have the board, the cameras, and see the players come into the tournament hall. It's an important day. Everybody will be recharged now, said by that rest is very, very important for you as chess fans, for us as chess commentators, and very important for chess players. And we saw a video of Pragg at the beach in Cyprus along with Vaishali, his second, and also Pranesh. So chat was correct. Pranesh is helping somebody likely Vaishali, yeah?
Yeah. Very likely, very, very. I think I also saw them at some other event as well where they were together. So I mean, I could understand. But rest day for Pragg, very, very important. I think sabke liye very, very important. I'm sure Sindarov had the best rest day, one can imagine. Feeling like a absolute boss. And by the way, एक interesting, fact is that Sindarov plays with black against Hikaru and then against Wei Yi back to back. Yeah, double black मिलेगा Sindarov को. And Fabi को
Ah,
double white मिलेगा against Bluebaum and Esipenko in the next two
ah,
rounds.
that's a
So
great point.
Fabi के पास at least एक outside chance है कि he can catch up to Sindarov if he wins the next two matches because I think black से Hikaru को हराना is very 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 difficult. I think can't even remember last time Hikaru white से कब हारा था. And then again same goes for Wei. Yeah, he's extremely solid, so would be difficult to score points. But this also means that this is good news for Pragg because if Pragg defeats Esipenko, who's already at the bottom of the leaderboard, white pieces के साथ भी, that increases his chances a lot. He'll be in
I
top
agree.
three, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think exact rank predict करना मुश्किल रहेगा, but I do agree with you on the fact कि कहीं ना कहीं पे Fabi के chances अच्छे हैं. And also, it's very interesting to me, Sahaj bhai, you mentioned that nobody has kind of scored 3.5 out of 4 in the candidates before. And chat, tell me one thing and let me know your thoughts. Why do you think that's the case? Is it because everybody is playing much safer chess? Is it because they had less experience than Sindarov? Is it because they had less ambition? Like, why do you think this is like an outlier जहां Sindarov ने 3.5 point करे? Any thoughts on that, chat and Sahaj bhai?
I think previously at the elite level, players used to play a lot safer. They used to stick to main line. So generally speaking, आप एक छोटे से advantage को convert करने की कोशिश करते थे. I mean, from Sindarov, the types of openings he has played, especially that rookie 8 against Pragg, sacrificing the knight, mid game calculate करके, like that's a very bold move, and that's very creative. Of course, we are seeing that at the elite level, but I think because chess इतना बदल गया है, in the last 5 years, I think it's very, very, it's logical कि at the highest of level, people will take more and more risk. ठीक है, आप एक game हार सकते हो, but I mean, you can also win three.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah.
in the case of Sindarov. Like I'm sure I mean, it doesn't mean Sindarov is completely safe. Of course, Sindarov had to take a lot of risks to get to this stage. अब वो risks, it could have also backfired. But
Yeah.
पहले लोग इतने risk लेते नहीं थे. That's my take. What do you think about this?
I think that's a great point. I have 3 reasons. I think one of them is this is the top of the table. On that table, I think reasons table ka. Second is great preparation. I think we've seen against Fabi at least that knight d4 wali line. He had some great, preparation. He understood what to do. Fabi was figuring it out over the board. And end में क्या हुआ, time ही नहीं था उनके पास. So that's point number 2 for me. And I think chat, let us know if you have any more points. But my take is, I have an interesting take on this. Ki he's been playing such chess because he knows कि कैंडिडेट प्लस फोर प्लस करना होता है, right? He knows कि यहाँ पे ड्रॉ का काम नहीं चलेगा. He's been following his true instinct कि भाई मैं attacking player हूँ, I'm gonna play aggressively. What happens when he's in the lead though? Because when you are in the lead at the candidates, you don't need to take that risk right now. For example, अब तक there was no case जहाँ पे he was in sole lead. There was always somebody at par with him. So taking risk, of course, against Fabi, who's the favorite, made sense. Now, when he's in the lead, he doesn't necessarily need to take those risks. For example, अगर Pragg के साथ आज game होती, would he sack the piece when he's in the lead of the candidates? So my thing is that lack of experience to handle this event when you're in the lead might really make him falter, and that can lead to a situation where he loses like a couple of games in a row. So Sindarov के लिए आज की game against Black, with Hikaru is so crucial. He should not change his style. अगर वो थोड़ा सा वो लीड वाले उस माइंडसेट में आ गया ना कि मैं आगे हूं, मेरे को रिस्क की जरूरत नहीं है, that's where I think he'll falter.
I think that's a great point. And basically what you're saying is कि पिछले candidates में I think Hikaru performed, I think, spectacular. Just the only reason Hikaru didn't win the candidates was with it, yeah. And
Yeah.
जैसे आप बोल रहे हो, it could be possible कि only reason Sindarov doesn't win could be Hikaru. So it's like Hikaru दोनों cases में, he's involved here and there.
तो हिकारू वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ही बन पाया, विदित ही बन गया भाई वो तो. आई मीन दैट वुड आल्सो बी फेयर, तो वी आर ओके विद दैट. But yeah, Tiku's hopes are insane. Gukesh no, I think Gukesh handled it pretty well, and he was never in like sole lead by a big margin. Like Gukesh was always at the lead by half a point. या फिर he was half a point behind, या he was in tied lead. He was never like a point ahead. When you're a point ahead ना, आपको लग रहा है कि यार अगर मैं 2 ड्रॉ भी करूंगा ना, तब भी शायद फैबी कैचअप करेगा. So you know कि what, I don't, in that moment you're like, क्या मुझे पीस तक करने की जरूरत है अभी? I'm in lead. If this is wrong, then I might lose my lead. So it's very difficult, and वो internal dialogue might really matter at the end. So let's see what happens. But meanwhile, these are just thoughts, chat. Reality पता लगेगी. Meanwhile, we have Divya Deshmukh at the board. She has the black pieces coming off from a loss against Zhu Jiner, her arch nemesis, who's had a great record against her. And ये बहुत important game है Sahaj by Divya के लिए. As you mentioned, if she loses this, I think उनके chances are not zero, but very, very close to zero.
Yeah, bhai, I mean, she goes, I think she goes against Tan Zhongyi. Zhu Jiner ke against, of course, she played, I think, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, which did not go her way. She lost with the white pieces. And yeah, India versus China, भाई दोनों boards पे with black pieces. आज भाई results क्या लगते हैं आपको? चलो Pragg का तो I think we agree. I think both of us will agree कि Pragg I think will wins today.
Yeah, agreed.
That's my take. What about the women's? What's the safer bet? Should we just say draw या फिर do you think थोड़ा risk है यहाँ पे?
I don't know. I think I'm gonna
रिस्क
guess.
बोल सकते हो, यू कांट से कोई हारेगा, ये सब रिस्क है तो रिस्क है भाई, वो तो ये तो सच है
No,
ना.
I think Tan Zhongyi Divya will be a draw, but I think Zhu Jiner Vaishali will be a result. I don't know who will win, but I feel like Zhu Jiner की जैसी games वो खेल रही हैं, like draw is like the last thing on her mind. So I think Zhu Jiner Vaishali, I expect a result. She might even overpush and lose, or she might just win, depends. But Divya's game, I'm expecting a draw. Chat, what do you think about Divya's result? Draw, win, loss? Shahzai, what are your thoughts?
I think draw. I think draw is pretty stable here. But yeah, risk. I think दोनों games में है, like equally for me, because Tan Zhongyi has to, of course she hasn't woken up yet, because she's of course an incredible chess player. There we see handshakes between Tan Zhongyi and Divya Deshmukh. The match is about to begin. But yeah, coming back to it, well, Tan Zhongyi of course is an incredible player. I mean, she's so experienced. इतना अनुभव है उनके पास, and of course Zhu Jiner के case में, I mean, yes, she is young, but at the same time, if you look at her last 5 games, चारों गेम में उसकी winning थी. वो जीती नहीं चारों games, but लेकिन she was winning. So that consistency is very impressive at an event like this. So दोनों games में I think आज risk है भाई.
धुरंधर मूवी देखने क्या जो कोई हैंडशेक करता है, मुझे डर ही लगता है आजकल. पता नहीं जमाना चेंज हो गया है भाई. But okay, I agree with you. I think this game is very, very important for Divya. If she somehow, turns the tables and wins, that will be epic. But right now, maybe of course, she will have to defend Hikaru Nakamura. There you see him. Sindarov का इंतजार करते हुए. What an important game this is. अपनी वीडियो में खुद बोला उन्होंने, if I don't win this, I won't have chances to win. So super important game for Hikaru Nakamura. अवध भाई कह रहे हैं रिस्क है तो इश्क है सहज भाई. अवध भाई आप किससे कर रहे हैं रिस्क और किससे कर रहे हैं इश्क? देखते हैं. रुक एडजस्ट करते हैं वहां पे Hikaru Nakamura. सहज भाई, what are expectations of this game?
भाई आई थिंक आज हिकारू कुछ क्रेजी करेगा. आई एम टेकिंग हिकारू टुडे भाई.
Oh.
I'm just gonna go for it. आज हिकारू wins भाई. What do you think?
आई थिंक आज का मुझे पता नहीं, बट सिंदारोव अगले 3 गेम में से एक गेम तो हारेगा ही, एंड इफ ही लूजेस टुडे और टुमारो ही विल आल्सो लूज द नेक्स्ट वन. आई जस्ट फील लाइक सिंदारोव का जो वो मैंने कहा ना पहले, लाइक आई फील लाइक लीड में होना इज जस्ट टू मच प्रेशर फॉर अ 20-year-old. एक पॉइंट की लीड में होना, आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ ही एबल बी एबल टू हैंडल इट. सो दैट्स माय टेक. इफ ही हैंडल्स इट, ही इज विनिंग easily. So this game, a good test for Sindarov, of course. And also, chat, very, very important. Praggnanandhaa against Esipenko. There he is. India's hopes, are live. Thanks to Pragg here. Can he strike when it really matters? Esipenko, super important game because as discussed Sahaj bhai, ये अगर नहीं जीते तो फिर कैसे फर्स्ट आएंगे कैंडिडेट्स में?
अरे बिल्कुल भाई, बिकॉज एसिपेंको का इवेंट आई मीन हैज नॉट बीन द बेस्ट. he's lost, of course he's lost against Sindarov in the first round. What a game it was. Very very fighting chess. And then उसके बाद अनीश के साथ as well. Remember that crazy, that variation, knight g7 king d7 पे आ गया था, on move
Yeah.
10 Anish showing some crazy. And then उसके बाद अनीश ने ट्वीट भी किया कि ये पोजीशन मेरे कोर्स में नहीं है बट अभी अपडेट होने वाला है. सो स्टे ट्यून्ड फॉर दैट. समथिंग अराउंड दोज लाइंस व्हिच वाज वेरी
Yeah.
फनी. But yes, Esipenko is on 2 draws and 2 losses. So I think he's not having the best event. And I think for Pragg, golden opportunity, bhai. First move
Yeah.
predictions, Tiku bhai.
Oh, very interesting. I think Pragg going for the win will go for e4. I think if he's going for the kill, he's going to go for e4. He wants something sharp. इनको एक चीज पता है कि एसिपेंको ने अनीश के अगेंस्ट वो e4 नाइट ऑफ में सिसिलियन में क्रेजी प्रिपरेशन करी थी. सो एसिपेंको विल नॉट शाई अवे फ्रॉम काइंड ऑफ गोइंग फॉर अग्रेसिव ओपनिंग्स. उनके स्टाइल में भी है. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट चैट, एसिपेंको मैग्नस कार्लसन को हराए थे व्हाइट पीस टाटा स्टील में विद अ ब्यूटीफुल गेम. सो एक टाइम पे लग रहा था he could be the next world champion or at least the next world top 10, but he couldn't really materialize into that that giant player who could stay at the top for decades. So he fell back a bit on the ratings in the rankings, and unke liye comeback karne ka ek golden opportunity hai. Sehaj bhai, what are your thoughts on Esipenko? Do you think he could win this, for example, against Pragg?
I think he wins only if Pragg overpresses. Like I think, but like in Pragg, I think will play. I think Pragg will get some small advantage out of the opening, and then he will press. But yeah, kahin par if he over presses, then yes, Esipenko has chances. But otherwise, I think okay, white say you're more or less safe. By the way, I don't think E4 hoga bhai. I think somehow I'm getting the feeling of D4, some Catalan or some QGD, something along those lines. I don't know because Esipenko has played E4 and C4 in this tournament, and generally, I mean, I don't know. Of course, they have decided these things, probably like weeks or months ago. कि इसके साथ ये खेलना है, इसके साथ ये खेलना है, and all of that. But I always feel कि अगर मेरा opponent जो line खेलता है ना, वो line मैं नहीं खेलता. And there it is, handshakes. Moment
Chat,
of
final
truth.
predictions. First move, I think e4. Sahaj thinks d4. Any other moves you think Pragg could play? Pragg meditating right now. Super important game. Maybe short form video बन सकता है इसके ऊपर. एडिटर्स देख रहे हैं भाई, जल्दी डाल दो भाई. Pragg meditating before all important game against Esipenko. Esipenko बिल्कुल डॉन की तरह बैठे हैं भाई पोज में, नहीं?
अरे भाई crazy. And there is this Pragg is meditating again. By Pragg, I think tournament के बीच में शुरू किया उसने. Like he wasn't meditating on first round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Like he's always taking that like 1-2 minutes of meditating after the
Yeah.
game begins. It's new from him.
Yeah, I think handshakes is the last interaction with your opponent, so you want kind of a pause after that. By the way, chat में knight f3, b3, f4, e4. Awad bhai a4 कह रहे हैं. Awad bhai, you look like a very strong player. Knight f3 played.
Mm,
So complete surprise by
yeah.
Praggnanandhaa here. Definitely not something Esipenko की first preference या first expectation तो नहीं रही होगी against Pragg.
Absolutely. And this is, I think, this makes sense from Pragg क्योंकि एसिपेंको ने खुद नहीं खेला था ये. So you try to, because even if you get your preparation on the board, you're still thinking in the back of your mind, भाई मेरे opponent ने white से तो नहीं देखी है line. Because of course he's playing e4, c4, so you don't know what he has prepared. So knight f3 just completely takes all of those options away. He plays d5, and now we have many options here. There's g3, which is reti. Then there is c4, d4, e3, b3. सब चलता है यहाँ पे.
Yeah.
But b3 is very good actually. b3, I've been looking at it, recently. Very very nice. Oh, he plays
Oh,
e3. Bhai, let's go.
wow.
This is that line. b3 आता है इसके बाद, and let's go.
Pragg ने जिस तरह pawn चलाना, he looks a bit nervous to me. Also, Esipenko looks a bit kind of ऐसे फेंक दिया उन्होंने pawn d5. Both players in different stages of the event right now. Esipenko borderline out of the event. Yeah, मतलब like if he loses this, there's not even a mathematical chance he comes back. So उनको पता है क्या stakes हैं. Pragg of course at the borderline C4 खेल दिया अब उन्होंने. So yeah, very interesting already. E6 both players playing very very quickly. I'm actually surprised how fast Esipenko is playing.
Actually, it's not as surprising because Pragg has played this before 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, if I can see it correctly. उन games में C5 हुआ था, I think, and Bishop E7 भी हुआ था. Bishop E7 is what he plays, right? Yeah, we still have a game in this.
Yeah.
Bishop B2 played by Pragg, and he won this match. And castle
Wow.
के बाद भाई castle के बाद G4. That's what he
क्या
played last
बात
time.
कर रहे हो?
हाँ, Bishop B2 castle G4 is what Pragg played last time.
Okay, there's
किसके
no way he
साथ था ये
plays
नहीं पता
G4.
मुझे.
There is no way he plays G4 chat. If he plays G4, all hell is gonna break loose and Esipenko ने game पक्का देखी होगी. But G4 would be absolutely insane. And Satish bhai कह रहे हैं chat में a crazy stat since new candidates format 2013, the winner has never trailed by 0.5 point ever. I hope Pragg pulls off the impossible. I think a great stat, but also like a winner has never had 3.5 out of 4. So I think they candidates सारे norms, सारे predictions, सब कुछ break करने वाला है. And let's see what happens. Bishop B2 played Saj by G4 still possible.
Yeah, he's gonna go short castle, and इस moment पे Pragg ने last time G4 खेला. I just wanna see कब खेला था Pragg ने G4 है. He played it against Perez Gomez in a title Tuesday match. He played G4 here. By if Esipenko knows this, एक title Tuesday का match जो 2023 में खेला गया था 21st of March, online game. I mean, it's possible. I think Pragg अभी इसीलिए सोच रहा है कि क्या इसने देखा है ये, because this is
भाई
a tough call.
I think very unlikely though. I think हजारों गेम में खेले गई हैं. G4 आज तक चेस कॉम पे सिर्फ 6 गेम्स में खेला गया है यहाँ पे. It of course looks logical though, because if you take, I'm going to play Rook G1, I'm already threatening G7, but somehow after Rook G1, Knight F6, the bar says black is just better. So Pragg of course opts for the practical choice. He doesn't need to go all in just yet. So Bishop P2, but G4 of course would have been amazing.
Absolutely. And by the way, another interesting stat here. Esipenko himself has played this position before, Bishop E2 के पहले, against Levon Aronian in the Esports World Cup, where Levon
wow.
played D4 and Levon won the game. So Esipenko lost that one. Last year in July में हुआ था वो. But Pragg playing Bishop E2 is a surprise. So I think this is clear कि Esipenko G4 का गेम तो देख के आया था, because अब सोच रहा है. अब क्यों सोच रहे हो? Right? Bishop E2 is not
Agreed.
it's like a logical move. It means उसने G4 देखा था पहले.
Agreed, and also this also tells me कि Pragg is not trying to go for some crazy lines. पता क्या होता है शायद कई बार ना, if you're a stronger player, ठीक है, you are somebody whom you think, okay, you know you're stronger than your opponent, you don't want to play some crazy line from some obscure gambit जहाँ पे opponent अगर गलती से play करके बैठा होगा you lose. You want a long game जहाँ पे आराम से 3, 4, 5, 6 घंटा drag करो game and you just win it. And you saw it against Anish. Starting में Esipenko was playing all the best moves, but जैसे वो critical moment आया, Esipenko couldn't really find the critical resource and he lost. So I think ये एक लंबी game drag करनी है Pragg को. He doesn't need to prove it in the opening itself that he's stronger. He just needs to play normal chess. And ये रेटी opening ना वैसी opening है जहां पे आप opening battle कई बार avoid कर रहे हो. Playing it very, not exactly रेटी, but you get the point. You're playing a very very long game and you're trying to drag the game into a territory जहां पे opponent को शायद पता ना हो क्या चल रहा है.
भाई ये फैक्ट थोड़ा हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि शायद इसमें हम थोड़े वो हो सकते हैं, पर लेकिन ये जो गेम है ये एक प्लेयर ने पहले अभी इसी साल खेला है एक्चुअली 12 मार्च, और
Oh.
उस बंदे का नाम है बडी. इसने वाइट पोजीशन में, तो इट इज पॉसिबल भाई, इट इज वेरी मच पॉसिबल कि यहाँ पे कुछ, आई मीन डेफिनेटली दे हैव लुक्ड एट इट टुगेदर. इट कुड बी पॉसिबल दैट दे हैव लुक्ड एट इट टुगेदर. या
Possible, definitely possible. I think imagine करो आपने गेम देखी प्रणव की या whatever, yeah, you saw his game की आपने देखा वहां पे खेला हो गया है. Even if आपकी second की टीम में नहीं हो, you might call him up or talk to him for advice. Yeah, any ideas? Like it's possible, right? You might talk to him for that particular opening. So yeah, very important game. So as Esipenko thinks, maybe it's time for the bird's eye view. एक बार check out करते हैं सारी games together. And मेरे हिसाब से सहज भाई, we stick to the open section for now because I think बहुत crucial games है women में. It's kind of equalish right now. पहली 4 games अगर हम consider करें, क्या लग रहा है आपको सारी games से expectation?
भाई हिकारू वर्सेस सिंडारो में तो आग लगी हुई है. हिकारू ने दो पॉन ऑलरेडी सैक कर चुका है
अरे
वो, तो
बाप
ही
रे.
नो यू नो हिकारू इज आउट फॉर ब्लड. विल डेफिनेटली डू अ डीप डाइव ऑन दिस, सो विल कम बैक टू इट. आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन. फाबी वर्सेस ब्लूबॉम इज अ पेट्रॉफ, जहाँ पे फाबी ने साइड स्टेप किया नाइट C4 खेल के, तो ब्लूबॉम के लिए स्लाइट सरप्राइज. So Fabi is very much in prep,
Yeah.
but very very solid position so far. Pragg में हम देख ही रहे थे, and Giri versus Wei Yi is a Catalan position जहाँ पे Wei Yi has just pushed C5, breaking the center, and now Giri has to think भाई यहाँ पे pawn takes या फिर knight C3, something along those lines. But okay, I think still both players should be in prep here. But before we move on to that, I just want to do just a quick debrief on Tan and Divya and Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali. In Tan Zhongyi's position, that's a Carlsbad structure. We have seen it many times. In fact, we saw it in the World Championship as well many times. This H3 move Gukesh ne khud khela tha Ding Liren ke against, and then he defeated him in I think game 2 or game 3, something like that. Similar position, but yes, solid for Divya. And then in Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali, it's a proper Italian जहाँ पे वैशाली ने H6 खेला है. H6 is a line that is known for being aggressive. Black G5 G4 करके अटैक करता है किंग साइड पे, तो वहां पे बहुत आग लग सकती है.
Agreed. And I think Tan Zhongyi looks very well prepared though. Already time add ho chuka hai unka 3.5 minutes. So we're going to jump back to that quickly. But meanwhile, let's go through all the open stake games one by one, because chat, we are reaching that phase जहाँ पे already players knockout होने चालू हो जाएंगे and कुछ players clearly ले लेंगे. Just one look at the Pragg game, 10-second look, and then you jump to Hikaru versus Sindarov, because a couple of moves have happened. I think Bishop together very quickly. So after 3 minutes, C5 खेला यहाँ पे Esipenko ने, and C takes D5 played in just 23 seconds. So Pragg clearly in prep, and यहाँ पे E takes and knight takes is a crucial decision जिस पे Esipenko सोच रहे हैं कौन सा structure उनको चाहिए, is a call he has to take. And Sej bhai, let's jump to Hikaru now, because वहां पे तो क्या चल रहा है. We know this line, of course, like E4. In fact, this could have arrived in the Magnus Vishy World Championship match जहां पे I think Magnus played knight C3 back here. याद है आपको?
Exactly. वाह क्या memory है भाई. Great, amazing यार, amazing. Yes,
मैं
exactly.
खुद surprised हूँ actually. And now Bishop D2 was played though. He goes for the ambitious line. White यहाँ pawn sack करता है. Bishop takes, queen takes knight, Bishop E2, एक और pawn sack. By the knight E6, very important move. यहाँ Bishop F8 भी होती है, if I'm not mistaken, right?
हाँ
Something
भाई,
like this. If you take this as
Adiban
mate.
खेला. If I remember correctly, Adiban बहुत खेलता था Bishop F8, if I remember correctly. But yeah, he went for
Oh,
Bishop
very
D6,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, he went for Bishop T6, the main line, and now Queen takes G2. दो pawn मार दिए Black ने. Bishop F3, very interesting chat. So यहाँ पे, Bishop 3 has been played, but maybe not the best move according to our engines. But now Bishop F3, Queen G5 आता है, Knight E2, and very interesting update chat. Black plays the best move here in just 1 minute. That is Knight to E7. So 100%. Sindarov ने ये ओपनिंग घर पे देखी है. So far Hikaru hasn't been able to surprise him. Knight G3 best move played, and now Black simply castles. And now 94 only move for Hikaru, or he's already lost. Bhai, we are in a critical phase. Bhai, what an opening.
Yeah, भाई crazy. Actually, interesting stat here. Short castle बहुत rarely खेला गया इस पोजीशन में. इनफैक्ट शॉर्ट castle से पहले यहाँ पे बहुत फेमस गेम दिख रहा है मुझे बिटवीन नॉदिरबेक एंड अर्जुन, प्लेड इन 2023, जो नॉदिरबेक जीता था, जहाँ पे अर्जुन प्लेड क्वीन टू A5 व्हिच लुक्स आफ्टर नाइट G3, दैट इज जो वाइट की चाल है. यहाँ पे क्वीन F5 चेक खेला था अर्जुन ने, और E5 ही प्लेड. नो सॉरी, नॉट क्वीन F5 चेक, ही प्लेड E5 इन दिस पोजीशन, सो ही डिलेड कास्टलिंग, एंड देन नेक्स्ट मूव में क्वीन B3 के बाद ही वेंट शॉर्ट कास्टलिंग. बट सिंडारोव supposedly knew this because he's still playing relatively quite quickly, and he goes short castle, and short castle के बाद I think you are giving up that knight on E7. So my question is, knight E4 अगर मैंने अभी खेला, which looks like the most logical move, you cannot play queen H4, I'm guessing, because your queen is gonna get trapped bishop G3 के बाद.
Yeah,
right?
Queen H4, Bishop G. Actually, Bishop G3 is the mistake because of Queen H3.
Knight G5 not possible, yeah. So what's the
Very
move?
interesting. Bishop G4 के बाद Queen H6.
Queen
So it's
H6,
very,
yeah.
very concrete, and I think very hard to spot without an engine, Sahaj bhai. But
Queen
there is
D2,
Rook G1 apparently,
Ah.
which is very, very, very strong for white. Almost lost for black already. In fact, the only move is gonna make you mad, but it's white. But
Oh
yeah,
wow.
I mean, so I think Hikaru has basically looked at a line which is ambitious, which gives white winning chances, and रेस्ट डे का पूरा पूरा उपयोग हिकारू नाकामुरा जी ने किया होगा अपने सेकंड्स के साथ. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज कि कैसलिंग के बाद इफ ही इज नॉट एक्यूरेट, चैट, अगर हिकारू यहां बेस्ट मूव पे बेस्ट मूव नहीं खेलते हैं, I think Sindarov could just win this outright from the opening itself. तो हिकारू ने एक बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अपने शोल्डर्स पे ले ली है. आई एम गोइंग टू बी द वन टू स्टॉप सिंदारोव. बट सिंदारोव कहते हैं भाई तुम्हारी प्रिपरेशन घर पे हो गई, मैंने देखा हुआ है, 1 मिनट में बेस्ट मूव एंड देन लिटरली 1 मिनट में फिर से कैसल्स. सो ही इज वेल प्रिपेयर्ड एंड डजंट इवन सिट ऑन द बोर्ड. उठ के जा चुके हैं. इमेजिन द प्रेशर हिकारू मस्ट बी फीलिंग right now, Sahaj bhai, and he has to find the only move.
So I just wanna just expand on that a bit, क्योंकि only move सिर्फ हिकारू की नहीं है भाई. ये पूरी लाइन जो आप 94 के बाद दिख रही है पूरी only moves है. So Queen F5
Wow.
check only move,
हाँ,
B4
D1
only
check.
move. अब Knight
What?
B4 मार सकते हो अब यहाँ पे. Okay, that's yours. That you have one chance, but Queen D8 looks the most logical to me. कि आप Knight
हाँ.
बचा रहे हो. Now look at this. Queen D8, Queen D2, only move by the way for some reason. Knight F5, only move again. नहीं तो आपकी खराब है. Bishop takes f8, queen takes f8, long castle, black plays e5.
पर मेरे को
and
नहीं जाना
chat,
सहज भाई, मेरे किंग को डर लग रहा है.
भाई अब कुछ अब दो पॉइंट डाउन हो भाई, कहीं पे हो तो हर जगह डर लगेगा वो तो. e5 के बाद चैट वाइट टू प्ले एंड ड्रॉ. क्योंकि एक ही तरीका है ड्रॉ का यहाँ पे.
Wow. Wow.
एक्चुअली
And
दो
I
है बट
saw,
या
I saw the move, but move order रही है सहज भाई, and
हाँ
what a
मूव
move.
रही है.
Can you guess, chat? And otherwise you're lost, yeah, as white. Yes, यश भाई इतने स्मार्ट कब से हो गए यार, कल ही हुए लगता है, पहले पता नहीं था मुझे. Knight
Crazy.
f6 check indeed. Now white
GF.
black can play with king h8, but that would be I think borderline stupid. So takes, check, king h8 and queen to d8. Okay, I mean I have no words said by.
And at the end, if you can show let's just show the repetition as well. Bishop e6 forced है, check, queen takes pawn, knight goes to g7, rook takes g7, queen takes g7, अब rook की check, and then queen से फिर check is a draw.
Check. गाना सुना है मैंने कहीं पहले शायद. I don't know, but okay, this looks insane, yeah. I think if you've not seen Queen's Side Castles, there's no way going Queen's Side Castles. And very interesting chat. By the way, chat, 1000 लोग देख रहे हैं, already like कर दो because this is such an important game. These two games are potentially going to decide the candidates. एक तरफ है Pragg on the left side, इंडिया के लिए फाइट करते हुए against the bottom ranked player right now. He needs to win this. No other option. Must win game में खेल रहे हैं I think if he wants to win the candidates. And हमारे right left side पे है Hikaru versus Sindarov की game जो super important है. अगर सिंदारोव जीतते हैं, well he's all but through the candidates. So super important game. And सहज में knight e3 के बाद castles हमने देखा which has been played. Knight e4 only move. We saw queen a5 as the only move, right? And of course सिंदारोव ने देखा हुआ है. So queen a5 check. But एक second move थी यहाँ पे जब कह रहे थे b4, very interesting move for me as white. And यहाँ पे queen d8 was the second move. But knight b4 भी option है, right? You mentioned this
Knight
move.
b4 ना सिंडारोव पहले सैक करके प्रग को हराया था उसने. If you remember that, it's the same move and it can happen again. And I think he's sacrificing a piece again.
Really? So यहाँ
I
पे
think
क्या खेलेंगे?
so.
Castles is the move, yeah?
भाई
भाई
what is
castles is the move actually.
तो rook e8
Rook e8 and now queen d2 apparently.
and c5.
Bishop takes, rook
Eh?
takes and rook a d1. Threatening queen d8
Yeah,
checkmate.
I don't know how easy it is to see bishop
Bhai.
e7 in that position, bhai.
Bhai, look at this. Rook d7, chat white to play and find the best move. Bhai, this is a crazy opening preparation from Hikaru. And if anybody can find it, it's him. Bhai, what
भाई
a
वो तो
move
भूल
you have
गया.
to find.
लग रहा है भूल गया भाई वो.
भाई नहीं भाई कुछ नहीं भूला भाई. He will find 94. I'm pretty sure because otherwise Sindarov wins, yeah. Not queen h6 भाई. इतना भी हीरो नहीं बनना है. But that's the goal. But the move is knight f6 check again. G takes f6, queen I king ke paas. And now there's a lot of threats. Bishop e4, queen f6, rook d7. The only move for black is takes, and now he has to sack the piece with knight d5
But
and
why-
hope and pray.
Why knight d5? एक सेकंड. rook d1 के बाद मेरा rook d8 का तो थ्रेट ही नहीं है. अगर कुछ
क्या
f5
खेलेंगे
खेला
आप?
मैंने इस पोजीशन में तो देन queen g5 check है आपके पास. राइट.
भाई
Queen
f5 के बाद आप भूल रहे हो.
King h.
King
Oh, भाई.
h1.
That's even more dead. So knight d5 makes sense, yeah, क्योंकि अगर अब आप king h1 खेलते हो तो knight e7 and the knight goes to g6.
हाँ, exactly. And you
अभी
stop
भी
it
मतलब
from
इक्वली
here.
है.
But yeah, so going back, so Sindarov, of course, I think will play Queen D8 though. जो आपने move बताई थी, he will not go for the second option knight before. I got a bit confused while explaining this at the start. But Queen D8 is what he has to find. Knight before looks risky. But Sahaj bhai, I think एक हमने Queen D2 देखी. There's also Rook G1 though, which is apparently slightly stronger. What do you make of this one?
And if knight f5, then are you taking the rook or no?
No, then Bishop E5 is the tricky
Then I
piece.
like this. Then I like this. Oh wait, knight f6 check is still happening, no?
Yeah, I mean, lots of stuff is happening actually.
But
Knight
firstly,
F6.
queen takes queen is bad. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen. Okay, knight takes pawn, or is that, or am I just
Yeah,
check?
Knight
Okay, king
F6.
moves. Only chal.
And now Bishop E4, winning move, actually.
Utter domination. Yeah, you're 3 pawns down, but look at how optimized like each of your pieces are. That is just
Wow.
crazy.
It's like perfect symmetry, man. If you take anything, it's over. If you take, it's literally mate, yeah?
मतलब you think about it, that both rooks on open files, both bishops in the literally the center, सबसे ज़्यादा squares cover. Knight ऐसा लग रहा है outpost ही है ना knight. I mean, you cannot actually
Yeah,
touch it. So it's like a perfect position for Hikaru here. I like this option more actually with rook g1. I don't like options जहाँ पे आप bishop takes rook मार सकते हो. Just putting it out there. Like in any scenario, if you go bishop takes rook, then आपका initiative छूट जाएगा. Because then your bishop on d6 is your strongest piece, and black's rook on f8, of course, it's not the strongest piece yet. So I think you should try to keep that bishop for your attack, in the future of this game, because अगर आप इनिशिएटिव के साथ खेल रहे हो तो ब्लैक के लिए खेलना ही ज्यादा मुश्किल रहेगा.
agreed. Agreed. ये rook नहीं मारना है. You need to get to the king somehow. That's why you've kind of advanced. You likely going to advance all these pawns. Your king has nowhere to castle essentially. Yeah, no safe place. So even if the position is equal, हमने देखा हुआ है पहले से king safety कितना important है. You are likely worse practically. So yeah, but the only red flag for me is Sindarov looks prepared. ऐसा लग रहा है Sindarov ने मतलब I think would you agree with this chat and Sahaj bhai? As of now, Sindarov looks the most prepared player at the entirety of the candidates. Like among all the players, सबसे बढ़िया preparation Sindarov करके आया है. Like every game he's coming up with new ideas and somehow he knows them till the very end. Yeah.
Yeah. I think उसके आइडिया सबसे ज्यादा बोर्ड पे आ रहे हैं. That's the I think the more accurate way
वो
to
भी
say
skill
it,
है भाई.
because but I think
वही तो
नहीं,
skill है ना.
not necessarily. I think जो Fabi के साथ, I mean, like the way Fabi lost yesterday, I think that's kind of unlucky for Fabi as well, क्योंकि ये generally like once in 10 years होता है. कि आपके अपोनेंट की इतनी प्रेप आ जाए बोर्ड पे कि मतलब until move 17 18 like 1 घंटा 20 मिनट का फर्क. How many times do you think this has happened to Fabi in his life?
बट I would agree with this सहज भाई if सिंदारोव की प्रेप अभी आज की गेम में खत्म हो जाए. अगर आज ही खत्म मान लो क्वीन ए5 पे खत्म हो गई या क्वीन डी8 पे खत्म हो गई ना, आई वुड अग्री. बट अगर आज भी वो ऐसे ही डेप्थ तक पूरा देख के बैठा है, देन आई वुड से इट्स लेस ऑफ लक एंड मोर ऑफ जस्ट लाइक just insane preparation by Sindarov. So I think we have to see how many times can he replicate that. But if it happens in every game, I think Sindarov की prep is just not the level. So let's figure it out. But I agree with you. I think Fabi बेचारा मतलब I mean इस कैंडिडेट्स में किस्मत चमकती नहीं उसकी भाई. 6 कैंडिडेट्स खेल चुका है, एक बार जीता तब भी मैगट पड़ा था सामने. So he's kind of unlucky, but of course he's going to be fighting it out again today against Bluebaum and Petrov defensive fight कर रहे हैं. So yeah, super important. I love these two games. I love the expressions Hikaru is giving right now. And chat, soon we're going to have another legend join us, and we'll of course learn from his insights together. But सहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है रिजल्ट्स वाइज? 4 गेम हमारे पास ओपन सेक्शन में, कितने रिजल्ट्स एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं हम लोग आज?
I think Hikaru Sindarov looks like a result to me. Have to say. Oh, thanks for the bird's eye. Fabi, I think, will definitely result. Fabi, I think Fabi. Look at that time difference. Yeah, Fabi is like out. Like he's out for blood today. भाई. आज I think Fabi result आएगा. Pragg का भी result आएगा. भाई चारों result आएंगे आज लग रहा है मुझे. And
Very interesting.
if I had to predict, I would say 4 white wins.
Wow.
That would be my
I-
prediction.
I think we'll take that, yeah. We'll all take that, actually.
What do you
4
think?
white wins. I think Hikaru में तो रिजल्ट आना ही है. ओपनिंग ही ऐसी है. Caruana, I'm kind of expecting a draw there. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's not enough for Caruana to win this one. Pragg Esipenko, I honestly मेरे को draw लग रहा है, but I'm hoping for a win. And Giri, Wei Yi also, I'm expecting a draw. So I'm going to say 2 results maybe is my guess. कि मतलब Pragg और Giri में से एक का रिजल्ट आएगा and Hikaru का रिजल्ट आएगा. That's what I'm thinking.
And Chad, what do you think? I think for Fabi, I think yes, the position is a bit dull. Of course, Petrov hai to you expect a more solid type of a structure. But look at his last move, Tiko bhai. He's played Bishop D2 in that position, and he's played Bishop D2 because he wants to castle on the long side.
Yeah.
Generally, आप इस position में Bishop D3 short castle ऐसे safe खेलोगे, but Bishop D2 has I think stumped Bluebaum a bit because you can see that difference is already around 20 minutes, which is a lot of time. And I think Fabi looks very comfortable, भाई. तो जो सिंडारोव ने कल फाबी के साथ किया, आज फाबी, is trying to even that score. That's my feeling.
भाई यही होता है भाई. First chess tournament I ever played in my life, I got scholars mated in round 1. Then second round my opponent didn't show up, I got a walkover. Then third round I got scholars mated again. And then I was like, भाई ये क्या हो रहा है भाई, खेल जब तक मैं अपना खेलना चालू करता हूँ गेम खत्म हो जाती है. So I went back home, analyzed whatever the scholars mate was. उस टाइम YouTube तो था नहीं, तो then I came back and fourth round and next day scholars mated my opponent. So it's like
अरे
you
अरे
wanna
अरे
do to your opponent what your opponent does to you. So that's pretty common. And वही आज होगा. By the way, G6 खेला है वहाँ पे
भाई,
Bluebaum ने, and
look at
F4
Fabi.
what?
Look at बोल रहा हूँ भाई, Fabi is out for blood भाई.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay, I eat my words, yeah. I mean, F4 played by Fabi instantly. आज Fabi लगता है blitz खेल के भी जीत जाएगा, मुझे feeling आ रही है यार.
Of course, bhai. I think what happened yesterday, I think, was very unlucky for Fabi. I just want to keep mentioning that because 17 move theory, Anna, I mean, great. I mean, of course, that's great preparation by Sindarov. He fully deserves it. But yeah, I think Fabi is looking to even that score by. और also Fabi की rating 28 से कम हो गई ना after
Yeah,
losing to Sindarov. So he wants to get back. So there's other
yeah.
incentives as well.
आज ऑब्वियसली ब्लूम एक गेम हार जाएंगे ना, आई थिंक देन ही माइट गो ऑन अ लूजिंग स्ट्रीक. दैट्स वेरी वेरी कॉमन आई थिंक. सो लेट्स सी हाउ ब्लूम हैंडल्स दिस प्रेशर. विल नॉट बी इजी. F5 आ रहा है अटैक के लिए. ऑफ कोर्स व्हाइट इज गोना पुट द क्वीन हियर, कैसल हियर, एंड देन लॉन्च विद ऑल दीस पॉन्स. तो बेचारा किंग कांप रहा होगा यहाँ पे, और जिस खेल चुके हो. सो लाइकली यू हैव टू गो किंग साइड नाउ, अदरवाइज ये 3-4 पीस निकालने में तो भाई जन्मांतर लग जाएंगे. सो या मीनवाइल, can we have that double screen again? I loved it. Yeah, Pragg and Hikaru as well. दोनों मिला के गेम देखने में मजा आ रहा था. Because opening में भी slow चल रहा है. Do you feel it's a bit slow, the action compared to the other days? I feel like players थोड़े से अब serious हो गए हैं यार. मतलब okay, if I make a mistake now, it's over. I have to be a bit more cautious.
I think that's fair, but I think Pragg is playing relatively quite quickly, and I think Esipenko सोच रहा है कि वो pawn से capture करे या knight से capture करे. Both of them look reasonable. I think knight takes d5 is what I would choose if I was in Esipenko's shoes. But pawn takes d5 के बाद just you get that IQP position, and जैसे आप पहले कह रहे थे ना कि like you need that small advantage जिसको आप long term grind कर सकते हो.
Yeah.
That's what that's what Pragg will get. I think the most surprising thing for me right now, I think Chad भी थोड़ा इससे agree कर रही है. I saw some comments saying कि भाई Hikaru acting कर रहा है क्या? But yeah, Hikaru thinking here is very very surprising for me. Like, did he miss short castle in his analysis? मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था हिकारू की प्रेप है, बट सिंडारोव ने कुछ अलग चाल खेल दी, एंड इट feels like it's still Sindarov's prep.
If Hikaru has not seen this, I think it's gone. I have to be honest. I can't believe Sindarov, messing this up if Hikaru has not seen it, because as we mentioned, Saj Bhai earlier, ki there are only moves for both sides, or he essentially just much much worse, borderline lost. But I do feel Hikaru knows what's happening. Like, it will be shocking to go into this crazy ambitious line and then not be prepared, yeah, for castles. Like, I think that's one of the easy, like, most logical moves. So मेरा chat से थोड़ा सहमति में हूं मैं. मुझे लग रहा है maybe it's a bit of acting and a bit of recollection कि क्या देखा था मैंने इस line में. What are your thoughts, Sahaj bhai?
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's acting. I mean, अगर acting करनी होती तो I think maybe he could have started a bit earlier, क्योंकि knight g3, these moves are also kind of difficult to play. But castling के बाद I think he's genuinely confused because maybe he remembers something else. Yeah, I think he will definitely find knight e4 though. But yeah, it's a sign of worry for him. That's for sure. And chat में I think यश भाई ने लिखा था कि do you think not, oh sorry, Firearm ने लिखा था कि do you think playing against top players for more than a year, not playing against top player is affecting Hikaru? भाई ज़्यादा है I think एक साल से तो बहुत ज़्यादा है. If I can look at the chart, I think in the last 3
Almost 2
years, I
साल.
don't think Hikaru has played 100 classical games. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah,
तो
but okay,
3 साल
state
में, yeah, for
champion.
for a player like
state
this.
champion hai bhai. Let's not underestimate him. Like, I mean, he's a state champion after all. Losing a state champion. But okay, I mean, overall, I would say Hikaru plays the top players of the world on a daily basis. Online hai, I know, but it's still, facing the Magnuses and the like जितनी टाइम वो कार्लसन से खेला है पिछले एक साल में और कोई जिंदगी में नहीं खेला होगा इवन कारुआना इंक्लूडेड सो आई थिंक टॉप प्लेयर्स के साथ खेलने का प्रेशर मे बी आई वुड डिसएग्री विद नाउ आई डू अग्री कि ऑनलाइन चेस में समटाइम्स यू कैन गेट अवे with partial prep, right? Even if Hikaru doesn't find knight e4 here in an online game, he would likely still win against majority of people in the world. But over the board, he might not get away with it. For example, my question is, let's say, Sajma, you were black here and Hikaru didn't play knight e4. Let's assume that. Okay? Do you think you will have chances to win this against Hikaru?
If I know it for a fact, then maybe, yeah.
You're prepared.
Maybe.
You're prepared. You know the best move after whatever move he plays next.
अगर you mean black prepared है?
You are black. You're prepared.
Why, for sure.
Whatever Hikaru plays.
You have winning chances. For sure.
Exactly. Now keep the same situation in online chess. Like I'm pretty sure Hikaru just wins, majority of the games. So I think what transition, the depth of preparation required in classical chess and how precise you have to be, I think is different. So maybe, Hikaru could have been a bit lenient, कि okay, मैंने इतना देख लिया should be enough, but maybe it's not enough. Sindarov preparation goes deeper. By the way, on the Pragg side, we saw like knight takes d5 by Esipenko and knight c3 played in just 3 seconds, I think, by Praggnanandhaa. So he is still in prep. वो तो अभी literally कुछ और ही सोच रहे हैं. Like अभी उन्होंने सोचना चालू भी नहीं किया है.
Hare, for sure. And by the way, fun fact, Hikaru has played this before, knight c3 against Fabi bhai.
Wow.
This exact position has been played between the two of them. So still, I think lots of games around, I think on the chess.com database, I see around maybe 40 games around about.
Yeah.
After knight c3. And the idea is simple. Agar aap knight c3 marte ho, then I want to capture back with the pawn, not the bishop. Like offer the trade of queens. And again, agar aapko queen trade karne ke baad, if we just look at the position optically, you can see pawns ekdam same jagah pe hain, like h, g, f, e, and no asymmetry there. But white ke pieces thode se zyada better developed hai. Knight bahar hai, bishops bahar hai, rook open file pe hai. To ek chota sa advantage jo Pragg long term capitalize kar sakta hai is on the board. That's what could happen if he goes knight takes c3, pawn takes c3 ke baad. Agar wo knight takes c3 nahi marta Sahil bhai, let's say if he goes b6, then Pragg can take on d5 and then push d4 next. And then we have IQP on the board. So not easy choices for Esipenko ahead.
Yeah, I think I would prefer this structure. Somehow keeps more tension and gives more chances to both sides for Pragg rather than knight takes c3, which also liquidates a bit, I think. Pawns ke samne pawns, as you mentioned, like increase the drawing chances. So agar Esipenko draw chahiye, I think he should take. But also I think Esipenko ke point of view se, right? I mean, draws don't help him. If he keeps drawing, he's already at the bottom of the table. He also needs to win. So mere hisab se he might just go for the the crazy line there. So let's see kya hota hai. Let's have the two board setup again. Pragg right now just relaxing. He is still in preparation. अच्छा, okay.
और चैट में लग रहा है हिकारू के लिए डर लग रहा है भाई, हिकारू के लिए डर लग रहा है या फिर सिंडरोव से डर लग रहा है? दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन टू चैट. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? व्हाट आर यू मोर सॉर्ट ऑफ स्केयर्ड ऑफ इन दिस सिनेरियो? बिकॉज़ आई वुड से कि जितना फास्ट सिंडरोव खेला भी बोर्ड पे भी बैठा नहीं है, आई थिंक ही इज सॉर्ट ऑफ एक्सूबरिंग कॉन्फिडेंस. या
चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. यू नो व्हाट, आज मैं इतना पम्प्ड अप हूं, लाइक अब तक किसी भी राउंड में मैंने कोई स्टोरी नहीं डाली, कुछ नहीं डाला. आज मैंने 3 के प्रेडिक्शन डाले थे बिकॉज आई एम सो एक्साइटेड अबाउट टुडेज राउंड. आई डोंट केयर आज बोरिंग रुक एंड गेम आया, क्रेजी मीटिंग अटैक्स. आज के रिजल्ट्स आर जस्ट एसेंशियल टू द कैंडिडेट्स इटसेल्फ बिकॉज जो प्रग करते हैं, प्रग विंस टुडे, I mean, you already know the hype, yeah? You know he's back, he's +1, he's right in the race for the candidates. If Sindarov wins, you know it's over, yeah? Like, I mean, he's just running away with the candidates like much better than even Nepo ever could. So if Hikaru somehow beats Sindarov, that's a complete turnaround of the entire tournament now. Suddenly Fabi is caught up, Pragg is caught up. So I think aaj ka din itna crucial hai, I cannot stress this enough. And let's keep in mind, Sindarov plays Wei Yi tomorrow with black as well. As you mentioned, double black hai. So ये यहां से उनको निकालना है. अगले 2 राउंड विल बी एसेंशियल. उनकी टीम ने क्या बोला होगा सिंदारोव को आज इन 2 राउंड्स में? यू नो व्हाट, दो ब्लैक है, कुछ क्रेजी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, 1 पॉइंट की लीड है, दोनों ड्रॉ भी हो जाएंगे तो चलेगा. सो वो बैटल करना है उनको एवरी सिंगल मोमेंट. ओके, डू आई वांट टू टेक दैट रिस्क, डू आई वांट टू टेक दैट रिस्क. सो हिकारू को उनको प्रिपरेशन से बाहर निकालना ही होगा सिंदारोव को, अदरवाइज
But
गोना बी टफ.
क्वेश्चन भाई, अगर सिंडारोव के सेकंड्स ने उसको बोला कि सेफ खेलना है भाई, तो उसने व्हाई डिड ही अलाउ द मार्शल गैम्बिट, व्हिच इज लाइक हिस्टोरिकली नोन टू बी द द मोस्ट लाइक अग्रेसिव वेरिएशन इन द वर्ल्ड. Bishop
You know,
F8, you remember those like 2 pawns already have been sacked.
Sahaj bhai, I think maybe we can ask somebody who will tell us all about all our questions and all our doubts. Welcome, Vishy sir, to the stream. It's so nice to have you again.
Hi, another fun day, it seems.
Yeah, it looks extremely exciting, sir. So, how's the atmosphere there today in Cyprus?
Good as always. Weather is kind of gloomy, but at the board, it's fire.
And
Does it look more gloomy for black or does it look more gloomy for white? Because I'm not sure right now.
Are you talking 4 games or one?
No, good question.
Like, I think Wei Yi is probably quite happy. Pragg, but it's a very small thing.
yeah.
Fabi is trying to do something very, squeeze water out of a rock in the Petrov. And then totally alternative approach, Sindarov.
So sir,
No,
are
none
you
of this
more
equalizing stuff.
surprised? Are
Sorry?
you more surprised with Sindarov choosing this triangle Slav setup, allowing this e4, which is quite aggressive? I mean, you've played a game yourself in the World Championship in this variation with that knight c3. So is it more surprising that Sindarov went for an opening like this with black, or Hikaru going for this with white? Because it's very very aggressive.
It's not like I predicted it or anything, but Sindarov has prepared lots of little systems, I think, for this tournament. This is the nature of preparation nowadays. I mean, you can, with the team, you can prepare some very, very good system for one game. You use it, and I don't know he will even repeat it again because everyone else will catch up by tonight. But some surprise value. I would have to look at Hikaru's games and see whether there's some shadow battle here. Is he trying to avoid some line in the Meran? I mean, White could have bailed out and played e3, but Hikaru also took up the challenge because from his perspective, getting a chance to play a sharp position is not a bad deal. Because he needs to get going. And they end up in this very sharp position that there could be an Uzbek connection because Nodirbek played the Marshall Gambit against Arjun some years ago. So you never know if the Uzbek team got together and studied the system long back. And these things happen. And finally, I mean, Sindarov could have asked his team to prepare the Marshall Gambit, and they prepared the wrong one for him.
And so,
Wow.
chat is sending hearts for you, and thank you for joining us. And so, also one more question. Hikaru mentioned in his video that he thinks this is a must-win for him in his recap video. That he thinks if he doesn't win this, Sindarov will be too far ahead for him to catch up. Do you think that's the correct, approach going into this game already? Like, do you think it's already at that stage?
This is a personal thing. I mean, mathematically, it's obvious that it's not the. There is no difference between. I mean, if he beats Sindarov today and has 2 draws, or. But look, you have to motivate yourself somehow. And Hikaru trying to tell himself, okay, enough of this. I'm going to bring my A game and I'm going to do something. And that's what he's telling himself. And of course, the points are not equal because this point would come at Sindarov's expense, whereas beating someone else would not have that. So, look, if it gets him up for this game, but also it comes after the rest day. There's a runaway leader. You want to show the world that he's not Superman, and you're going to do something. And good attitude from our perspective.
Yeah. But so it seems like they are playing like Superman a little bit, and in a critical moment, knight e4, the only move. So any thoughts about this particular position in front of us? Looks just insane.
Yes, but it's what you say, it's all theory, and it might just be the main line. I'm not I haven't followed this opening for quite some time. I mean, I check in once in a while to see what's happening, but
So, you know
I
that
think the
game
only
you were
alternative
talking
was instead
about?
of bishop f3, there's also queen d2. That's the only other thing that was there.
Hmm.
But yes, Sahaj, which one? The one in Doha.
Yes, the one in Doha you were talking about. Actually, it happened in this moment. Instead of castle, Arjun played e5, which I think is what Hikaru would have looked at. But it seems like he's completely he has not seen castle, and it is according to the chess.com database. At least I see it's basically a novelty. Just one game played in 2024, and I think it's a correspondence game. I think.
Well, then there's your answer. Castles and now, wow, what is it? H4, knight e4. And in both cases, what happens for queen a if I check? B4 is a queen d8. So, but luckily Hikaru was prepared probably similar variations for e5. I mean, a knight coming to e4. So some of the mechanisms will be known to him, but it is a different position. But at the same time, I would not expect Sindarov to just play a long main line that others might know. For him, the whole point of his approach is to play something that nobody is expecting. So even if I was sitting with Sindarov and I had prepared this line, I would expect that he will deviate somewhere because it is not the correct strategy for Black to go down the main line of Arjun, because that's too easy a target for everyone else. In fact, both of them left the field open to everyone else. But Sindarov's got to be looking at some unusual move and then pose some problems.
Yep, he's been thinking for almost half an hour now, which is a bit surprising, considering that until this point he did not take any time whatsoever. So maybe while he thinks, we can take a look at some of the other boards. Salvam, if you can have the bird's eye view, so we can get Vishy sir's input on all the boards. Yep, there it is. So you can see it. Which game strikes to you the most? By the way, we have that a4, a5, a6 again in Vaishali's board, but this time she's playing with the black pieces.
Yeah. Okay, one by one. Here's another thing we discussed already. Fabi, as usual, is taking on some responsibility because, after all, you conjure up some new system. But he seems to have had this f4, queen f3 idea. The nice thing about this move is it justifies the knight on e3 simply. So if you have the knight on e3, then f4, queen f3 is a nice way to follow. Let's say he castles long. I no longer expect him to castle short. So let's say he castles long and Black plays. Black can castle short first or move the knight first. Something like knight f6 or knight c5 at least threatens to put the knight on e4. And then White has some interesting questions. Should he play f4? I mean, should he play g4? Should he play c4 to undermine that support for the e4 pawn? I think if you just were winging this over the board, you'll be in trouble very fast. But I doubt that these guys are doing that. I think especially Fabi must be only sort of 50% through his preparation. And yes, good stuff. Pragg Esipenko is perhaps Pragg knows some method to get a small edge, and we'll have to see that. And the same with Anish. I mean, Wei Yi has done something new, but as Anish showed already, he was quite far down the main line in a move that hardly has been played, bishop d3 that Esipenko used. Anish knew already the theory after king b8 and knight d4 or something. So this is a well-prepared boy, and I mean, the position looks to me insanely solid, but White's not going to win by much. If White is better, it's going to be extra pawn and an extra tempo or something like that. So White is pressing small, and we'll have to see the details. Lagno Assaubayeva is very interesting because it's I've only seen this a5, a4, knight b4 idea in rousers. I can't recall seeing it in a dragon. And I've seen it even in night offs, but not in a dragon. So I'm not quite sure what she has planned, but since this seems like something could be out of Sindarov's factory also.
Hmm.
And Goryachkina, I don't think this is much for white. It looks just flat.
Yeah.
Divya has gone for a very solid Carlsbad. She's even got the extra options, knight g7, knight e6, and all that stuff. Very solid. Vaishali, again, it's small details. That a6 pawn is not as weak this time because there is no b6 square for the rook and so on. Was it Goryachkina who had it against Vaishali?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So this one is different. In theory, it could be slightly better for white, but nothing drastic. I mean, it's very hard to build on that. All you can do is put a knight on b5, and it's very easy to defend that a7 pawn. So at the moment, no big deal. The question is, does black want to be cute about it? Does black want to play knight e7? Does black want to play, I don't know, queen c8 and knight d8 and try to bring it to e6? That's what I meant by saying, you know, you're going to do something cute like that, or just straightforward stuff. Queen e8 and knight d8 is also possible. Alternately, knight b8 might be an idea because I'm threatening c6 and capture on a6.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
This is so new that almost every move there's something. So let's see what happens there. But again, it's not always an entire pawn. Even if you win it, white will get your pieces will become slightly discombobulated, and white is if black moves the knight, white can respond to the d4 in the center and so on. So kind of fascinating stuff if you're a junkie. But anyway, if you're a chess junkie, then you get excited by seeing a6, b6. I understand that. But anyway,
This is nice. No, like first you break down every single position. No, if you know this, you're a chess junkie. And that's great.
Some people get excited by saying, hey, you know, a6, b6, new idea. Let's see if he goes to b8 or e7. But anyway.
So I just wanted to get your thoughts on Hikaru versus Wei Yi. Yes, 2 days ago that happened, that Rook endgame where it looked like it was going to be a draw. Then Wei Yi makes a blunder, and there was a way to win for Hikaru. Just wanted to ask you, do you think it was surprising that the game ended in a draw, or it was complicated, or what are your thoughts on that match?
Every result that doesn't go the way of the computer, we are now used to thinking that something strange happened. But in fact, it's quite difficult for the players. And Hikaru had to calculate exact sequences. And the thing is, it's really hard. You and I can see a line here quite well, and then we can very quickly sense the evaluation, and we think, yeah, we're sort of right. If you lack anything, then you have that uncertainty all the time. And while it is unexpected that Hikaru blew it after taking on h4 and this king going for a walk and everything. And in fact, Wei Yi mismanaged it quite a bit because black even got h5, h4 very fast. And he mismanaged it quite a bit. But on the other hand, he was fortunate to get this position at all. So that's also a factor.
Just wanted to ask
the
you.
main thing, sorry, hang on, let me finish. The main thing is that Wei Yi had to stop and not jump rook g5. I mean, after a few seconds, Peter immediately pointed out in the commentary that you could go rook g3. When black attacks on b4, you go rook h3. When black attacks on b2, you come back to g3. You're not going to be knighted by your country for this kind of rook moves, but it's holding, yeah. I mean, I understand it's embarrassing to look at this kind of move, but it works. Just to allow rook g5 and rook takes h4 is careless, because after that you're never sure it's a draw with 4 rooks.
Right. Right. And but sir, how does a mistake like this, I mean, happen in a 3 versus 3 where it looks like it's going to be a draw? What goes through a player's mind in a situation like this? How does a mistake like this actually happen?
First of all, Wei Yi charged up h4. If you wanted to be cautious, you could have played h3. There is really no way for black to stop a rook coming to g5 or g3. And with the other rook jumping and interfering, I don't think you can trap the rook or anything. And then you play h4. And so these are little moments that are almost imperceptible. Not a single one of them is a mistake. But h4 requires you to work a little bit and find rook g3. h3, on the other hand, your rook might get kicked around a bit. So maybe you got afraid that rook g5, f6, rook g3, h4. And then maybe if the pawn is on h4, black doubles on the first rank and gives mate. Some possibilities go through your head. And you have to sit there and work out which one works and which one doesn't. I mean, I just gave you a general scenario. But if you sit there and think it through, but he had, what, 2 minutes at this point?
Yeah.
And he just blitzed one more move. And frankly, yeah, I was quite fortunate to escape alive.
And so at the start of the stream, we were debating a very interesting point, and I think you will be one of the best people to ask this question. So Sindarov is in the lead now. That's for the first time in this tournament, he's in sole lead. And do you think that changes his approach? Like, he has this internal debate in critical situations that, you know what, I maybe don't need to go for this, like the piece sack against Pragg. Would he continue in the same way now that he's in the sole lead, or do you think that somehow might play on his mind and there might be a drawback there for him?
I think you don't even realize this thing getting into your head, and you understand you don't want that, but you can't help it. Your brain knows the score, and you can't distract it. It knows the score, and so that is a slight problem. But Sindarov's approach today and all suggests that as long as you have weapons to do something like this, a one-game idea like the Slav, the triangle, one game idea somewhere else, and you can keep interesting positions going, but also not start. That's again not to say that playing a solid opening is a sign that he wants a draw. It just means he wants a solid opening, and there are no completely solid openings anyway. Every opening there's a critical line, and you'll have to know it and all that. But only Sindarov can tell you what's going on in his head. Another thing, I don't know if he expected to be in the lead, if he was that confident, but he might have thought about the scenario, or he may have experienced it in other tournaments, that if you're in the lead, you still want to turn up and play the way you would have played without any lead. So.
And so does the rest day help in this scenario, because you're on a roll? You mean you're winning 3 games in a row? Okay, not in a row, but okay, you're +3 technically, and now there is a break. Of course, you're feeling great on the rest day, but does it disrupt your flow, or is it? Yeah, how would the rest day look like for someone in this situation?
I think a rest day is very welcome anyway. You're tired and you need time to think. And maybe he had time to check jog his memory of this line. And second, when you have a lead, you understand that you're one game away from just losing it, and 2 games away of somebody else catching up if you slow down, and you understand it's not fully in your hands already. It's very, very far from it. The way to think of a lead is thinking that you bought an insurance policy, which means it will kick in when you have a very bad day, and you will still be in the leading pack instead of being in sole lead, something like that. It's more of a thing to have in the back of your head. But you should play like you were 2.5 out of 4, but and just think I have an extra point sitting in the bank. That's maybe a nice way to do it.
Wow, that's a great analogy, actually. So, wow, never thought about it like that.
Because
I thought about it a lot like that. That's why I'm there.
Amazing. By the way, Hikaru is still thinking. I think it's been
Wow.
like 40 minutes now, 41 minutes now on the same position. Clearly, this is because we were debating in the beginning whether Hikaru is acting or whether he knows this for, or not. But okay, 40 minutes is too much, yeah?
Hang on, let's just try some moves. What if I play b4?
So b4 here.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So you'll go what? Rook e8 or rook d8? No, I know the evaluation, but anyway, bear with me.
No.
I was thinking if rook d8, I just wanted to see if I can play knight e4. Oh no, it's saying what? Oh, bishop f4 is winning. Ah, that's the trick.
Oh
Okay.
wow. Yeah.
So I
I
can't
thought
do it
queen
here.
h4, bishop g3 also, yeah, same thing.
The same idea, but
Mm.
bishop f4 is even more effective. So you can't go rook d8. Then
So
I
can I
think
not play
you
knight g6 or knight f5 here, like just to sack the rook?
probably an excellent idea. G6 maybe slightly, and you want
Yeah,
to just take
g6.
another move you could play is f5. It's actually allowed because now you've taken away those knight e4 problems and everything. White may have some knight h5 thing up their sleeve. So the things to think about, but okay, if it's, I mean, I understand it's a ridiculous move, but let's just see why it's lost. Can I play e5?
So you mean after f5?
No,
Or
no,
b4?
f5.
Ah,
Let's
okay,
leave
b4.
So
f5,
the move is
e5.
actually, there is just one move here, sir, and I think it's very difficult unless you know it. Maybe then you'll play it, but yeah, otherwise it looks very
Queen
difficult.
h4
The
or
move,
what?
yes,
yes,
actually,
yes,
okay.
yes.
the moment I say it's difficult unless you know it, and then
Yeah,
you
yeah.
come to put it. Crazy.
Well, you know, that is different because I have some key information in that sentence of yours. But, so in fact, the only move for b4 is queen h4.
Yes, yes.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, only
Insane.
move.
I mean, I just suggested b4 as a rubbish move just so that I could point out some alternatives, but if it leads to a single move, wow, that is insane.
And if b5, there is takes knight b4. I think that's the idea.
Okay, I'll take your word for
Maybe
it.
knight d5, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm guessing, yeah. That's crazy.
Wow.
Okay. Otherwise, you have to allow queen a5 check if you don't play b4. So let's try something like knight e4. Queen a5 check. King f1 or b4, I don't know, king f1. But I think queen d8 is going to be good enough, yeah. But again, I think rook d8, bishop e7 may not be what black wants. Rook d1, nope.
There's only one move,
Is
sir.
it bishop
Only one
d7?
move. It's e5.
Oh, okay. That's the only way. So it actually, the fact that my king is, maybe I wish I'd put it on e2, but anyway.
Yeah, that check is dangerous, actually.
Yeah, no, you get back, you lose the queen, but you
Yeah.
get 2 pawns up in the end.
Yeah, this is hanging.
Okay, so okay, what the hell? Put the king on e2 and see what it says. Then the queen d8. Yeah. Which actually is still quite solid, or maybe already knight f5 might be playable.
Oh, so there's a crazy move here, actually. Wow.
Oh, knight f6 check and rook g1
yeah.
check. Okay. So then maybe I have to go queen d8 or?
Yes, a queen d8 is actually, the bar loves it.
And if rook g1, then king h8 maybe, or f6.
Yeah, f6 is the best move indeed.
But if Hikaru has never seen this position, and he's working everything out with white, it is quite a handicap to be in this kind of position with, because there'll be so many of these moves at the end of a line, and if Sindarov just knows it, there's no use bluffing him. So that is bad news. If Sindarov remembers his prep, then this is quite bad news for Hikaru to be in this situation.
And so are you like pleasantly surprised by Sindarov's prep, because he kind of outclassed Fabi in the opening, also kind of found some crazy ideas against Pragg and so on. Like, so far, who has impressed you the most regarding opening preparation in the tournament?
I think Sindarov, period. In fact, his worst game was against Esipenko. And but even that he won in a Sindarov style, right? And then he just picked up the remaining 2 points, and wow. I mean,
So
at
I
the
just
moment, I think he's unbelievably strong. I mean, he's just the player of the moment. So it's quite a challenge for the others to now, because on top of that, he's got flow, and that's going to be very hard for the others to make up. But Sindara will get tired. He can't keep this up forever. He will get tired as the rounds drag on. I mean, you can make it. You can play another 5 games, and there's still 5 left. So you know, it's there's a long time for him, and he will slow down. And so the others have to keep the faith and keep well, scoring points as much as they can.
At which point of this event does fatigue start to kick in for, let's say, most players, or yeah, in general?
It can start anywhere. I mean, good results will buoy you for a while, but anyway, by around 7, 8, I remember the same thing with me. Even in my best tournament, I'm not only talking of the candidates. You can feel tired by the 4th round, by the 6th, whatever. But sooner or later, you will start feeling tired, and also, one sense, the preparation gets easier, because if your lines are limited, then and you're revising the stuff every morning, then by the 3rd time you're going to play that line, it's much easier to revise, because everything is already familiar. You're just cleaning up again, and it's good. But I suspect that won't even work for Sindarov, because he's probably prepared 10 small lines, and so he has to keep revising. But in the hand, for him, the payoff is during the game, when the opponent thinks, "Oh, another new line. What am I going to do here?" That's the payoff for him. So ironically, he may work less at the board if he manages to get that kind of preparation in.
I think Hikaru is nodding with his head. I think he's finally convinced about a move. He's been thinking for 49 minutes. So is there a magic number beyond which, like, thinking just doesn't make sense? He's just kind of recalculating the variations, because 49 feels like a lot.
Probably because it is a lot. It's yeah, it is a lot. 49 is a lot for a move. And the thing is, the position, Hikaru, it's not like it's somebody told him white to play and win. He is jumping in for more uncertainty with 50 minutes less than his opponent. What's the time difference already? Yeah,
Around 50
something.
minutes.
Yeah. 43 thereabouts. 40, yeah, 45. But he's got a 45-minute handicap, and who knows if there are 1 or 2 more difficult decisions later. You cannot see every line till the end. Then he has to think again, and there's more and more. So this game will be quite tiring for Hikaru. But again, the thing is, if you win, you feel so happy. The adrenaline compensates for everything. But in the other end, it's
We actually did take a look at, took a look at Hikaru's FES played this opening before. He has 1 game in this. Is it called the Marshall Gambit, I believe? He's only played 1 game in this with white pieces, and that's it. And he didn't go bishop d6. He went bishop c3. So he has not played any OTB games, at least, in this opening before. We were discussing it a bit earlier.
yeah, I'm still fascinated that there is something called over the board. It used to be called chess, but
True.
now they say you're playing with a board. So it's a nice one. But wow, it's
Chat is saying Hikaru's missing a mouse,
106. He's
essentially.
got, sorry?
Chat is saying Hikaru's missing a mouse. I think that's what he really needs for his confidence.
If you see some strange hand movements, that's what it is. But I think, no, but this position is quite difficult. Though if you've prepared this line, you will have seen something similar, something you can base your guesses on. It's like sometimes you play the bishop g5 knight off, and at the end on move 20, somebody they just play some sideline, and you have to, you have to think in a very, very sharp position where huge investments have been made. I mean, you've probably lost 2 pawns or 3 pawns already, and you have only one way to, or 1 or 2 ways to do something, and it's not even enough to find one move. You need to find 3 or 4, a sequence, something like that. It's going to be tough.
Well, I see an interesting line here. Would love to get your thoughts on it. White can actually go h4 here, which is not the best move. Knight e4 is the best, but queen f5 only move. You can go b4, knight takes b4 and just short castle. Apparently, it's not that bad. So rook e8 is forced, I think.
And then what, queen d2 and
This is the idea that I saw: queen e1 and rook d1.
Oh wow, queen e1
and rook d1. Yeah.
Okay, c5, rook d1, and knight b c6. Oh, then you're winning a piece. Sorry. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what do I play? H6 or something? But then if you're going, why don't you play king f1? You can still keep some rook g1, knight h5 offers, options.
King
f1.
King f1 here.
I mean, we can even do the same thing, which is now the problem might be what, rook d8, because the evaluation just plummeted.
Yeah, rook d8 is the move, so yeah.
And what? Oh, and there is no queen e1. But after castles, it was rook d8. What, bishop takes b4. Queen, rook. Oh, rook d1 is not check, and so I simply win a piece. That's the okay. Got it.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
So rook e8 is forced, and now queen e1. Maybe this is something. Okay, queen e1. I'm
But
not
okay,
sure.
but it was b4. Can I go queen d8? No, he's not happy.
I'd go something like rook g1.
Yes, rook g1. And that knight is really kind of, well, I can go, funnily enough, I can go knight c7 with the idea knight e8. Defending that pawn. Knight h5, knight e8. Already I would rather sack an exchange and play knight g6.
I'm so sad there is no rook g7.
Yeah, because I have not one knight which can block on f5, but 2.
Yeah.
But nice one. Just see if knight g6, what's happening instead of knight e8.
Here, yes. Oh wow. It's knight g7 apparently.
Oh.
Okay.
Then h5.
And the attack continues. Yeah.
I mean, no wonder Hikaru's thinking of 55 minutes. It's such a crazy line, and he's still not made up his mind. Chat, what do you think? Do you think how much time does Hikaru take at the end? Any guesses? Sahel by Vishy, any guesses? Because I don't know at this point. He still doesn't look convinced. He's shaking his head.
I mean, if you think 50 minutes and then shake your head, it doesn't seem like
exactly.
you've found much clarity, but it's a very difficult position. And a lot of the moves are inhuman. So even when he makes the move finally, I think he'll see them as bad options because he will not know which one is working and which one is surviving and which one isn't, for instance. It's not that kind of position. Unless you feel these positions very well, but these are very unclear positions. I don't think the real question is what does Sindarov know? If he knows some sequence which is a forced draw, then he's in luck.
And he just walked up from his seat as soon as he played the move. So also there's this psychological impact. Maybe, okay, he knows what's happening. Maybe that's also kind of forcing Hikaru to think for longer because Sindarov not even at the seat since then. He's been out from his seat for 50 minutes now.
Yeah. That's good to be Sindarov.
So as he thinks, sir, maybe one look at the Pragg game, because I think a couple of moves have been played. I think we left somewhere here. We did get into that knight takes d5 line. So hedge by sword castles,
Yeah.
bishop e6, d4, knight d7,
Yeah,
bishop
instead of this
a6.
97, there's an argument for a5 so
Hmm.
that you don't get exactly Pragg's move.
95 maybe.
Yeah, and then I can't play knight d7 easily because of knight c6, and so we continue wobbling like this. Okay. So what did he do instead? He went knight d7, allowing bishop a6.
A6.
Bishop a6 is a very sophisticated move because you stop rook c8 and all that. And you're threatening even simple moves, queen e2, rook c1, rook d1, all that stuff.
Hmm.
What did he play? Knight f6, right?
Yeah. And now queen e2 played and bishop d6 on the board.
How would you estimate Pragg's chances here, sir? Do you think he has he has a long-term advantage in this position, or do you think he will it looks more on the equal side?
Well, I can't unsee what I see, which is that the eval bar is, I would guess 53%.
So that's
I,
multiple X of what?
I can't unsee anything, which means that white is better. And then that gives me a lot of information. It tells me that white is better and there's probably some sequence to put pressure. And beyond that, now I have to work out the details. But if you ask me what's the next move, though, I don't have an answer. I don't know yet whether I want to play DC, BC and some rook FD1 or wait a bit more or play knight E5 or what is the thing that black wants. Sorry, that white wants. But looks pleasant for Pragg, no question.
Yeah.
Besides,
Also
not a
like
high-risk position anyway. So
yeah. Also like a healthy lead on the clock. That's always satisfying as well. So Pragg slightly ahead by 25 minutes. So yeah, slightly better. And so maybe just rooks to the center, I think looks very comfortable.
yeah,
Like automatic moves, which kind of
and black only
help.
has one of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
He can play rook FD8, but not rook AC8. So
Yeah.
some details. Shall we just
but
quickly bounce and see what Caruana and Bluebaum are
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah. So
Yes,
also
James
we should
does.
take a quick look at Divya as well because apparently she has made a huge inaccuracy and the
Oh.
bar just shifted by a lot. We should definitely check that out when we have a chance.
maybe just one brief look here, sir. And queen b3 was played, and apparently bishop c8 was a big mistake by Divya.
Well, it doesn't seem very difficult. It's going to be probably BA5. And then you have to play knight d7. Did she mean to play knight c8? What is bishop c8? And then if I play BA5, knight d7, a6, that's straightforward, right? It's just better for white.
I see in her camera she hasn't played bishop c8. Maybe it's an error. I'm not sure.
No,
She's
the
still
bishop is,
playing pawn.
sitting on f5. No, I think somebody's mouse slipped. What is going on here? No, I don't mean, I mean the operator of the thing. I understand. I'm sorry, this joke, this OTV joke is getting a bit
Yeah,
tiring.
exactly,
But
exactly.
no, I thought somebody who's operating the board. No, but it's live connected. But somehow bishop c8. Maybe now the AI just plays a few moves on its own if people start thinking. I don't know. No, bishop
Maybe
c8
sometimes
is not happened there. But
thank God for that, actually.
no, in fact, it's Divya's move and the eval bar. Yeah, it's dead equal. So unless
Yeah.
somehow the board got ahead, because there's a delay, but I don't think that's what's going on here.
It
Besides,
makes
what's
sense
the point of
because
bishop c8?
yeah, also like she has
Yeah.
more time on the clock on the
It's
on
not
the
like
2D
the
board.
bishop is needed there. I can knight c8, knight d6 is an excellent plan. So why would I do that? No, I think here we can relax. This hasn't happened.
Yeah, all good. And so jumping back to I think Fabi's game then, I think if this looks okay.
Yeah.
This is the current position.
He's
And
gone
as
for
you
knight
mentioned,
c5, okay.
yeah, and Fabi did castle
Without
queenside.
castling, yeah.
And this is the current position, sir. So I don't know who attacks first, but pushing these pawns like looks so tempting.
It's f5 or h4, yeah? One of them, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's looking for white. I'm not that enthusiastic because c4 is hard to justify. Yeah, some more like queen b6 will come and then you'll. So I can't do it yet. b6, yeah. And even knight a4 might be strong. Yeah. So I've got to play g4 or h4. I mean, just a useful move. Like h4 maybe, because of h5 I can play f5 and claim that something's going on.
Is he planning to castle long side? Like bishop, I don't know, Bluebaum. Bishop d7, queen b6, long castle, or
Could be done. h5, you go queen b6, yeah.
yes, or queen c6. Yeah, queen b6, sure. Queen c7 I like more, but
h5 and f5 or what? No. What is the move?
oh, he just
He's
played
done something.
f5.
He's just played f5. Okay, let's go back. I didn't particularly like this. I don't see what's wrong with castles, for instance. It's starting to creep up, which means that
g4 maybe.
yes, knight e4, and then just bishop e1. No, bishop e1 is catastrophic. Hang on. Bishop d3 maybe. Yeah, bishop d3. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe takes.
And
Oh, and h4 g5 simply. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
So he's gone f5. What are the? But if I can't castle, then what
bishop
am I
d7.
playing?
Bishop d7 again. I mean, I realize I can't move my queen because I think you can play f6. But maybe I can go, I don't know, queen f6 or queen h. Somewhere on that diagonal to not allow you. Still want to castle long.
Just try knight takes d5.
Wow. So I don't know. That's the engine's first preference, actually. Insane move.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
I
first
thought
preference of the
it's.
engines.
I was waiting for you to tell me no. This is. I'm waiting for the bar to drop. All the normal moves I made, the bar dropped. I play one crackpot move and it doesn't drop. But I just thought you can't play bishop c6 easily, so I will get a check. Hang on. So if you go queen c7, rook e1 check, or bishop e3, something horrible is happening here.
Yeah,
The
this looks very
eval bar is
scary.
going nuts. Also, bishop e3 maybe was just very strong because you can't castle, you can't play rook c8, everything is kind of short. Yeah. So that was it. Okay, so you bishop d7, just I think now maybe f5 is to stop any thought of you castling long. Because if bishop d7 doesn't work and nothing works, then f5 is very strong.
So castle is then force. No, you cannot play bishop. I mean, this I definitely don't want to allow, but then besides castling, there is no other move.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah.
Hikaru's still thinking, by the way.
There's some delay in the moves coming up because Chad is saying Divya has actually played bishop c8. I don't know, Chad, if that's true. We still don't see it.
But the camera doesn't show that.
Yeah,
But this is delayed camera. I don't know. Somewhere in the future, bishop c8 is. But what is the point of bishop c8?
Maybe defending the b7 pawn, but it's already defended, so I'm not sure.
It's not attacked.
Yeah.
And I mean, the idea for bishop c8 will be knight f5, but she just forgot that ba5 exists. Or
But even then, you can just play b5 also. You cannot play c5. That also should be fine here.
yeah, that doesn't make. I mean, maybe I throw in a4 or something. But
okay,
yeah,
true.
anyway, but come on, why would you play bishop c8? But on the hand, why would it appear on the board?
Maybe she wants to play knight f5, knight d6.
How about knight e8, knight d6?
It's a good question.
Yeah, so,
It's a good question.
yeah. I mean, have you seen these games where
Oh no, she doesn't.
Oh no, thank
she
God.
plays AB4? So there is
Thank
not,
God.
she has no way she played bishop C8. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
that's a relief.
God for our sanity. Anyway.
And so
No, but do you
still-
know that you've seen these games, right, Saj, where they will two people will play, and White's winning move will be King C7 attacking the rook, or King D6 advancing to queen a pawn. But instead, White will play King E4 or something. No, sorry, it's the opposite. White will play King D4 because he's resigning.
No,
Because
I
that's
know.
what how they establish the result on the board. So instead of the king going forward, it'll come backward and stop there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird. It's like that.
Maybe
Yeah.
bishop c8 happened in the future somewhere, but we just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's possible.
I don't think we'll have fragments like AB4 included, but the computer throws in one part of the future into C8 and leaves the rest of the board untouched. It's not happening. No, there some
It was
transmission
rook
error.
c8. It was rook c8. It was not, she just played rook f c8.
Okay.
Okay, at least Divya is safe. That's the good news. But so
Oh.
maybe the sad. By the way, Hikaru has played. He just
That's a
played,
mistake.
and the bar has dropped after what seems like a 67-minute and 44-second think. Hikaru has played h4, and Vishy, so you mentioned queen a5, the idea, and that is the move that gives.
Well, it's
the
forced,
edge
right?
now.
94,
Yeah.
queen f6, 94 on knight h5 wins a piece. So you have
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, keep the bar down. And queen a5 check, and maybe b4 as we mentioned.
Yeah.
And knight b4 and short cast. This is that
Yes.
line with queen e1 and rook d1. I'm not sure how far ahead he's seen it, but it looks interesting.
So queen a5 is forced. I play b4. Okay, well, we got action. I mean, Hikaru actually went for the top line or the main line, I think. So knight takes b4 and castles.
I have something interesting here, by the way, which is kind of crazy. Instead of king after queen f5 check, we'll go with Vishy sir's move, but instead of b4, he mentioned b4 and king f1. I'm playing king f1 straight. And now the idea is if you go rook d8, which by the way is the best move, you go bishop takes e7, and after this I don't know what's going on. It's working. Like, okay, it's not losing for white.
Wow.
Yeah, now the e5 trick doesn't work.
Yeah.
So
And
maybe
if
we just play bishop d7, rook d7, queen a2 or something. Or bishop d7, rook d7, knight c5 maybe. Oh no, it's dropping
takes
quite a lot. Wow. Oh wow. I thought oh, that is a very tricky position then. Hang on. Let's try to figure out this. What are the moves? F6 maybe? H6?
f6 bishop h5.
And G6, just bishop F6 and some compensation.
Yes.
Wow.
I wasn't.
Wow.
Okay. E5. Anyway, forget it. H6.
Oh, wait. Something is here.
Wow.
Oh, rook d8, bishop e. No, rook d8, knight h5, bishop e4, knight h.
Oh, rook d8, knight e4, knight g5 check maybe.
Oh, yes, that's nice. Yes, king h7, knight e4. Yeah, that's very nice.
Or maybe it was knight h5 and rook g1. I don't know.
Yes, both moves win, sir. Exactly. Knight h5 the best one, knight e4 second best. And
Okay.
feels like that's
So what is
over.
it? If it's not h6, it's not f6.
So it is f6 actually. It's basically saying you have to enter that line. So after
f6, bishop h5, and then some.
And g6. And we enter this mess now. And this is the way for black to play if he wants to equalize.
Well, the one thing though, if Sindarov is out of something, or he's forgotten some detail here, this is unpleasant because he has to switch his frame of mind, which until now, I think he's been chilling in the bar. And I mean, in the players area. And now suddenly he has to switch back on. So he would be well advised to throw in a good 20-minute thing. But if he's just following his main line, then he can he can go ahead.
By the way,
It's going to be very interesting now to see what he does.
he did play queen a5 check, and Hikaru instantly blitzed out b4.
Okay.
So knight before short castle, I'm guessing that's the only way.
Yeah.
Why can't I play queen d8?
Without rook g1, right? Or knight h5 was that?
Rook g1. Okay. And then, okay. Basically that same position where you give up the exchange at some point.
Yeah.
Wow.
But still, great choice by Sindarov. I mean, knowing your opponent's in a or feels that he's in a must-win situation, and you offer him a chance to have a go like this. Of course, he's also potentially increasing his lead if things go his way. So very good attitude.
Vishy, so I think I know you have a lot of work there, and we're also going to take a first pick very, very shortly. So can we have your opinion on all the games together once? Because it'll be very insightful. Can we have the bird's eye view once, Soumya, please? Would love to have a look in, because a lot has happened. Fabi has played f5. So your take on the games overall?
For the moment, I don't know what Bluebaum is supposed to do yet. Giri, Wei Yi, I think still microscopically better for white because of that b5 square. It'll be hard to do something with it. Sindarov, obviously, we are watching. And Pragg has gone for knight e5. Probably as reasonable as anything else. Then amongst the women, Divya survived bishop c8. So that's a good start. And
more imagination.
yes. Lagno against Assaubayeva is very interesting. In fact, the Ivalba is slightly below. Below water level. So there could be some action, some bishop a4, rook c2. No, not really, but something is in the air clearly. Or maybe b5.
I think a last move.
That'll be very interesting to see. Muzychuk, I think, doing fine with Goryachkina. And what was the fourth game?
Can you do the bird's eye view, Soumya, please?
It was Tan versus Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali, and then there is, I think that's the one.
Zhu Jiner against Vaishali. Well, kind of, Vaishali released the knight on d4, and now I think b4 might be an idea. And, both sides have their trumps.
And so you were correct. I think bishop, I think in the game of, I think it was
Assaubayeva.
Lagno, yes. Bishop a4 is the move, sir, apparently. Just taking instantly, and that seems to give black a slight edge.
But I don't see it. Knight a4, rook takes c2, queen e1. What exactly is the follow-up? This loses. Wow.
Queen d7 or knight e4, which one?
There's apparently queen e8, and that's
okay.
the only move, which is rather insane.
Oh, because knight c3, some knight takes e4 is coming. So I have to go knight e4, fe4, bishop c3, bc3, and queen a4 probably.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Still doesn't tell me why queen e8 was important. Oh, queen e8 because the knight b6 is a tempo.
Oh, wow. Nice.
And each move I'm thinking about rook b2 check and knight e4 check, but nothing is happening there, sadly.
So queen e8 is strong, and then why is this slightly better for black? Why isn't it white being blown away? Knight c3, knight e4.
No, not knight c3. It was.
It is completely winning for black, actually.
Yeah. So let's go back a second. I mean, it has to be queen e1, right? I mean, you're not seriously saying I should play queen takes b4.
So apparently the bar says
Queen
queen c2 is
d4.
the only move.
Oh, queen c2. I forgot that. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
that's the only move to even continue. And even then, like, black seems to be better.
Okay, then brilliant stuff by Assaubayeva. And
Just one last question from my side. I know you have to leave, so just won't take up a lot of your time. Just in the open section, there is of course a player who's 1 point ahead of everyone, of course. But in the women's section, it's relatively quite close. Has there been any player or any game, or well, overall, do you think one player has performed consistently better throughout?
no, the women's tournament is much more mixed, actually. Look at the men's tournament. It's got +4. That is Sindarov's +3 and Fabi's +1 of the two leaders. In the women's section, there are two of them on +1, which means it's only +2. And so that means and that means also the 50%ers aren't that far away from the lead. So it's much more competitive in that sense. None of them have really broken away. I have to say, though, that Assaubayeva is really producing provocative, nice openings. I mean, what she did a couple of days ago against Jiner, right, was good stuff. And today as well. Very unusual opening, but that's what you do. You do something provocative and see what happens. So I'm starting to think that Assaubayeva might be the one to watch.
Wow.
Yeah. You heard it here first, chat. And Vishy sir, really want to thank you for your time. It's always amazing. We'd love to see you here for the future rounds as well. And hope you have an amazing stay in Cyprus and bring more and more good luck to the Indian players. Whenever you come in, sir, Indian players start doing well. So
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, sir. See you soon.
Thank you so much. So
Bye, Saj.
for your
Bye,
time.
Saj.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye, sir. So, chat, that was the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand joining us, sharing his insights. Bhai, Sahaj bhai, kya hi maza aa gaya na? Like to have Vishy sir here and
Bhai,
I mean,
मैं जैसे
it's
आपको बोल
crazy
रहा
how
हूँ,
he. हाँ.
इस वीडियो में ना 1 सेकंड के लिए विशी सर के सामने आपका नाम था भाई. मैं तो उसको फ्रेम करा लूंगा भाई. भाई मैं फ्रेम भाई जो ऊपर आपने मैग्नस की फोटो रखी है ना उसके लेफ्ट में मैं वो पिक्चर रखूंगा भाई. इफ आई वाज यू चैट यू कैन गो बैक टू द वीडियो एंड यू कैन सी इट.
भाई रुको मैं पहले देख लूं यार. पहले
था भाई था आई सॉ भाई था.
I'm checking actually. This would be like a crazy detail that I missed.
भाई आदित्य सर लेट्स गो. अरे
Peak
हाय
detailing,
प्रखर
yeah?
भाई. अब बताओ. सॉरी प्रखर भाई वो थोड़ा क्लास चल रहा था भाई.
Actually, it was. You're right. You're right. Wow.
1 सेकंड के लिए था भाई.
My childhood me would be proud right now, but of course, Vishy sir ki accomplishments, like, it's like वो comparison करते हैं. If the Milky Way was the size of the Earth, then the sun would be the size of a cheetah. Like वो comparison मुझे दिमाग में अभी आ रहा है. But yeah, प्रखर भाई, what's up? सब बढ़िया. And glad to have. अरे यार. So, chat, as Sahaj Bhai does his mathematics and some Einstein calculations, we're going to take a very, very short break. Our first one, probably the last one, जिस तरह से action चल रहा है, you can see Sindarov is better. Could he win the candidates? वहाँ Pragg is better. Could he climb back? We're going to be back after a very, very short break with Sindarov's and Pragg's move on the other side. एंड वी आर बैक. अरे विशी सर, आपकी रेटिंग कितनी कम कैसे हो गई?
ब्रेक के बाद पैनल की रेटिंग थोड़ी एवरेज थोड़ा कम हो गया,
अरे
लाइक
मजाक कर रहा हूँ. अरे राकेश भाई, डियर एंड नियर राकेश भाई, धुरंधर 2 देख के आए, अब तो फॉलो का भी कोई चक्कर नहीं है. राकेश भाई, वर यू फॉलोइंग द गेम सो फार एंड हु वाज इम्प्रेस्ड द मोस्ट?
एब्सोल्युटली, मतलब आई थिंक सिंदारो भाई, व्हाट अ प्लेयर भाई, आग लगा दी. और आपने आई थिंक टिको भाई प्रेडिक्ट किया था कि सब लोग नेपो के अगेंस्ट जाएंगे विन के लिए और ऐसे ही जीतेंगे. क्या हो गया? मुंह के
भाई
ऐसा कर रहे हो.
no, first of all we have the first result already, that is Goryachkina Muzychuk draw, but Vaishali has
हाँ.
blundered.
नहीं
She's
नहीं भाई,
कुछ भी.
completely.
भाई that's not like something out of the ordinary. भी हमें पता था जू जिनर की विनिंग आएगी, ठीक है, वो पिछले 4 राउंड से वही हो रहा है, बट वेदर वो जीत पाती है कि नहीं, दैट्स द क्वेश्चन.
भाई पर तब भी यार, आई डोंट वांट अ लॉस्ट पोजीशन. ये हुआ कैसे? पहले तो जरा डायसेक्ट करते. F4 F5 apparently was a huge blunder.
I wonder
Now,
गोल्डन
why.
फॉर्म.
I wonder why. Like, why is F5 wrong? Exactly. Thank you, Rakesh bhai. Thank you.
हाँ, एंड उसके बाद नाइट जीतने के बाद शी हैड टू टेक, बट शी प्लेड नाइट C5 एंड नाउ बेस्ट मूव B4, knight E6, and apparently now just taking, or even this beautiful move rook to A2, preparing the rook switch at the right moment, and white is dominating. Sahaj bhai, can you explain to us why is it so winning? समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
Quite difficult to like break it down like this, but I'm guessing EFI, GFI के बाद वो pawn तो F5 पे weak ही रहेगा. And then कुछ Queen H5 रुक को ले आता. Oh, okay. Bar is going down a bit. I'm not sure why. It still looks very good for me. Queen H5 भी अच्छा लग रहा है to attack F5. And I like this idea of Rook A2, Rook E2. I don't know if this is good. Just to get the rook on and it's like white के pieces are very nicely placed. The structure is way better. Black का king थोड़ा unsafe. I mean, kind of makes sense. I would believe that white is better, but I wouldn't say white is like +2, which is what I see on the screen.
या एंड एक बंदा कह रहा
आई
है
एंड
ओवर रिएक्ट
शी
कर रहे हो.
माइट स्कोर.
हाँ राकेश भाई, कंटिन्यू.
नहीं, हल्का सा ओवर रिएक्शन, बट शी माइट जस्ट स्कोर
भाई
बैक टू बैक विन्स अगेंस्ट द इंडियन प्लेयर्स भाई. दैट इज हॉरिबल न्यूज़.
भाई जूजी ने अकेला इंडिया को कैंडिडेट से बाहर कर देगी यार. क्या चल रहा है यार, इसको रोको कोई. बट ओके, आई मीन शी इज प्लेइंग अ ग्रेट गेम, एंड इन फैक्ट टू बी ऑनेस्ट, इन टर्म्स ऑफ विनिंग चांसेस शी इज मैनेज्ड टू डू इट द बेस्ट इन द एंटायर टूर्नामेंट. बट राइट नाउ वैशाली नीड्स टू डिफेंड, एंड आई एग्री विद दिस. इतना क्लियर नहीं है कि इतना विनिंग कैसे है, बट इट सीम्स लाइक ये नाइट, फॉर एग्जांपल EF5 GF5 नाइट H5 का प्लान is very dangerous with some queen coming in, rook coming in, and in fact if you play for example bishop H8 or even D5, G4 is the move. How logical
अरे.
does that feel, Rakesh bhai?
Very tough भाई, मतलब to find G4, but I like Rook A2 वाला प्लान ना. सो रहा है वो पीस, उसे ले आओ गेम में एंड लुक एट दैट थिंग. मतलब G4 Rook A2 Rook G2 तक भी जा सकता है. E2 तक सीमित क्यों रखे हैं भाई? दिस इज ओवर. आई मीन या दिस इज गॉन.
No, I think अभी भी है चांस. Again, I'll just go with the prediction कि भाई 4 गेम में चारों में विनिंग थी जू जिनर. आज भी विनिंग है, नथिंग लाइक डिफरेंट, बट लेकिन इस मोमेंट के बाद जू जिनर का थोड़ा शेकी सा रहता है. सो आई फील लाइक देयर इज स्टिल अ लॉट ऑफ गेम लेफ्ट टू बी प्लेड.
Yeah. So I think chat, crucial moment in this game. If Zhu Jiner finds this plan of just taking knight H5, rook A2, basically essentially king side पे attack उन्होंने लगा launch कर दिया अभी के अभी, this is gonna be deadly for Vaishali. So we are hoping her lack of confidence maybe fumbles up the win there. But as of now, Vaishali under huge pressure. As Zhu Jiner thinks, jumping back to the game of Pragg, इसको हमने काफी टाइम से देखा नहीं. I think last we saw knight E5 was played. And now Black has played knight to E4 just now. Rakesh bhai, your thoughts on the Pragg game so far?
आई थिंक काफी अच्छा चांस है प्रग का. प्रग इज कीपिंग दैट स्लाइट इनिशिएटिव. पूरा लंबा खिंचाएंगे गेम और एंड में जीत मिलेगी. काफी प्रेशर बना रखा है. देखो रुक ऑन द C5 पूरा कंट्रोल है. ब्लैक का रुक नहीं आ सकता है C5 पे. सो आई थिंक प्रग्स गोना टेक दिस एंड पानी भी पी रहा है, व्हिच इज ऑफ कोर्स ग्रेट न्यूज़.
By the way, Hikaru has made another mistake. Sindarov
No.
borderline
What?
winning. Yeah.
What?
But
No way,
Queen
chat.
E1 थी यहाँ पे, याद है? Queen D2 is a mistake. We analyze this with Vishy sir here. C5 के बाद whatever you play, black goes knight F5. Queen E1 पे होती तो वो pin था. And this is a simple c5 is
Hi.
like you're just defending a piece. Very simple to
I
find this.
just want to say something. So in the break, Prakhar called me to like ask some questions about the position, and Queen D2 is what he recommended. So I don't like कि Prakhar और Hikaru का move same ही है. I mean,
Real मतलब
strong player
subscriber तो
SUV
प्रखर
wizard है
भाई को
Prakhar,
जाने
but I mean Hikaru is like, I mean, ये क्या चल रहा है यार राकेश भाई?
Okay, still not simple. Like, okay, bar is consistently saying minus 1.2, but okay, I'll show you the line that I went through. Rook d1, which I think is very logical. ये तो आप मतलब okay, you're developing knight f5 only move यहाँ पे. Okay, queen d8 भी है, but okay, no one's gonna play queen d8. Knight f5, knight f5, ef5, and now queen f4. अब like queen f4, okay, just humor me for a second. Black goes knight c6 और knight c2 एक ही idea आपका. यही दोनों because you wanna play knight d4 next. I go king h2,
Oh, I thought
preparing
he'll
for rook
take, yeah.
g1, 4. cd4, rook g1. अब ये I don't know if this is better for Sindarov practically या फिर नहीं. ये मुश्किल है भाई खेलना. या एक
C5
गलती
played.
आपका है.
That's why C5 played. We can see this line.
Yeah.
I actually, when मैं भी हिकारू की टीम में हूँ. मतलब आई एम सपोर्टिंग हिम टुडे ऑफ कोर्स फॉर द टूर्नामेंट. और एक और रीजन है, मे बी आप लोग ना विशी सर के सामने आपने डिस्कस नहीं किया, बट ही थॉट फॉर 67 मिनट्स. तो 6-7 करते हुए हिकारू he's gonna get some luck his way. And एक fascinating stat है कि this is the second longest thing in a candidates जब से digitize हुआ है. The longest thing was 72 minutes by Grishchuk.
So I have a question. Do you continue Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, like on one single move 72 minutes was the highest, and now 67 is the second highest by Hikaru.
Do you think कि हिकारू को 65 moves पे move मिल गई थी और उसने कहा भाई अब इतना दूर आ गए हैं तो 2 मिनट तो करना ही पड़ेगा for the content?
हो सकता है.
Yeah, so okay, Hikaru is known for the memes, but कितने juicer उन्होंने capture किए हैं, but यहाँ पे 2 free के दे रखे हैं. And to be honest, Saj bhai, I like your variation. Like it doesn't, like if I switch off the bar, it doesn't, it's not clear to me how, like white is lost or much worse. Because bishop d5 hai, queen g5 hai, h5 h6 hai, bishop e5 hai. It does feel scary at first glance, and white ko attack to milega. But yeah, I mean, Sindarov, if he can over the board, channel his confidence and find the best moves, objectively, right now, he could be moments away from another win at the candidates. And okay, question to everyone in the chat as well as the commentators: if Sindarov were to win, do you think what odds would you give him of winning the event?
Muted हो सहज भाई.
Depends on Fabi, I think. अगर Fabi जीत जाता है तो I think the situation kind of remains the same for me. Because remember, Sindarov को Fabi के against भी खेलना है, black से वो भी. So that I would just take into consideration. But अगर Fabi नहीं जीतता and then Sindarov जीता है, then I think I would say like 90% something like that. He's running away with it.
Wow. So I would assume like 70% you're saying. Yeah, assuming कि एक game बाकी है, like 60-70%. That's like 67% would be your guess.
आप तो ये विन के बाद बोल रहे हो, बट श्रीनाथ जीएम जीएम श्रीनाथ इंडियन टीम के कोच, उन्होंने आज ट्वीट किया था द लीडर एट द एंड ऑफ 4th राउंड हैज ऑलवेज गॉन ऑन एंड वन द कैंडिडेट्स. तो सोचो मतलब इट्स वी आर ऑलरेडी टू लेट.
Although I think Sri is correct, and Indian coach से क्या ही मतलब debate करे, but I don't know, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि Sindarov, again, I come back to that point, like, does he play the same? So far he's still playing the crazy chess that he has done in the event. He's kind of playing the crazy line. He's not shying away from any complications. But I'm still wondering, when you're like 1 point, maybe more ahead now after this game, like, does he keep the same style up, or somehow that messes up with his mind a bit? So dekhne ko pata lagega. But meanwhile, Sindarov is better. Fabi also is better. So Fabi keh rahe hai, bhai tum aa rahe ho, hum piche hain. And we saw till f5 Sahaj bhai when Vishy sir was here. Castles was played, g4, Knight e4, and in the exact same variation that Vishy showed us, bishop d3 on the board, and it does look like Fabi is piling on the pressure.
I'm just like checking that stat because I think candidates के round 4 2024 के बाद नेपो लीड कर रहा था and then गुकेश जीता.
चैट में भी लिख रहा है यही. So I think
हाँ
श्री को बुलाते हैं स्ट्रीम पे. And
हाँ,
श्रीनाथ
justify
ने
yourself.
ट्वीट किया था. So I'm
हाँ
just
just
rechecking
defend your
this.
tweet भाई, defend your tweet, like, exactly.
हाँ.
Oh हाँ नहीं. नेपो था 3-1-4 गुकेश जीता था. So that is the only exception basically.
हाँ ओके, वो डाला उसने ट्वीट, पर आपने पढ़ा नहीं पूरा यार.
हाँ correct. My bad. Sincere apologies, chat. बढ़िया भाई, आज जीत गया तो भाई गेम खत्म है. It's game over मतलब.
Yeah.
Unless Fabi wins. But भाई Fabi Bluebaum को हराते हुए दिख रहा है सहज भाई आपको आज.
हाँ, well, I would say so. I think Fabi wins today. I think he has the perfect position for it as well. And also, by the way, only move for Bluebaum. Yeah, he has to take the bishop on d2. Otherwise, big advantage to Fabio. Okay, logical as well, but knight d2, rook d2 के बाद the follow-up is not easy at all. जैसे विशी सर ने भी कहा था h4, g5, f6. That's what I want as white.
Yeah. And Rakesh bhai, black ke moves na, the only moves don't end here. Rook e8 is the only move. h4 ke baad you have to now find e4 as the only move. And after bishop c4, queen e7 only move. Like, and after knight g2, chat, question to you, what is black's best move? Come on, chat. Any guesses on black's only move to maintain equality, by the way? There is a way. But that way goes through some crazy complications. So what is black's best move here? Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
Pawn takes c3 is not working, I realize, because rook e2, actually it's a nice line, rook e2, queen f8. I think. Okay, cb2 check bhi chalega. fg6, hg6 and queen f7 check is there.
Yes. Wow. It
Oh,
takes and
beauty.
check.
Sundar.
Stack. This is pinned, by the way. So not that. So what is the move then, Sahaj bhai? Any guesses?
Queen e4.
Third best move. Close.
King h8.
Nope.
fg6, no? Rook e2 even works there, I think.
Come on, chat. What is the move? कौन guess?
GF5.
Yes, GF5. Imagine playing that, bhai. Well, that is insanely
Bhai.
anti-positional.
Exactly, bhai.
And the idea is if you take bishop h6, and that is the plan. So I would say very complicated, and ये only moves जो Bluebaum को निकालनी है, they are very tough. So I am in Sahaj bhai's boat here. I think good chances of Fabi to gain a point against Bluebaum, and Bluebaum के साथ Sindarov का draw हुआ था, so that win matters a lot for Fabi. And
Speaking of that game, Tikku bhai, it was the same opening. मतलब Petrov ही खेला था Sindarov के against. तो सहज भाई, is it a good idea ऐसे repeat करना, like against Fabi?
I mean, I think Sindarov is proving probably not. You should try to switch and have those little ideas here and there.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think Bluebaum's strategy different hai. I feel like he's trying to keep solid as much as possible. He knows the structures that he likes, and he knows वहाँ पे कोई surprise भी करेगा. I'll just be solid, and he waits for his opponent to press. I think it's working out well for him so far in the event. But ये match specifically सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे मतलब tricky लग रहा है. Okay, but that's also because of the tournament situation, and Fabi is like, I think, out for blood, I think, now.
Yeah.
By the way,
Out
Hikaru.
for blood. Exactly. Rohan bhai is telling us 24 moves in just 35 minutes. भाई डर लग रहा है Hikaru.
Chat. जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो सबके सब. मुझे दिख रहा है 360 लाइक, कम से कम 750 लाइक्स, कम 670 लाइक्स होने चाहिए भाई इन ट्रिब्यूट टू हिकारू 67 मिनट थिंग. जल्दी से दबा दो. लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन. लेट्स जंप टू हिकारू नाउ, जहां पे एज यू मेंशन राकेश भाई 34 मिनट्स टू प्ले 24 मूव्स in this position, jahan pe he's not only worse and the complications have just started. Bhai, this is look at him, he's not happy. Can we go full screen? It looks like he's really mad at his position right now.
भाई I think उसने just वो देखा जो सहज भाई बता रहे थे कि queen e1 पे ना knight f5, just show it to chat once कि rook on e7 would have been hanging. So this was सहज भाई's point. Look at him, भाई. Knight f5, हाँ knight f5,
So you mean,
knight into यहाँ पे ही.
you mean
ब्लैक का
Here?
ब्लैक
ये
या
C5 के बाद कुछ खेलना पड़ेगा ना राकेश भाई?
चलो रुक D1 टाइप्स
हाँ, रुक
कुछ तो
D1.
नाइट F5 पॉसिबल नहीं है चैट यहाँ पे
हाँ,
बिकॉज यू
because
टेक एंड ब्लैक कांट टेक बैक चेकमेट है बट
yeah.
क्वीन D फाइल पे है उसके वजह से ये प्लान कर सकता है सिंदारो एंड दैट इज व्हाट आई थिंक हिकारू मिस्ड शायद
And you know, Sahaj bhai, it's very interesting कि somebody in the chat made a great point. I think I missed your name. Sorry for that. Candidates में usually 7 में से हम क्या score कहते हैं was good enough for a win. It was 4 or 4.5. 7 games में. यहाँ 5 games में वो कर सकता है सिंदारो 4.5. I mean, you have to admire that is insane. And if you're assuming कि 9 point enough है, आपके 5 में 4.5 अगर हो गए, अगले 9 राउंड में आपको 4.5 करने हैं. 50% स्कोर. It would take
बेसिकली
something. हाँ.
Draw, yeah, each game. बस.
हाँ ड्रॉ कर लो इफ सिंदारो विंस दिस वो अगले सारे राउंड ड्रॉ करके चैंपियन है
Basically, it means two things. One is, of course, that point again, yeah, he will be tempted to go for a drawing situation jahan pe he might be better, yeah, whatever complications hai. But also, like, that's an insane performance of the candidates. What a start to this tournament, and Hikaru's expressions tell you, yeah, how well Sindarov has played. And kaun catch up karega? I think as of now, Fabi seems to be the only one in contention apart from Sindarov. Sahaj bhai, your thoughts?
No, 100%. I think, okay, maybe Pragg has chances as well. He has a good position against Esipenko. If he wins, he's gonna be like 1.5 points behind still of Sindarov. But okay, it's something, yeah. Right now, I think Hikaru just has to save this position. I don't know what he missed, but clearly he has missed something in the position, and he only has 31 minutes left to play 24 moves. ये Fabi नहीं कर पाया था break से पहले. We saw that, but Hikaru is known to be a faster player.
And Chad, I don't know if you out of the bearer of bad news, but it seems like Divya and Vaishali are both worse, and that was the nightmare
क्या दिव्या भी
Yeah, so Vaishali we saw here. So she didn't find the best idea. That was Rook A2 or G4, but she played Bishop D2 and played H4. So still building up an attack in a different way, and it seems to be equally deadly. So Vaishali still were struggling, and Divya Deshmukh ki opponent ka Rook. I don't know why it's showing worse. It's equal actually. I don't know why the bar shows worse somehow. Maybe it's just an error, yeah, in the calculation. So it shows better for Divya
it's
when you
almost
look at the.
+1
Yeah, it shows +1, but it's not +1. Yeah, it's roughly equal. Some
सहज भाई
glitch there, I think.
सहज भाई टिप्पणियां दे वाइट +1 क्यों है यहाँ पे
भाई इस पोजीशन में +1 क्यों है white? तो good question भाई.
वही हमको
0.1
ठीक
देखो.
लग रहा था
0.1 है ना भाई.
Yeah, I think
नहीं,
glitch
नहीं,
hai. I think glitch hai. Maybe it's a glitch. Divya is still okay, yeah. So that's good news. I think Divya का आज बोर्ड का कुछ ड्रामा ही चल रहा है. भाई
हाँ
एक बार
भाई,
बिशप C8
0.1
मूव
है.
दिखा दी and बिशप C8 मूव चला ही नहीं दिव्या ने. So maybe that's some glitch there, yeah. Okay, going back.
but this is like a nice Olympiad type pairing ना India China और these are actually the correct players मतलब Humpy will play Ju and June for example Zhu Jiner Vaishali or Tan Zhongyi Divya so interesting match
Yeah.
Nice. By the way, Hikaru अभी भी सोच रहा है आधा घंटे से कम भाई. 24
Why? I
minutes.
think it's over, yeah. I mean, look at his face. If
Hey,
you're not
भाई एक पोल तो डालो चैट पे कितने लोगों को लगता है कि like in this position Sindarov is going to win, like it's over, like say yes if you think Sindarov wins and no if you think the game is still on. एक
मैं
पोल
poll लगा रहा हूँ,
करते
by the
हैं.
way.
पोल लगाओ
हाँ,
भाई
मैं लगा
इसमें.
रहा हूँ.
poll लगाता है poll the chat has predicted 79% Pragg wins 13% draw and 8% Esipenko wins with 3000 people voting now भाई सब लोग yes ही लिख रहे हैं भाई everyone thinks Sindarov is winning wow
और है भाई वो 1 घंटा कम भाई. That's again the problem, yeah. This monster prep by Sindarov yet again.
कहीं ना कहीं बैंगलोर में अवध भाई हंस रहे हैं based on our WhatsApp conversations, but I still feel कि Sindarov, I think he's not shown any signs of weakness. We saw that, Hukesh kind of, Chad, I don't know if you remember this chart. In terms of evaluations, पिछले candidates में, Hukesh was the only one who basically never had a position which was worse than -1, and that too he had in one game. So only in one game he went to worse than -1, the game that he lost. Baki kisi bhi game mein he was never worse than -1 evaluation. So he's never lost in any of the games. Sindarov following a similar trajectory, like he's never worse. But Gukesh kind of had one loss and still stuck to that. When will Sindarov kind of face his first loss? Do you even think he loses the game? Is the question. वो loss को कैसे handle करते हैं will be very interesting to see for me. And I don't know who's going to defeat Sindarov now. राकेश भाई, your thoughts? Because फिलहाल तो हर किसी को हरा है. भाई Fabi हरा दिया, हिकारू हरा रहा है, और कौन हराएगा भाई इसको?
भाई पता नहीं, मतलब प्रग में भी, बट प्रग को भी हरा दिया उन्होंने.
हरा दिया भाई प्रग को भी. So he's going to defeat Pragg, Fabi and Hikaru back to back.
भाई आप डिफीट बोल रहे हो, वो ड्रॉ भी नहीं कर रहा. Like he's not slowing down at all.
He's only draws against Bluebaum. सहज भाई ये क्या चल रहा है?
I mean, the only players he hasn't played yet is Wei Yi and Anish Giri. After this, Anish के साथ उसके white रहेंगे. And Wei Yi, of course, he can try to keep solid and stuff. But of course, Wei Yi will try to win. But yeah, what a performance, भाई.
भाई हाँ, यहाँ पे तो मुश्किल है, बढ़िया. आई थिंक एक फोन अ फ्रेंड या सब्स्टिट्यूशन करके अर्जुन या अली रेजा could have done something to Sindarov शायद.
विदे तो होना चाहिए था भाई. वही तो रोकता है. विदे तो होना चाहिए था भाई. नहीं, एक्चुअली फिर से हिकारू को हरा था मेरे को लगा.
वही सही में.
Bhai, I just have to be honest, Sindarov's confidence is so... Look at him, yeah? His body language itself feels like मैं जीत चुका हूँ candidates. ऐसी वाली feeling है. And Gukesh, if he does win, Gukesh should be ready, because this is gonna be the toughest match of his career. Like match, I mean like in general, any game he's gonna face. Like he would have never been put into so much stress as he's gonna be put in in his match against Sindarov at the World Championship. So बहुत pressure.
I still think I have a crazy prediction here. I somehow am getting a feeling Hikaru is going to win this match. I don't know why.
By
like looking at
minute, 24 move.
I know, but Hikaru है ना भाई. Hikaru के लिए 26 minute matter नहीं करते. Like he plays a lot. I mean, when it comes to faster formats, he's the best player in the world. Period. I still have a feeling, because we saw that line with Rook takes d4 and sacrificing the exchange, going for the the dark squares. That looks very, very promising for Hikaru there, especially practically. Like अगर मैं बिना engine के देखूँ तो, so I'm still gonna say that it's not over yet.
The problem is he thought for 67 minutes and still shook his head. That's my problem. Like he doesn't believe in his position. The thing is, if he saw belief, right, and nodding Hikaru, you're like, okay, he's seen something, right? He कुछ तो देखा है उसने जो हमने नहीं देखा है. Maybe it's not engine best, but it's working. He's shaking his head right now. That's my worry. Look at him. He's like, मैं हार चुका हूँ position.
But ऐसा तो कभी हो नहीं सकता ना. ऐसा तो कभी हो नहीं सकता कि he can see something. हम तो engine से
देख रहे हैं. He's nodding and shaking his head in the same go. I'm like confused at this point.
Okay, Rook d1 is natural. I think he just has to make moves quickly. I mean, Chad is saying he's not confident. No, I agree with you. It doesn't look confident. But once you see that Rook takes d4, I think that confidence just, grows instantly.
And that's kind of a forced line, na? Sahaj bhai jo apne dikhaya pura.
I don't know why he's thinking. Oh, okay. Plays. By the way, knight f5. Look at. Wait, what?
Not played, bhai. Not played.
अच्छा, याद कर रहे हो? भाई आप डरा रहे हो मेरे को यार.
मैं तो दिखा रहा था moves, भाई. And Chad, by the way,
he spent 10 minutes on this move.
And Chad, very important. Let's keep in mind कि 16 moves हुई हैं सिर्फ. So Hikaru needs to play a lot of moves. And Rakesh bhai, I feel like he's tactically not in great shape. If he was in tactically great shape, he would have not taken 67 minutes. He would have not taken... How much time has he taken for this move? 10 minutes for this one. उनको भी पजल रश करना चाहिए था. अगर 26% ऑफ लेके मेंबरशिप ले ली होती तो यहाँ नहीं पहुंचते अब तक. What do you think, राकेश भाई?
सही में अगर हिकारू ने ले ली होती मेंबरशिप, जो चैट को तो मिल रही है एट अ स्टील डील ऑफ 26% ऑफ, मतलब आज वो यहाँ बैठा नहीं होता.
Yeah, and Chad, you can use the pinned link to access 26% off chess.com/membership पे जाओ and get your diamond membership today, because it's going to make you a stronger chess player overall, and cannot recommend it more. बहुत बहुत बढ़िया tool to your chess improvement. And Gukesh World Championship, हाँ.
अब ये प्लग तो हो गया, बट आई जस्ट वांटेड टू आस्क कि ये जब कोई मेंबरशिप लेता है तो उसको उसको मतलब क्या कहा जाता है, मतलब व्हाट इज इट लाइक? मतलब कोई अगर किसी को चेस ना समझ आए तो कैसे एक्सप्लेन करोगे डायमंड मेंबरशिप के क्या फ़ायदे हैं फॉर अ नॉन चेस प्लेयर? कुछ कोई
हाँ,
एनालॉजी कोई बढ़िया सी कोई?
सो इट्स लाइक कई बार आप क्रिकेट खेलने जाते हो एंड या आई डोंट नो टेनिस खेलने जाते हो, तो आपको एक कोच सिखाता है, राइट? नाउ समटाइम्स कोच के पास जाने के लिए आपको रोज ट्रैवल करना है, आपको गाड़ी में बैठ के जाना है या जैसे भी जाना है, यू देन नीड टू,
समय में कैमरास, बोलो बोलो
हाँ,
टिकू
वो
भाई, सॉरी।
वो कोच इंडिविजुअल टेंशन नहीं दे पाता, 10-15 स्टूडेंट होते हैं उसके पास, इट गेट्स वेरी टफ। सो इमेजिन देयर वाज अ टूल, लाइक एक ऑनलाइन टूल जो आपको अपने आप ही कुड गिव यू एडवाइस। फॉर एग्जांपल, आपने एक टेनिस मैच खेला, आपने उसकी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग किसी को फीड करी एंड इट गेव यू, ओके यहाँ पे ऐसे शॉट मारो, यहाँ पे ऐसे शॉट मारो, यहाँ पे ऐसे मारो। सो दैट वुड हैव बीन क्रेजी। मे बी एआई बिल्ड्स दिस सम एट सम पॉइंट, बट वी ऑलरेडी हैव इट फॉर चेस। सो उसका इस्तेमाल करिए। बाय द वे, हिकारू, after a long think, has played the best move, rook d1, and now only two moves for Sindarov. One is queen d8 and the best one is knight to f5. Both moves look logical, but इतना आसान नहीं है।
चैट और राकेश भाई, आपसे सवाल, कितने लोगों को ये एनालॉजी 100% समझ आई? लाइक लाइक राइट मोमेंट टू ड्रिंक वाटर, बाय द वे, राकेश भाई। चैट, व्हाट डू
चैट
यू थिंक?
समझ आया कि नहीं भाई? हाँ या ना में जवाब दे दो भाई, कम ऑन जल्दी से।
समझ तो आया भाई, बट
समझ तो आया
लाइक
भाई,
यू कुड
चैट
हैव
ऐसा
डन
मत
बेटर
करो,
टिकू।
भावनाएं तो समझ आई ना आपको क्या कहना चाहता था
हाँ,
वो।
हाँ, बट टिकू के बाकी एनालॉजीज बहुत सही होते हैं ऐसे।
ओके, चैट में इनफ लोगों को आ गया, बढ़िया भाई। तो जिनको समझ में आया जाके ले डायमंड मेंबरशिप। मीनवाइल वी कैन गो फुल स्क्रीन अगेन, लुक एट हिकारू लुकिंग एट द सीलिंग। बाय द वे, क्वींस गैम्बिट जिन्होंने देखा है उनको याद होगा कि बेथ हर्मन उसमें सीलिंग पे देख के मूव्स कैलकुलेट
भगवान
करती
को
थी।
याद कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, अब याद सब करना चाहिए एक्चुअली एट दिस पॉइंट, बिकॉज ही लिटरली हैज अ मिनट टू मूव, 23 मिनट्स एंड 23 मूव्स। तो यहाँ पे सिंदानव को पता है, इफ आई जस्ट डिफेंड द नेक्स्ट 5 मूव्स, आई गेट देम करेक्ट, आई थिंक आई एम जस्ट विनिंग दिस। तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको पता होगा, एंड इफ
देखो
ही वाज
अब तो देखो
प्रिपेयर्ड देन ही
कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा है वो देख के, अब तो ही शेकिंग हिज हेड, इज वॉकिंग अराउंड लाइक ही नोज
हाँ,
दिस वाज द बेस्ट पॉइंट सेंडर। आई थिंक आई फील प्लेयर्स काइंड ऑफ एक्ट अ बिट एज वेल, एंड आई थिंक कभी कभी गेम के बीच में जब आपकी चाल होती है ना, तो ऑटोमेटिकली आपका ओपोनेंट ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाता है, क्योंकि आप ज़्यादा सोच रहे हो। फिर आप जब चाल चलते हो, फिर आप अपना कॉन्फिडेंस दिखाते हो, देन ओपोनेंट सोचता है। यू जस्ट कीप गोइंग बैक एंड फोर्थ। सो I think the position is still very, very complicated for my taste. And I don't know, maybe Sindarov is playing a little too quickly so far.
एट।
नहीं, आई थिंक ओवरऑल Sindarov has impressed everyone though with his chess and his
Of course, of
habit
course.
of rotating pieces as he's doing right now as well from his right hand. Pragg is losing, koi keh raha hai bhai. I would be shocked if that's the case, and that's not the case. So just a brief look at the Pragg game. I think this is where we left it, right? Bishop d6 was the last move. So rook c1 khela, queen e7, 95, 94. In fact, yahan to dekha tha humne, and now rook d1 and rook a e8 played by Esipenko. So c8 square nahi hai, to e8 le liya. And the bar still prefers white. And that's great news. But why is it better, though? I'm not so
By
completely
Pragg ki
clear on that.
accuracy dekho, by the way, it's 99.1% so far, which is okay. Not still very impressive, but not a very tactical position. But yeah, slight static edge. Aram se, it will be a long game, and I think Pragg will put a lot of pressure on Esipenko here.
Agreed. And Pragg को कुछ ज़्यादा लंबी गेम चाहिए, as we discussed. Yeah, the best strategy is to drag this as long as possible. And although the best move here is, okay, Bishop e5 looks very tempting यहाँ पे. But of course, Black rook c8 खेलेंगे, and you might see a one-time repetition. But apparently, the best move is f3. How logical does that feel, Sahaj bhai?
It doesn't feel logical at all. मुझे कुछ गलत लग रहा है इस मूव के साथ. I don't know why. Knight f6, and now, and I really wanted to go pawn takes pawn. अभी जब भी मैं pawn takes pawn मारूंगा, bishop से capture कर सकते. Even pawn takes pawn would be good, and that pawn on e3 is a bit loose, which is what I don't like about this position. So if you play
Yeah,
f3, तो आप dc5 कभी नहीं मार सकते इस position में. That's what
agreed.
I'm trying to say.
Agreed. And Chato, f3 is a very double-edged move because as Sajay mentioned, ये diagonal खुलता है. You also weaken the e3 pawn. and ये file open. By the way, what a configuration of pieces. बस प्रग यहाँ rookie one खेल दे तो भाई मतलब ट्रैफिक जैम, मतलब राजीव चौक मेट्रो स्टेशन पे भी इतना ट्रैफिक कभी देखा नहीं है भाई. भाई साहब क्या लाइन है ये.
अरे amazing. By the way, Lagno is now objectively at least winning against Bibisara. We saw a few moves ago, Bibisara was completely winning, but well, she was much better. वो bishop a4 याद है आपको bishop का देख रहे थे हम? That bishop
She missed
a4
it, yeah.
lines. Yeah, she missed it, and now looks like Lagno is basically winning +2.
Very interesting. So Lagno pushing there for the win, Chad. And यहाँ पे हमें Pragg की game दिख रही है. You have Pragg against Esipenko on the left with the camera in the center top, and you have Hikaru against Sindarov with the camera in the center bottom. Rakesh bhai, इन दोनों games में से I think they're the most important games of this round. क्या expectation है result की, momentum की? लग रहा है कि Hikaru बचा पाएंगे? What's your take?
हाँ, मुझे लग रहा है. And it's good for him, like Hikaru himself, but also the tournament, the fans. क्योंकि ऐसा runaway leader वाला tournament follow करने में क्या ही मजा है.
But I don't
Of
think
course.
वो बचाएगा. I think Hikaru जीत सकता है भाई अभी भी. I'm still
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
backing. I'm still backing that. Yeah.
No way,
It's,
chat.
but I know I see the bar, but okay, if I switch the position, if I switch the bar off in this position, I think a lot of people would agree that Black's position is looking very scary. I think we're looking at the bar and it's corrupting our judgment. That's what I feel.
I think kind of agree,
भाई
and I
दोनों
agree
जगह
with.
पे same board है.
Yeah, I agree with. अच्छा. Oh, sorry. I think वो एक board मेरे से उठाया हुआ है, so I think we can see the analysis there. That's great. But my point is, I agree with Saj bhai. I think I don't think draw होगा. I feel
भाई
like
वापस same board है.
ये क्या हो गया भाई? अच्छा हाँ.
हमारे
So what I'm
lead है.
saying essentially is कि I don't see a draw happening there though. Either Sindarov plays
Yeah.
perfect chess as he has done so far in the event, he wins. या फिर Hikaru somehow creates an attack, confuses Sindarov and wins. Draw नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे दो. I have to kind of agree with Sahaj here. So although of course right now Sindarov in the driver's seat, but one wrong move and suddenly Hikaru could win. But time भाई, time देख के मुझे trauma हो रहा है. राकेश भाई, 23 मिनट you've taken like, 2 घंटे मिलते हैं चैट स्टार्टिंग में, बाय द वे 2 घंटे मिलते हैं दोनों प्लेयर्स को 40 मूव खेलने के लिए, और आपने उसमें से 50 व्हाट लाइक 60% टाइम तो आपने एक ही चाल पे लिया. दैट्स इनसेन, राइट?
That's
Yeah.
absolutely insane. और भाई another insane thing would be if and when Sindarov wins, he will cross Vincent Keimer as well and world number 5 हो जाएंगे.
Oh my
अरे
god. Wow.
भाई साहब
Wow.
मतलब
अनप्रेसिडेंटेड
Wow.
है दिस सब. भाई आई थिंक जाओगे भाई टूर्नामेंट खत्म होते होते वो नॉर्दरबैक को नजर करेगा भाई. 2780 ही इज
the
20
way
points
he's
away on goal.
playing, it's possible.
Bhai, this is honestly insane to me. So, Chad, I think Hikaru needs to somehow create some chances, and Sindarov ke liye, these next 2-3 moves could decide the entire event. And can we have the standings for just about 10 seconds on the screen? Just want to highlight what you're talking about, why the stakes matter for these two games. Of course, Pragg fighting out for India, but standings with Sindarov with the clear 1-point lead over his nearest rival, and of course, a 1.5-point lead over everybody else, is just dominating this event. And agar aaj jeet gaye, and even if Fabi were to catch up, like he's going to have an insane lead, and he's just steamrolling through the candidates right now, trying to book a spot to challenge Ukesh, coming back to the two-board setup. Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, I mean, सिंदारव के बारे में बेस्ट क्वालिटी सो फार क्या लगी आपको जो बाकी प्लेयर्स बोरो कर सकते हैं फॉर द रिमेनिंग ऑफ पार्ट ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स?
भाई fearless है वो मेरे हिसाब से.
हाँ, आई थिंक ही जस्ट स्विचेस ऑन. वो अब उसका आई फील लाइक एक मेंटल स्विच है वो कहीं कहीं तो, एंड ही स्विचेस दैट ऑन, एंड देन उसके सामने कोई भी बैठ जाए उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. That I think is a very like a special and very unique quality. It makes him dangerous to any and every player in the world.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड राकेश भाई, आपको भी सेम पॉइंट, या डू यू हैव एनीथिंग लाइक कुछ और अगर ऐसा हो नोटिस किया हो?
I think he's just extremely fearless. उसको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है या वो दिखाता नहीं है. And he's like to Saj by his point, he just locks in भाई. एक बार उसको मिल जाता है ना वो फिर वो छोड़ता नहीं है. And unbelievable progress in the last 6 months
Yeah.
by Sundar.
And of course, if he were to win, he's going to play the World Championship match against Gukesh in November. And of course, location for Asia mein hogi because both players, kind of in Asia. So, yeah, where would you prefer the World Championship match, chat? If let's say, okay, it's too early, but अगर सिंदारोव जीतता तो कहाँ आप क्या आप इंडिया में देखना चाहोगे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की बाहर? बिकॉज इंडिया में आई थिंक समटाइम्स इट पुट्स अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर ऑन यू, but it can also have benefits. By the way, he's about to play a move, and it seems to be knight f5. Sahaj bhai.
By the way, Fabi now clearly better against Bluebaum. Just wanted to mention that.
Nice.
So Fabi is, I think, going to score a win for sure. I think from that, but this is still tricky. Knight, if he goes knight f5, like after knight f5, e5. Just to let everyone know in the chat, we did discuss this variation a few moments ago. Queen f4 was played. एंड इसके बाद ब्लैक के पास सिर्फ एक ही चाल है, वेल दो चाल हैं बट दे ट्रांसपोज नाइट c6 नाइट d4 या नाइट c2 नाइट d4. इनमें से एक ब्लैक को चूज करना पड़ेगा. वी जस्ट गो किंग h2 एंड मेरा आइडिया सिंपल रुक g1 एंड टू ब्रिंग अनदर पीस इनटू द अटैक.
I have a question, Sahaj bhai. If this is the problem and you want to sacrifice, why not just take bishop c6? If you really want to attack, I'm just curious if you can just take this knight.
पीसेस ट्रेड करके अटैक मतलब थोड़ा
हाँ, now for example I play, I'm just thinking out loud, let's say bishop e5. I just want to attack.
Even if I go rook takes e5 in this position, I think only black is playing for a win.
हाँ, but I'm kind of happy, no? Like equal position मिल गई मुझे. Like at least objectively it's equal now. In fact, this is the only move in the position.
But I think during the game, Hikaru doesn't know that this position is objectively worse or objectively, whatever it is. I think he will judge the position based on its okay, क्या possibilities है, कितनी तरह से मैं अटैक कर सकता हूँ black को. In the position that we have in front of us, white has 0 ways of attacking. Yeah, you can play h5 or I'll play h6. I can play f6 and stop you from accessing the g7 square. If we trade the queens, white has no way of making progress. यहाँ पे हिकारू का जीतने का चांस 0 है. But in the previous position, if you go rook takes d4 and you just completely go all out, then it's a 3 result position. And I think that's what he wants.
Coming to the next question now. So if Hikaru had 2 options, one option was 99% draw with, let's say, minor chances for either player, or one option where it's like all 3 results possible, but anything can happen. You think he will choose the second option, right? That's what you're saying. Like he will even accept a slightly worse just to attack. That's what you're saying.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I think Hikaru ka recap said that, yesterday when he said that this is a must-win game for him. If he doesn't win this, then his chances of candidates are gone. And okay, to an extent, I think he's right because Sindarov is miles ahead right now. He's 2 points ahead of Hikaru, which is, I mean, unprecedented, for Hikaru at least.
Which is Pragg's score, Sahaj bhai. 2 points.
Yeah,
हाँ भाई, तो प्रग और हिकारू को मिला के सिंडारोव के पॉइंट होते हैं भाई. सोचो आप.
Exactly.
That's a fair call because हम Fabi से compare कर रहे हैं सिंदारोव को, who's 1 point behind, but Hikaru is actually 2 points behind. So from his perspective, it might feel like a must-win and a fair.
Pragg is 1.5 points behind by. Only Fabi is 1 point behind.
So I think मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पे knight f5. हाँ राकेश भाई.
हाँ, knight f5 की गेम पे जाओ. Can we go full screen there? Sahaj bhai, Tiku bhai and chat, did you see that 220 IQ move by Sindarov? 4-5 बारी नाइट के ऊपर हाथ जा रहा था उसका. हिकारू आए, कॉफी लेके गए, कॉफी रिफिल करने, और तुरंत सिंदारोव ने खेला मूव. बिकॉज जो टाइम देख रहे हो, हिकारू हैज जस्ट वेस्टेड 2 minutes almost of his time.
But he'll have coffee and then he will wake up, yeah?
But 2 minutes is 10% of his remaining time. सोचो.
भाई हिकारू भाई 21 minutes, he has to play 23 moves. Where is he?
भाई हिकारू कहाँ है?
भाई दूसरी बार हो रहा है. फाबी के साथ भी यही हुआ था भाई. And yeah.
भाई that is insane. Hikaru, where are you?
भाई कॉल करो यार कोई उसको.
भाई अगर कॉल मिल गया तो come on, where is Hikaru Nakamura? Oh my God, he's falling below 21 minutes mark. He cannot afford this loss.
भाई जब ये DGT की क्लॉक्स में ना, by the way, at least in the olden days, 20 मिनट तक ना क्लॉक दिखाती थी कि इट इज 0.20, तो आप सेकंड्स नहीं देख सकते थे चैट। पर जब 20 के नीचे वो जाता था ना क्लॉक, तो आपको मिनट्स भी दिखते थे, सेकंड्स भी दिखते थे, देन यू नो दैट इट्स रियल। ठीक है, तो ये जो मेमोरी है ना, ये बहुत चेस प्लेयर्स अपने साथ कैरी करते हैं कि अगर आपकी घड़ी 20 मिनट से नीचे होती है, देन ओके, देन इट जस्ट गॉट रियल। आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट हिकारू इज फीलिंग राइट नाउ।
भाई पर 3 मिनट निकल गए उसके यार इस चक्कर में। That is a lot of time to lose because especially if he had already decided his move, that's just free time he lost for no reason. So Sindarov playing it very practical, very smartly, and 220 IQ indeed. I agree. Like that was very. You can argue if it's great, but if he did it intentionally or not, I don't know. But regardless, yeah, 3 minutes he got out of it, and Hikaru now falling below 20-minute mark.
भाई this is tough. And yeah, chat, मतलब I know वो lounge में गया था, players lounge, but there is a TV screen. He could have seen कि सिंदारो ने खेला है.
Yeah. He captures pawn takes, वही हो रहा है भाई, queen f4 king h2 knight d4, वही होगा भाई।
सहज भाई का वेरिएशन. Come on, नाका.
भाई ये प्रेशर कुकर की आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है? ये हिकारू के अंदर के दिल की आवाज तो नहीं सुनाई दे रही हमें। मुझे ऐसा लगा
अरे
एक सेकंड
भाई
के लिए।
भाई भाई भाई
मुझे एक से लगा
Candidate का
हिकारू का ना
pressure.
लाइक ऐसे वो it's that sort of position, yeah, मतलब ये wow. Hikaru by the way still
समय भाई
thinking.
OP.
queen f4 is what we need to play। अच्छा, आप समझ आ गया कहाँ से आ रही थी वो आवाज, ओके।
कहाँ से आ रही है?
queen f4 is what
भाई हिकारू से आ रही है, I'm telling you.
हाँ हाँ भाई, हिकारू ही है। 19 minutes by the way, we have gone below the 20-minute mark।
भाई this is tough for Naka.
Chat, like the stream because we are deciding Gukesh's next challenger in real time, and right now Uzbek number 2, Sindarov, seems to be just steamrolling his opponents. He's gonna potentially jump to world number 5 after this game, right below Nodirbek Abdusattarov, unke country number 1. What a crazy matchup this is, chat. Hikaru, the streamer number 1 in the world, trying to become world champion. You know, उनसे पूछा गया था लाइव टेस्ट टेस्ट में कि क्या आपको लगता है आप कभी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन पाएंगे, और उन्होंने कहा था ना, और इतना सैड एडिट बनाया था हम लोगों ने भाई, बिकॉज इट वाज वेरी सैड, बट दिस इज हिज ड्रीम। आई थिंक इफ यू आस्क हिम समथिंग इज नॉट अचीव्ड सो फार इन हिज लाइफ, वन थिंग, this is what he'll point to, but Sindarov trying to take it away from him right now. And Sahaj bhai, lag raha hai Hikaru still not convinced with this move. 18 minutes to play, 22 moves.
भाई आई थिंक इधर रहते हैं because this is gonna get very very दिलचस्प very very soon।
Wow,
भाई
dilchasp.
queen f4 is the only move, or queen g5, but queen g5's plan is the same because after h6 you would go queen g3, you will be on the same diagonal defending your bishop, so it's a queen move, queen f4 or queen g3, otherwise I think Hikaru is basically lost।
Wow. And chat, looking at Hikaru's expressions, I'm still not convinced. Coming back to what we discussed, Sahaj, by like if Hikaru was shaking his head confidently, his body language portrayed it, I would say, okay, Hikaru still has winning chances. But जितना उनकी मैं body language देख रहा हूँ, उतना मुझे stress हो रहा है. It could be a trap also. Chat, let's not forget Hikaru इसे पूछा गया था लाइव टेस्ट में कि क्या आप अपोनेंट को थोड़ा सा डिसआर्म करने के लिए ऐसे एक्सप्रेशंस देते हो कई बार, वो कहते हैं हाँ. So he's done it before, and every chess player done it before. So it could be like to lower Sindarov's guard as well, but it also kind of feels genuine because position genuinely kharab hai. So let's see what he does. Queen f4 mentioned by Sahaj Bhai as one of the alternatives. Queen ko game milana hai. You cannot attack the opponent king without your queen. And Rakesh Bhai, I mean king, ye move basically aani hi hai, like in some move order, yeah. And played.
Come on,
Let's
Naka,
go.
chalo.
Rook takes d4 incoming. Very, very soon. Okay, I think now it's a bit tricky for Sindarov because he cannot play knight c. Okay, knight c6, knight c2 we saw already. What if I go bishop e6? Why is that bad? Is it just that I give the that I take the pawn on b7? Yeah, is there something else?
Yes, it's just take the pawn, and now white is better. White is actually better because I think the rook is also kind of trapped, right? For example, rook d8 अगर भागने के करते हो, bishop c7, and it's a fork. So rook is basically gone on 8.
So simple moves like bishop e6 don't work in the position.
Yeah.
Knight
What?
c2 पे क्या चक्कर है?
Knight c2 पहले
भाई same है
बराबर
ना,
था.
king h2.
नहीं, apparently
नहीं,
Sahaj
why
bhai,
is knight c6
it's
blue arrow?
yeah,
हाँ
because
भाई, वो
rook
लेकिन वो
d5.
ट्रांसपोज हो रहा है भाई, वो ट्रांसपोज हो रहा है एक दूसरे में. हाँ, रुक d5 इज अ
नहीं,
न्यू
rook
मूव.
d5 is a difference, Sahaj bhai, apparently. Rook d5 because and if knight 4. Oh! Queen d4 is the plan.
But what if I
अरे
do the same for knight c6,
हाँ,
Tiku bhai?
okay.
भाई, बिशप
Knight
e6 ना.
c6, rook d5, and now bishop e6 क्या?
हाँ, बिशप e6 and then I think that
हाँ,
knight on c2 is just unprotected यहाँ पर है, defended. But yeah,
wow.
that was a nice tactic, Tiku bhai. Nicely spotted there.
Bhai, I wasn't the one to spot that. I think Indian bhai, shukriya
Bhai,
BM. But what a tactic by
Bhai, they
Andrey.
say don't blame the messenger, but you can at least reward. You can at least like congratulate the messenger in this sense. That's what I'm doing, bhai. But
Oh,
you
nice.
still spotted
Sahaj bhai would have been a
beauty
great
there.
king in the Purana Zamana. सारे मैसेंजर अमीर होते सहज भाई की रेन में बट
Of course, of
थैंक्स
course.
भाई बट आई थिंक नाइट c6 ओनली मूव अगर है ओके इट डज मेक सेंस दो बिकॉज बिशप e6 नहीं आ सकता बिकॉज ऑफ बिशप b7 सो इफ आई वाज प्लेइंग अ बुलेट गेम लाइक इट डज मेक सम सेंस टू पुट द नाइट ऑन c6
I don't. एक यार वो वाला कैमरा है जहाँ पे हम we can see like where Sindarov is like looking and stuff.
hmm
'Cause I wanna get his. I just wanna see if he's looking at the C file because it's knight c6 or knight c2. Okay, left hand. That means he's looking on the right side of the board. That means it could be knight c2 or knight c6. Yeah, he is looking on that side of the board actually.
yeah.
wow and Sindarov moments away from potentially winning but knight c6 is the move he needs to find he has all the time in the world by the way 80 मिनट है भाई उसके पास compared to 16 for Hikaru and I mean he should be able to find it. I'll be shocked if he doesn't. Do you think he finds knight c6? Yes or no? Simple question chat. No explanations. Yes or no? Knight c6 by Sindarov. Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai.
भाई नाइट c6 के बाद भी एक लाइन है जो बहुत काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, थोड़ी थोड़ी क्रेजी है.
पर निकालेगा कि नहीं पहले ये बताओ.
हाँ, आई थिंक निकालेगा वो.
Okay.
खेलेगा.
हाँ,
चलेगा
खेलेगा
यार.
आई थिंक. वो उधर ही देख रहा है भाई वो.
हाँ
ये
chat
लेफ्ट
की
हैंड से जब आप
majority
सोचते हो, आई थिंक आप राइट की तरफ देखते हो. आप राइट हैंड से जब आप सोचते हो ऐसे सर पकड़ के, तो आप लेफ्ट साइड की तरफ देखते हो. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट पीपल डू, या
तो
जनरली
अगर दोनों हाथ
स्पीकिंग.
से पकड़ के देख रहे हो
तो उसके
सेंटर में.
ये तो वो सेंटर में शॉट लेगी. इफ यू नो व्हाट आई मीन.
तो clip it and ship it bhai. Nice. And okay, so हाँ line क्या थी Sahaj bhai? Take us to the line.
लाइन थी भाई नाइट c6, बिशप c6, bc6,
हाँ
एंड इफ यू गो बिशप e5,
हाँ that's what
f6
I was
पे
checking.
बिशप टेक्स f6 भाई.
हाँ that's what I saw with the help of the Indian Sahaj bhai. वही तो मैं बोल रहा था.
ये
And
पूरा
now
देखा
king
है आपने
h2.
किंग h2.
नहीं king h2 तक I saw and rook g1 का idea. Take
हाँ,
us
okay,
through.
yeah, exactly. This is good, no? Why is this losing?
There's
Okay,
only
if this
one
is
move
not
chat.
lost, then okay, it's working in my opinion.
There's only one move for black chat. कौन निकालेगा? कौन है हमारे defensive geniuses in the chat? Checkmate आ रहा है. You don't have much time. एक ही चाल है black के पास which defense. I mean this is almost impossible to find though. But maybe you can do it chat. Yes, it is pawn 64. Rook e4 is the move. And if rook g1,
High
king
impossible move.
f7, this is the only way. Queen h6, very important. Queen c7 check.
अरे वाह.
Yeah. That's
भाई देख रहे हो? And okay, it's not over. King h3 or king h1, black to play only move chat. Can you find it? Only move in the position. जो निकालेगा वो बंदा मतलब हीरो है आज का. मतलब
King
ये
e6.
कैंडिडेट्स छोड़ो. हाँ भाई king e6 only move. So it's very hard for Sindarov to find all of this. I mean, he might find it, but it's still tough, yeah? So Hikaru, real chances still. I wouldn't really ignore his chances just yet. King e6, wow.
मैंने भी थोड़ा क्लाउड लगाया हुआ है. डेप्थ 40 पे मैं थोड़ा अनाउंस करता हूँ व्हाट इज द ट्रूथ अबाउट द पोजीशन, बट राइट नाउ इट्स लुकिंग लाइक -1. एंड नाइट c6 के बाद भाई आई थिंक बिशप c6 इज रॉन्ग. किंग h2 इज व्हाट वेयर इट्स हेडेड. उस एंड आई थिंक देयर हिकारू हैज. भाई हिकारू घूम क्यों रहा है? लाइक 16 मिनट पड़े हैं उसके पास.
भाई वो
Like
वैसे
that.
खड़े होके देखने में एक्सपर्ट है ना, like expressions,
But
content is
he just
important.
went. अभी Sindarov खेलेगा again, he will lose like 1 minute.
सही है भाई.
Like वो कॉफी वाला जो आपने बताया, फिर वहां पे भी 3 मिनट गए थे.
Beware, his court is off. भाई last time 2022 से कैंडिडेट्स में जब हिकारू ने कोर्ट निकाला था, it was to checkmate somebody. मुझे याद है एक कोई वीडियो बनी थी उसकी. So let's see how it goes. Sindarov, by the way, right now not close to a conclusion. Yeah, I think he's taking his time. देख रहे हो, मतलब like आराम से बैठा हुआ है, no hurry whatsoever. So he's not gonna play very quickly, I think, is my guess.
Depth 36 पे हो, by the way, and just giving you an update, the position is -2.
Wow.
And it's the only move. Knight c6 is an only move in this position.
And chat, this is not सोच रहा है, just 1 second look at the Fabi game, seems to be close to winning for him already. I don't know why we don't have his camera, but it seems like after bishop d3, rook e8, takes h4, bishop e5, just king b1 and launch the attack, h5. Very, very strong. Okay, camera nahi hai, so we won't stick here for long. We'll jump to Pragg quickly and want to get your opinion, Rakesh. By the way, FC played by Pragg. He played f3. Sahaj bhai, how do you feel about this?
धोखा.
जीत जाएगा तो ठीक है भाई, नहीं जीतेगा तो फिर थोड़ा बुरा लगेगा. You know?
कितना डिसइंटरेस्टेड रिप्लाई था ना ऐसे, मतलब देख जीत जाएगा तो देख लेंगे.
F3, yeah, it's just no, it doesn't speak to me. Golden pawn, bhai. Okay, but queen f2 makes sense, and then maybe is my plan to go g4 at some point? No, right? Yeah, queen f2, queen h4, maybe, yeah, something.
Depends on what you play as black, though, right? What is black gonna play? I'm not even sure what's black's move.
King knight d7, maybe. No, knight c6 is there. Never mind.
d7, yeah, knight c6, bishop b5, बहुत सारे moves हैं. What would you play then? It's not clear. Black bishop b8. I don't know. But इसमें कोई issue लग रहा है मुझे. Bishop a3 में भी at some point looks very scary. What is black's move? Any thoughts, chat? भाई ये तो कुछ अजीब सी, सब कुछ tight down है यहाँ पे, like ऐसे black का.
भाई
Yeah.
एसिपेंको भी आ सकता है टाइम प्रेशर में ये गेम में, क्योंकि 22 moves to play in 38 minutes.
Apparently the best move is bishop f5. But that's basically tempting g4, yeah? मतलब kind of inviting g4 कि खेलो, मुझे मार. But Pragg, knowing कि b4 के साथ piece sack हुआ था, will he go g4 now? एक
Flip it
तरफ
and ship
मारा
it,
था.
chat.
क्या बोल दिया मैंने भाई?
कोई नहीं, क्लिप करके कोई भेजेगा आपको, अब श्योर.
नहीं, पर एक बार हार्ट ब्रेक हो चुका है b4 के बाद. Will he now go g4? I'm not sure.
Tough, bhai, tough. Very tough. भाई मैं तो बार बार वो I keep looking at Hikaru and I just keep wondering 16 मिनट
Queen
भाई.
g7 played. Slight error by Esipenko here.
B4 is good now, no? There is no
b4, I think
C4.
this c4 maybe. The bishop might get trapped.
But that was always bad, C4. No?
Yeah, but this is actually much worse. But there is a
Okay.
nice move here, chat. Continue करना है अपने plan से. What is Pragg's best move? Gives him a plus 0.7 edge, which is pretty decent actually in this position. I think Esipenko lacked a plan and couldn't come up with the best idea. And देख रहे हो यार, Queen and Rook opposite, usually not tactically correct, Rakesh भाई.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं भाई, इससे अच्छा तो बिशप f5 खेल देते और आ बैल मुझे मार वाला g4 अलाउ करते.
And by the way, chat में जिन लोगों को लग रहा हो, just wanna mention it, जिन लोगों को ये राकेश भाई का ये लास्ट वाले सुन के लग रहा हो कि हम कोई कॉन्टेस्ट कर रहे हैं आज, नहीं, that was pure Rakesh, like that was a Rakesh original right there.
राकेश भाई तो अटक ही गए देख से के लिए सुन के.
बढ़िया. कुछ गलत है भाई g4 में. I think h3 g4 खेलना है आपको. कुछ गलत है g4 में.
g4, apparently there is knight d7, which is better for black. And black is exchanging pieces. वही आपका plan है सहज भाई, knight d7. He just moved the queen away first, essentially. So, यहाँ की best
Thug
move
life.
is,
पता है? नहीं बोलो ये कंप्लीट करो फिर बोलता हूँ.
is actually queen h4. That's the best plan.
Bishop
What do you
d3
make of
lao
this?
and attack on the king.
Yeah, and you still have that g4, g5 plan also if you want it. What do you think about this move, Sahaj?
I think it's good. You are creating some attack on the king side. That is always good. Some g4, g5 plans. Bishop d3 say h7 के pawn पे थोड़ा pressure आ सकता है. That's just an added bonus. Sometimes you can also go pawn takes pawn and that bishop on b2 becomes open. That's also a very nice idea. And I'm still struggling to find a move for black. Like, what is your like? How do you proceed? I can't visualize properly. Like, what is a good plan here? There is no way you can activate the bishops or rooks or knight d7 you can play, पर उसमें हमेशा bishop d3 and h7 मरता रहेगा. I don't know. It looks
Yeah.
uncomfortable, very uncomfortable for Esipenko. I think I'm taking. मैंने 4 result predict किए थे. 4 तो नहीं होंगे. Because looks like Anish and Wei Yi are going to finish the game very very soon. It looks very very symmetrical. But apart from this, 3 game में result तो है भाई.
Yeah, I think आज Pragg has good chances. एक suffocating सी position है I think Esipenko की यहाँ पे. And as you mentioned, Rakesh bhai, time is also a factor. So देखना पड़ेगा कैसे खेलते हैं. And meanwhile, if we can have Pragg and Sindarov again, the 2-board setup, I think that will be amazing. Both the games reaching a crucial phase. Pragg having the chance to get the advantage, and Sindarov has the advantage, but can he maintain it? Can we have that 2-board setup, please? Thank you.
कि भाई I think Sindarov has been thinking for 12 minutes और उसके पास अभी भी 1 घंटा और 3 मिनट ज़्यादा है. That's how crazy the time advantage is here. चैट में लिख रहे हैं गुकेश ब्लंडर. वाह भाई वाह.
Sindarov about to play. Knight के ऊपर हाथ गया.
Wow.
नाइट के कौन नाइट का कैसा था? मतलब वाज ही गोइंग बैकवर्ड्स और लाइक नाइट c2 नाइट c6 या मे बी लाइक वो हाथ कभी पता लगता है ना ऐसे, लाइक इफ यू डू इट लाइक दिस एंड यू
देखो
पीछे ला रहा है.
अरे पीछे तो
वही थी भाई बेस्ट मूव. ओनली चाल जिसमें -2 है एट डेप्थ 40. तो इट्स विनिंग. Sindarov is objectively winning भाई.
भाई वो रोक रहा है खुद को खेलने से. It's the pressure.
I know we are admiring Pragg की 99 accuracy in a calm position, but Sindarov की 99.7% accuracy in this crazy position is insane.
Absolutely insane.
And also 16 मिनट उसके पास भाई.
इस बार नाका जल्दी आ गया.
Wow.
सहज भाई कितने टाइम में किंग h2 खेलेगा? प्रेडिक्शन.
भाई I hope in the next 30 seconds. Why is he think भाई सोच क्यों रहा है ये? There we go. King h1 he plays. Oh, that's not good. King h1 is strange, no? King h2 makes so much more sense here.
भाई पर याद है वो क्वीन c7 चेक कर रहा था एक वेरिएशन में जहां पे किंग e6 भाग रहा था.
So भाई वो तो बिशप c6 में था, इसमें थोड़ी ना था वो.
उसमें था क्या?
हाँ बिशप. जब तक मेरा बिशप d6 पे पड़ा है तब तक आप मेरे को चेक कैसे दे सकते हो? So that's my point. Like
मतलब he's gonna good point actually. Very interesting. And knight d4 पे, are you still in with this sacrifice or do you want to play something else?
सहज भाई तो ऑल इन है.
क्या उनका इंटरनेट भी ऑल इन है क्या?
I feel like after knight d4 he's planning bishop e5 भाई. So that's the only way I can explain it. Knight f3 is not a check there. How else do you explain this? ये तो king h2 is so natural in this position, I think.
But अभी queen f3 के बाद like this bishop on the long exactly.
Not queen f3 भाई, something else like some tactic. Rook g1 is working maybe or no? तो queen f3 से पहले भाई.
Knight g1 ही मार.
यहाँ.
No, you have knight e5. Sorry, the d8 square is defended.
Also, apparently, this is the best move is bishop d7. Yeah, very smart. Saying we are forcing Marna, and now we take on e5, and this is, I think, basically no chance for Hikaru. Yeah, because lineup is खत्म हो गए.
Tiku, why can't we take the bishop directly? Bishop d7 क्यों खेल रहा है?
You mean in this position? यहाँ पे rook e5 क्या?
सहज भाई आप मत बताओ.
मैं ना बताऊं? नहीं कुछ होगा ना, कोई टैक्टिक होगा ना यहाँ पे. रुको
वही तो पूछ रहा हूँ तुझे क्या है.
क्वीन G3, क्वीन C3 में भी, because queen यहाँ मारोगे तो
Yes.
mate. हाँ.
Beautiful tactic. Queen C3, even if you go Queen C7, तो E5 उड़ाओ और mate करो.
हाँ. पार भी नहीं बता रहा है भाई ये. But okay. Yeah. So
भाई
going
अब
back.
इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये कि सिंडरॉफ के पास बहुत ऑप्शंस हैं इधर, and they are all winning, like okay, giving him almost a winning advantage.
कितना है? +2 या नहीं?
हाँ, +2 -2 तो है ही अगर आप बेस्ट मूव खेलते हो नाइट D4 के बाद. But there's also like bishop E6, which is also kind of interesting. H1 is just such a weird move, I think. I'm not sure why he chose King H2 over H1 over H2.
No idea. Maybe recap में पता चलेगा. By the way, Bishop D3 played by Pragg. Clearly intentions clear about something coming on the king side.
Yep. And I think both players must be tense, right? I mean, all the four players must be tense, actually. I was talking about the first two, Hikaru and Sindarov, earlier, but Bishop D3 खेल दिया है वहाँ पे, King H1 खेल दिया है. Both the white players getting up for an attack. I mean, this candidate is promising to be a tough one. Yeah? Do you think we could have like 10 points for the winner this time? Because अगर सिंदारोव ऐसे ही खेलते हैं तो 10 पॉइंट तो करने ही पड़ेंगे विनर को जीतने के लिए, नहीं?
But Sindarov मतलब हाँ, yeah.
नहीं.
क्यों 4.5 तो हो ही जाएंगे भाई 5 गेम में, और 14 राउंड का इवेंट है.
वो थक जाएगा ना वो. I mean, that's I think what Vishy also mentioned. You should think of it as like, something like investment or something. Like if you have a bad day, you can always fall back to those points. It's a very
Insurance
nice way of
policy.
looking at it. Insurance policy, yes.
Chat, do like this stream ताकि और लोग आए and मजा आएगा हिकारू के हेडशेक्स देखने में, because he looks confident थोड़ा बहुत, at least थोड़ा सा convincingly body language से बैठे हुए हैं. Sindarov still not sure about his move. किंग एश1 बहुत जल्दी खेला उन्होंने, 27 सेकंड ही लिए बस, बट स्टिल द टास्क इज टफ. 16 मिनट 20 चाल. एंड डू यू थिंक वी इवन रीच 40 मूव्स इन दिस गेम, राकेश भाई?
नहीं.
नहीं ना, वही मुझे भी लग रहा है.
इसके पहले ही नाकामुरा जीत जाएगा.
Hey, क्या बात है, let's go.
By the way, Esipenko offering a repetition भाई. Rook C8, Bishop A6, Pragg को बोल रहा है प्लीज ड्रॉ ले लो.
या प्रग तो नहीं लेगा. प्रग ने नजर मार ली होगी बोर्ड के ऊपर. फैबी ने भी एक्चुअली नजर मार ली होगी.
उसके गेम से फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता भाई. Pragg still has to win. He's 1.5 points behind. He has to win like every game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What's the best move for Sindarov? Actually, there are many. There is Bishop E6, there's Knight D4. Number one, I guess, is Knight D4 still. But Bishop E6 also works. Apparently King H8 or something I was looking at was also working. बहुत सारी चाहिए. King H1 is just, yeah, very bad from Hikaru, I think. कुछ तो मिस हुआ उससे.
हाँ, and भाई मतलब he is 3 pawns up, Sindarov. तो that is the main reason which like even opposite color bishops वगैरह नहीं चलेगा.
Yep. And I think black की जो top 3 preferences है engine की chat, first of all is queen C3, next is knight D4, and next is bishop E6. I think bishop E6 to me looks most human. Developing a piece. And bishop E6 के बाद, for example, I think maybe you play rook G1, maybe you play H5. All these moves make sense, but how is black neutralizing the attack? Let's say I play rook G1. What's your move here as black?
अरे भाई मेरे को समझ आ गया दिक्कत क्या है.
क्या?
भाई, in this scenario, black can always play queen C3. And before you could play bishop takes knight and bishop E5, but अब bishop takes knight पे queen H3 check है.
Mate.
मतलब mate नहीं है, but yeah, check है. That's the problem.
That's why king H2 पे चाहिए था सहज भाई.
हाँ, इसलिए H2 पे चाहिए king.
Deep.
Okay, didn't think about all of that, but still, like optically, king h2 just makes so much more sense.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, he's about to play knight d4. सिंदारो भाई भाई हिकारू ने लिख भी दिया मूव.
भाई टाइम कहाँ है उसके पास? वो प्री मूव अगर ऑप्शन यहाँ पे होता तो हिकारू वुड बी वेरी थैंकफुल राइट नाउ बिकॉज ही
पेन
लिटरली
हाथ
हैज
में
नो
लेके
टाइम.
बैठा है. पेन हाथ में लेके बैठा है हिकारू कि अभी खेलेगा.
Wow. So Bira be in 1 minute, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. So we have king h1 and Sindarov thinking हाथ गया था, I'm guessing उसका knight पे, so he's going for knight d4. He plays it. Wow. 16 minutes for Hikaru. Okay, he goes rook g1. That's another mistake from Hikaru.
Wait,
Hi,
but
that's
G
another mistake. G6 is now -2
only move.
for Sindarov. Only move. And G6 ke baad, we don't have access to the board, but of course we can still look at it. Rook takes knight is very, very strong. Rook takes knight, pawn takes rook, and h5. But okay, like because Sindarov has more time on the clock, Rakesh, bhai, I feel like he should be able to figure it out. What do you think?
Agreed. And point है कि भाई मेथड ऑफ एलिमिनेशन ही है ना सिंदारो के लिए. So you can literally figure it out कि knight e6, knight f3, bishop e6 में क्या हो रहा है.
Exactly.
क्योंकि लाइक अगर अभी टिकू भाई नहीं है बट नाइट टेक्स बिशप में चैट ना वाइट के पास एक बढ़िया ड्रॉ है. सो सिंदारो हैज टू बी
Bishop
केयरफुल.
e5. Bishop e5 क्या? No.
नहीं उड़ा दो.
Rook,
रुक
Rook
g7.
g7. Oh, wow. Beautiful. Ah, takes Rook g1 check. Very nice.
या और नाइट से मारोगे तो g5 स्क्वायर मिल गया.
Yeah. Maybe
We'll
that's
show
what
you
he got.
एक बार टिकू
So
भाई आ
let
जाए.
me tell you, Jad, if Sindarov goes knight takes bishop in this position, Hikaru will take the draw with like both hands very, very easily.
या भाई नाका ने भी उतार दिया कोट. ही नोज ही इज विनिंग राइट. मतलब सिंदारो विल नॉट चिकन आउट लाइक दिस. उसको पता है जीत रहा है वो.
हिकारू को पता है कि वो जीत रहा है, सिंडारोव को पता है.
नहीं सिंदारो को पता है वो जीत रहा है ना. वो ऐसे नाइट f3 करके ड्रॉ नहीं लेगा फिर.
I mean, maybe it doesn't happen at the highest level, but I'm sure Rakesh bhai आपके साथ हुआ होगा, मेरे साथ तो बहुत हुआ है. But like when you have a winning position, you have this sort of like एक वो आप थोड़ा impatient हो जाते हो. You want to finish the game quickly. You see कि मेरे opponent के पास 16 मिनट है, तो you just want to make the moves quickly to get them in time trouble, and sometimes you miss things like tactical shots like Rook G7 check, like we saw now. So I think that the possibility of that is there still.
एंड सहज भाई इसीलिए वो बोलता है ना इट इज वेरी टफ टू विन अ वन पोजीशन.
Exactly. आप Hikaru कल ही इतना मतलब he was completely winning in that Rook endgame, and it was so I mean he had like 40 minutes on the clock and Rook endgame था भाई. वो तो आप डायरेक्टली कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो. ऐसा नहीं कि आपको फील करना है, असेस करना है. You calculate everything in the end game. And Hikaru spent his time. It's not like कि वो जल्दी खेला, but still he couldn't, yeah. So not easy for sure.
Canvas Thoughts is asking Sahaj bhai how easy it is to find that pawn move g6.
I think it's the first move anyone will look at here, क्योंकि अगर आपने pawn को नहीं टच किया तो rook takes pawn चेक आ रहा है जहाँ पे आपकी मेट हो रही है 1 2 3 4 moves में. So I think he has to play g6 to not allow rook takes pawn, and then उसके बाद I think Sindarov की proper thinking शुरू होगी, like what to play. I'm sure Hikaru has a move ready. Maybe it's h5, maybe it's rook takes knight. I don't know which one it is, but then I think Sindarov will think for a little bit. At least he should.
Agreed. Yeah, Ishant, you're right. Like Hikaru, if it's White's turn to play, Hikaru would love to play rook takes pawn and take the draw. So he's threatening that rook takes pawn check. So Sindarov has to block it by pushing pawn to g6.
Exactly. So same reason why, like in this position, अगर आपने black के bishop को touch किया, like bishop e6 for example, that is mate in 4. That's how aggressive, that's how tactical the position really is. So yeah, it looks like it's winning for Sindarov, but on the board, when they don't know the eval, it's a different story. He's going for the pawn.
Bhai, there is no way. How is he playing so well, man? This is insane. Nahi?
World number 6, bhai. World number 6 hai, bhai.
No, I know, but like he's playing an insane chess, man. So impressed by Sindarov. Only move pe only move. Just want to point out 99% से ज़्यादा accuracy है भाई. That's crazy. तो chat में
Yeah.
G6 is easy. नहीं man, I think you have to admire Sindarov here. Wow.
By the way, I don't know if Sahaj Bhai or chat knows this, but can you guess why Sindarov is in form? Like there is a fascinating stat about Sindarov that currently he is on a 45 game unbeaten streak chat. 45 गेम में हारा ही नहीं है क्लासिकल चेस में.
Wow. Wow.
That's very impressive for for this level, for sure.
राकेश भाई बहुत रिस्की सवाल पूछते हैं, ये तो मानना पड़ेगा.
भाई रिस्की क्या था? सतीश भाई पूछ रहे वैसे सहज भाई एंड टिको भाई आपके लिए भी. Who will you have a favorite for the world championship if Sindarov wins? गुकेश या Sindarov?
ये कैसा कैसा
Favorite
कैसा
कौन?
सवाल है भाई ये?
I think
नहीं आपको
it's an
कौन चाहिए वो नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ. मतलब फेवरेट कौन होगा odds के हिसाब से?
I think जो भी प्लेयर हाई रेटेड होगा वो फेवरेट होगा.
मतलब Sindarov.
At the time when the world championship begins, Sindarov की ज़्यादा रेटिंग है तो he will be a favorite, I think.
Let's check.
I think chess
Prakhar कह
chess
रहा
में
है-
it's very simple. I think because you just decide based on rating, yeah.
अगर कह रहा है
Yeah.
Indians, by the way, G6 about to be played and played by Sindarov. I think I kind of agree with Saj, but just to put it this way कि अगर अभी मैच होता, I think Sindarov would be favorite. Like इसमें कोई doubt
अभी
ही
तो
नहीं है.
for sure I think Sindarov, but I think by that time Gukesh is going to be very different because he's doing. I mean, he's trying to yeah, थोड़ा ease into it, playing some open events, get some nice relaxing chess, and I think then he'll feel a bit more like himself because remember that's how he got to the top by playing those events. In fact, I think he's won Menorca Open before, right?
He's not playing the Open, by the way, Saj, but he's playing a round
हाँ वही
robin.
मतलब. Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, वहाँ पे दो और Indian है, Hari Krishna and Nihal as well. So, but yeah, I mean, it's not the event he traditionally plays. Agree there. And मेरे हिसाब से तो Gukesh is putting effort into his chess, as you mentioned. Also, like उससे पहले Olympiad है. Like Olympiad will always bring out the best in Gukesh, and timing couldn't be better. Just 1.5, 2 months before the World Championship. So hopefully that gives him the final push he needs. But okay, right now he has to work on his chess. And Sindarov right now, it wouldn't be even a competition. Sindarov is clearly better right now.
भाई फाइनल पुश से एक बात याद आई, आप अपने फ्रेंड को चैट में इग्नोर कर रहे हो भाई.
मैं उसका
Wait,
नाम नहीं
wait.
ले रहा हूँ. Okay. Wait, what?
What?
ब्लंडर.
What?
Game
ब्लंडर
over.
बाय
Game
हिकारू.
over. Game over भाई.
भाई मिस कर दिया कुछ हिकारू ने फॉर श्योर.
अभी हेड चेक को आएगा, आई थिंक. अभी हेड चेक आएगा भाई.
सहज भाई बताइए why is it such a big mistake?
Bishop e6, I'm guessing. I कुछ tactical रहेगा. I'm not sure what it is, but I think bishop d5 he played to play like rook takes g6 check at some point क्योंकि black f pawn से capture नहीं कर सकता. And I think bishop e6 makes the most sense. Even after bishop takes b7, which is Hikaru's idea, मैं वो rook को छोड़ भी सकता हूँ वहाँ पे. Like even if you take that, I mean I'm just saying that's how good the position is.
Bhai, he's attacking as if he has time. Basically, if I gave you 3 moves in a row, I think you will put bishop on d5 somehow. But itna time hai hi nahi. Just bishop e6 and black के सारे piece develop हो चुके हैं. You can probably win a pawn, but even then, why bishop d5 then? Because then you could have played anything else, no? Some extra move there. You could have taken directly on b7. So I'm not sure what bishop
100%.
d5 is.
100%. And chat, I
Sahaj
think,
bhai?
Rakesh bhai, just one thing, I'm going to lose my thought. I think chat में किसी ने लिखा था कि knight e2 क्यों नहीं इस position में, and वहाँ पे I think queen h6 है मेरे पास, and I think I understood कि हिकारू ने क्या मिस किया. I think maybe he thought bishop e6 के बाद bishop e5 है उसके बाद, and he didn't see bishop d5 as a check. वही king h2 पे होता तो ये possible ना होता.
Correct. Correct, exactly.
भाई ये
And
मिस किया
Sahaj
उसने.
on this, what if I chop on g1 queen h6 के बाद?
भाई डोंट डू इट भाई.
Like
ये तो
92
मतलब
play,
अगर सिंडारो सोचेगा भी है तो ये गलत है भाई. ओहो, दैट बिग ऑफ अ जंप. या
Ooh.
क्रेजी. बिशप f7 या.
Bishop.
Yes, it is bishop f7, king check, king f6 only move. And now apparently, what's the winning idea? I'm not sure. Oh wow, h5, Milton 5 hai.
अरे भाई, that's nice. That's
You
very nice.
allow this and now take on g1. Ah, okay, battery खत्म हो गई, मैं वो कर दूंगा change. But yeah, oh my god, yeah, this is not easy. But of course, like वो check वाला motive शायद miss किया होगा. But whatever he missed, the end result is, look at that jump from the bar, yeah, minus
Yeah.
3.8. That's like black has extra 4 pawns.
भाई
But
4.5 राउंड में. He's about to
why
play
he's playing,
bishop e6.
he's playing bishop e6. Why he's playing bishop
Ah.
e6? He's ending Hikaru's chances what like completely.
भाई बिशप e6
Wow.
is clinical.
He's teasing it literally and touching the piece, and Hikaru's like, "Bhai, tu chal le yaar."
सबसे पेन पे लेके बैठा है.
uh,
भाई अभी तो टाइम प्रेशर भी फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. आई थिंक पोजीशन इज जस्ट गॉन.
आप करोगे क्या? Like bishop b7 is one move, and
हाँ, व्हाट इफ आई चॉप द पॉन सहज भाई बिशप इनटू
भाई I mean,
b7.
knight e2 is just winning, no? Knight e2, you move the queen, I take the rook on g1. He has to
He's
take
about
bishop
to
here. I
take
think he's
भाई.
going for it, yeah.
भाई वो एक किंग h2 कितना फर्क पड़ता है.
yeah, and iska matlab very likely I would say almost guaranteed now Sindarov is going to win again, and Fabi ki advantage kam ho chuki hai. Does that scare you a bit, Sahaj bhai? By the way, should we haven't played?
No, not really. I mean, I think he's running away with it. That is for sure.
You know,
और भाई अगर फाबी का ड्रॉ हो गया तो 1.5 पॉइंट की लीड हो जाएगी भाई उसके पास. Yeah, it's
bhai, let's
dead
just do a
lost. Why?
quick.
How is this possible? He's dead. Hikaru is dead lost in move 22 with white pieces.
Bhai, we need a bird's eye view right now because I think crazy चीजें चल रही हैं. Sahaj bhai, take us through the open section boards. अभी के लिए top 4. What's the evaluation? कितने result आ रहे हैं? कौन जीत रहा है? क्या लग रहा है भाई?
Left में I think Sindarov is winning. I think it's looking like it's winning. मतलब I don't think there is a lot of anything crazy anymore here. Fabi Bluebaum, I think Fabi has good chances still. Black's pieces are still largely undeveloped on the queen side. Queen भी d8 पे ही पड़ी हुई है, कुछ खास कर नहीं रही है वो. I'll say Fabi के जीतने का चांस काफी है. Pragg, I think maybe he's not as much better at as he was. I see he's played f4, f3 पे था pawn पहले, but still like slight chances, but gonna be a long one. And Anish versus Wei तो मतलब I think it should ideally end in a draw, but ये हमने कल भी कहा था between Wei and Hikaru, which did end in a draw, but it had some surprises here and there. And यहाँ पर भी rook ending के आने के chances मतलब काफी high हैं, so yeah, that would be the breakdown there. By the way, Zhu Jiner looks like she's taking over against Vaishali. That I see that bar is really up there.
Bhai, king e6 pair. I mean, that's insane. One misstep and you just resign. So queen g3,
Exactly.
queen g6 का idea भी हो सकता है in some cases. So very
I
interesting
think
position.
Maybe queen g3, king f7 and e6 check is your plan, yeah? So queen g3 के बाद queen e8 is your only move,
Yeah.
and so Vaishali is in trouble for sure.
I think Vaishali is struggling. And what about Divya Sahaj by final board?
I mean, I think she's defending. She has a broken pawn chain.
Wait,
That
what?
pawn on b7 is a bit.
Bhai, again the best move. Just want to point out, like, how crazy Sindarov's chess is. I really have to take you back, chat. Okay, look at every single move. C6, of course, this is opening theory. Now queen d4 is opening theory, opening theory. This is opening theory, which I have 3. And this is where the real battle starts, right? 92, 97, he knew. Again, opening theory, great preparation. 93, castles, great opening preparation. H4, queen h, a5, best move. This is where the real chess starts. B4, knight b4, best move. Castles, rook e8, best move. Queen d2, c5, best move. Rook d1, knight f5, best move. Knight f5, ef5, best move. Queen f4, knight c6, best move. King h1, knight d4, okay, one of the best moves. Rook g1, g6, best move. Bishop d5, bishop e6, best move. Bishop b7, knight e2. I mean, what is Hikaru supposed to do? Yeah, Sindarov is in the form of his life. What do you do against this Sahaj by Rakesh? You can't do anything.
सॉरी टिको, इंटरनेट चला गया, पर वापस थोड़ा बताना बेस्ट मूव क्या
हाँ,
था?
वो मैं ईमेल करता हूँ आपको सहज भाई, ईमेल करता हूँ मैं. I'll email you. बोलते तो वो क्या बोलते, फैक्स करता हूँ भाई.
By the way, look at this. Queen h6, queen c3. Queen h3 check incoming.
Wow.
और खेल किंग h1.
King
अरे
h,
यार.
why king h1 is the problem? King h2 पे होना चाहिए. मेरे को लग रहा है वो मतलब
राकेश
आगे
भाई
कर दो ना king, मतलब
ने इतना
this is bad.
कॉन्फिडेंटली बोला ना कि आप खेल के ये तो अगली बार मिलोगे करू से तो बोलना भाई.
भाई भाई मतलब
डैम यार भाई, क्या हो गया, फोक लग गया भाई.
सही में भाई. और चैट में भी लिख रहे हैं इंडियन प्लेयर्स को क्या नजर लग गई है क्या भाई, जीत ही नहीं रहा है
भाई. क्वीन d2.
हैं?
वेट व्हाट?
Wait, what?
व्हाट?
भाई दिस इज जस्ट रेजिग्नेशन.
दिस इज रिजाइंस. नो, ये क्या मूव थी?
What takes rook? How did he miss rook d8?
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है यार?
भाई 2 pawn up है Sindarov, आप एंड गेम में कैसे जा रहे हो?
भाई ठीक है, वेरिएशन दिखाना. रुक d8 टेकन बाय Sindarov. रुक
My first
d8
question, why not knight
best
g1?
move.
Why not just knight g1? Simple capture.
वो तो देखा भी नहीं मैंने
He
भाई.
take- he
Oh, he
goes for
takes
it.
it भाई.
Bishop a8, rook a8. He thinks this ये opposite color bishop में chance है draw का. That's what he thinks, yeah, maybe.
भाई no chance. I mean, come
Bhai,
on.
they're going
there
for
is
this.
Zero chance.
They're going for
no
this, by the way.
chance भाई. It's a draw. No chance.
कैसे बट सहज भाई, पॉन ऑपोजिट कलर तो ड्रॉ होता है.
रुक है ना मेरे पास भाई. अपोजिट कलर बिशप, बस रुक्स मत ट्रेड करो, या फिर रुक करोगे भी तो 2 पॉन तो ऑलरेडी है मेरे पास, तीसरा पॉन भी मिलने वाला है.
वैसे मतलब वी हैव टू let's stick to this game because Sindarov about to win very quickly. सहज भाई.
लग रहा है ऐसा भाई.
Bhai, I still can't believe he played queen d2. I just can't believe he played queen d2. I mean, it's insane to me. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura है भाई. भाई पूरी गेम अटैक करने के बाद queen d2 feels like almost like scam लग रहा है, मतलब move, मतलब ऐसे कि ये तो I feel like I will scammed out of the excitement.
Yeah, exactly. मतलब हारने वाले हो तो कुछ करके हारता ना, सैक्रिफाइस वगैरह मार के हारता.
And now rook d8, right?
Says now, do you chop bishop c4 या rook d8?
Rook d8 भाई. Because I don't allow you to take on c5 and yeah. This is dead loss भाई. This is over. This is completely over.
Chance.
Okay, so let's try to create the chance, Rakesh bhai. So यहाँ पे क्या खेलोगे? First of all, do you trade the rooks? Because if you do, then I win c4 for free, right? That should be too many pawns. ये भी broken है structure.
That's on the board. Just
it's
refresh.
on the board, yeah?
भाई ये लोग फटाफट खेल रहे हैं. Let's stay. Yeah, let's stay with them. Just refresh. हो रहा है ये सब.
Bhai, this is over. This is completely, Sahaj bhai, this is completely over, man. एक pass pawn यहाँ है, एक pass pawn यहाँ है. I mean, this should be winning. This is
Then
also.
Hikaru is just trying to finish the match, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna shake his
I
head
and
though. I'm pretty.
No, this
Bhai,
is not a draw, bhai.
Go
Yaar.
ahead.
bhai,
A5,
I'm
A4, come on.
I can assure you, once the king comes to h5, he's going to start shaking his head. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, he's kind of not correctly estimated the position here. There's no way he's voluntarily going for
Bhai,
this. I
how
mean,
are
he's.
you? No, nahi, bhai. 3 pawn hai black ke paas. Like you know it's lost.
But then why is he gone for this so like itna fast? Like, it doesn't make sense. No endgame mein to koi chance hi nahi. No counterplay whatsoever.
I'm
Like, this
guessing the
is
same
like.
thing happened with Fabi as well. Like they got some monster prep, and then there was a huge time difference, and the players spent like a very long time thinking about a complicated position. Then they make a slight error. Sindarov capitalizes on the time, and suddenly, both Fabi and Hikaru start, like they don't play like themselves because they have time pressure. It kind of makes sense.
But okay, I mean, I think
Same script, yeah.
so far, I think, let's just put it this way, कि Sindarov has played perfect chess, absolutely amazing. And I think a lot to be credited for his opening preparation, I think. वो castling वाला idea जो Hikaru ने देखा नहीं हुआ था, and he instantly faltered, right? Like instantly prep में आके उन्होंने गलती कर दी. So I think, and वो 1 घंटे से ऊपर लेने के बाद. So basically वो 1 घंटा जो हिकारू ने ओवर द बोर्ड लिया, वो पहले ही वो घर पे देख चुके थे Sindarov. So I think one of the main reasons is actually his opening prep. And if you want to beat Sindarov, you have to get him out of it. Otherwise, I think it's just on another level. Yeah, even Fabi and Hikaru can't match his opening prep. Who will?
I mean, Hikaru okay, has not played a lot of classical chess, but Fabi, yes, I agree with you. Fabi के साथ I think that was just unlucky. यहाँ पे I think he's definitely. I mean, Sindarov has definitely played more classical chess than Hikaru. At least in the recent
और भाई कह रहे should I
times.
give my GPay number? क्यों भाई आप नंबर क्यों बांट रहे हैं लोगों को चैट पे? ऐसा ना करें, थोड़ा आपका टॉक्स हो जाओगे. But and also Fabi गेम देखते हैं भाई. Fabi is still better by big blunder by Matthias Bluebaum after C3. And after h5 or king b1, both logical moves, it seems like Fabi is in for the chase. He is not giving up just yet. By the way, love this comment by Purna ji. कहते, you know it's serious when the Indian channel isn't showing Indian games. I love that comment. राकेश भाई आप रो क्यों रहे हो? क्या हो गया राकेश भाई?
भाई ये क्या टूर्नामेंट है, मतलब ऐसे सिद्धारो ही जीतेगा.
भाई ऐसा
भाई
ही फील हो रहा था
मेरा तो
दुनिया
सच
को.
में इंटरनेट गया था भाई, तो आई डोंट इवन नो. बट टिक्कू भाई आपका कैमरा नहीं चल रहा है.
वेट, मैंने ऑन तो किया. अच्छा मैंने ऑन ही नहीं किया. माय बैड भाई, सॉरी माय बैड.
भाई तब से ऑफ है क्या आपका कैमरा?
हाँ पता नहीं,
देखा ही
मेरा
नहीं
लगा
मैंने.
चुका था बट मैं ऑन
अच्छा.
करना भूल गया Zoom पे. बट ओके, लाइक दिस इज हाउ द वर्ल्ड फेल्ट इन 2024 राकेश भाई, व्हेन यू आर विनिंग एवरीथिंग. So now we are on the other side of the stick, yeah, and we are not liking it too much.
भाई मेरे को तो डर लग रहा है एट सम पॉइंट ना, वैशाली, दिव्या और प्रग के मिला के भी सिंदारो जितने पॉइंट होंगे या नहीं.
Damn. That's crazy.
Bhai, actually, if you think about it, like this is the biggest match. For Sindarov and Hikaru, biggest match in terms of rating, in terms of like the tournament standings, and it could end like the fastest. और वो भी black जीत रहा है. Like this is so weird. It's like chess is being rewritten, you know.
Bhai, I think I agree with you, Sahaj bhai, wholeheartedly, and I think the fact कि दोनों games जो भी सामने हैं उनमें से कोई भी Indian किए हैं tells you how well Sindarov has played. Completely turned the tournament on its head. And again, want to say it out loud, Vishy sir predicted this in our tier list, Rakesh bhai. याद है? He put Sindarov in the winners category. He said Fabi also has a great chance, but Sindarov has impressed him a lot. And King E6, simple win, coming up all the way to the A file. या फिर even E4 से जा सकते हैं, keeping it open, all options, and yeah, there is no chance for Hikaru Nakamura.
भाई ये तो resign ही है ना ये तो. Okay, maybe he'll play for. Okay, he has made the 40 move mark, by the way. I think I'm seeing 32 minutes for Hikaru. Huh, that's strange.
क्या हो गया?
नहीं गलत है भाई,
मेरे
7 मिनट
पास
है का
ये गलत है
मूव
क्या? हाँ
13
मेरे पास 7 ही मिनट दिखा
सात
रहा है।
मिनट 7 मिनट है करो के पास, आई थिंक वो एरर है कोई. And
Okay.
you see him there. And chat, by the way, do like the stream because the tension is heating up. Will Sindarov go to 4.5 out of 5? And क्या प्रग उनको चेस कर पाएंगे इज द क्वेश्चन. क्या कारुआना चेस कर पाएंगे? कौन होगा गुकेश का चैलेंजर इज द मेजर क्वेश्चन. एंड राकेश भाई, सहज भाई, if you want to give odds to 3 players here in terms of winning the candidates, one is Sindarov, one is Pragg, one is Caruana, कितने chances दोगे?
I think right now, at where the tournament standings are, I think if you don't put Sindarov at 90%, like okay, you're not following the tournament because it's 4.5 out of 5. That's unprecedented. No one has done that before, and I think he will at least have 1 point lead. अगर फाबी जीत जाता है, only then. नहीं तो it's gonna be more than that. And उस फाबी के बाद भी कोई और प्लेयर नहीं रहेगा, मतलब फाबी के सेम पॉइंट्स में. तो yeah, and also that's his second black win, yeah. Uh,
करेक्ट.
I would say 90% for Sindarov, and then I would say like okay, like 7-8% to Fabi and 2-3% to Pragg.
Okay, and Rakesh bhai?
एग्रीड, फुल्ली पूरी तरह से सहमत.
Maybe I will put it slightly like 80, 15 and 5, purely because Fabi, as you only mentioned, Sharvil, Fabi ka wide game against Sindarov is pending. Purely for that reason, I might give like even 75 to Sindarov, like 20 to Fabi and
तो
5 to
हिकारू का भी
Pragg.
था ना वाइट गेम अगेंस्ट सिंडारोव, क्या हुआ?
हाँ, I know, but I still feel like Fabi is the bit.
प्रग का भी था.
प्रग का
हाँ,
भी
I
था
know,
भाई,
I
वहां
know,
पे
bhai,
भी.
I know, bhai. I'm just trying to, I'm clutching at straws here, but I also feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे like maybe Fabi will have the best chance against Sindarov with the white piece. Although I agree with you, man. Just जब से खेल रहा है. I mean, if you play at 99 accuracy, I mean, of course you're not going to lose against Fabi, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, just coming back to the chess and the position, भाई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा भाई सिंदारो is just blitzing out भाई. उसकी मतलब वो डर ही नहीं लग रहा उसको कि he is about to win.
he has
सहज में
calculated
मतलब
everything
विनिंग
ना.
प्लान कैसे,
सब
इतना
कैलकुलेट
सिंपल है क्या
कर.
विनिंग प्लान?
हाँ ये तो बहुत सिंपल है भाई. Yeah, my like coach actually taught me this rule, like to figure out whether opposite colored bishop, जब ये दोनों pawn side side में होते हैं ना, एक pawn एक file पे और एक G file पे, right? So he told me like basically you just have to extend your thumb and this your pinky finger, and it should look like this. And if the files are like more apart than this, I don't know if
Can we show
that
how,
camera.
सहज भाई, बार स्क्रीन पे अगर दिखा पाओ ऐसे कमेंटेटर सीन लगा के?
I feel like नहीं दिखाना चाहिए मुझे अब.
मैं देखा, I genuinely
नहीं,
did not
अब
see,
तो
by
अब
the
तो
way.
रहने दो, अब तो नहीं भाई.
I genuinely could not see. So if you can
हाँ, sure,
okay,
sure.
ऐसे repeat कर दो,
But
ऐसे
anyway,
repeat कर
you
दो.
basically just like extend your thumb and your finger like this, and then you match it. If it matches the pawns, then it means it's a draw. If it's more than that, then it's losing or winning.
I love this, bhai. I love this. ऐसे. Nice. Let's go.
It wasn't like that, भाई.
फिर कैसे था? मेरे को तो ऐसे लगा यार.
आप फिर से करके दिखाओ, बता. I'll tell you if it's right or wrong, ठीक है?
Yeah.
नहीं, थोड़ा और.
आप
अबे
पता नहीं.
थंब
गलत
बोला
है, गलत.
उसने.
हम बोला
हाँ,
मैं
हाँ.
तब से.
अच्छा,
आई
ये
थिंक जब
अच्छा.
से मैंने वो दिखाया ना टिक्कू भाई, वही सोच रहे हो. हाँ, ये एग्जैक्टली.
Bhai, I've never heard of this. I'm just curious actually. I never
Me
heard
too,
of this.
never heard.
So just curious actually. Meanwhile, I think Hikaru is about to lose. Fabi is still winning, and Pragg is now completely equal. So Pragg
What?
surprisingly has lost his advantage. He didn't actually go for Queen H4 and that plan. He went for F4, giving the E4 square, Queen E7, Queen F3, Rook C7, Rook D2, Bishop C8, Rook C2. It feels like the position is completely equal now.
Bhai, also just putting it out there, Lagno is completely like winning against Bibisara, like +4, completely winning.
भाई अगर प्रग आज ड्रॉ
Hi.
करता है.
By the way, I think Sindarov has won क्योंकि Hikaru is on his stream already.
क्या बात
क्या
कर रहे हो?
बात कर रहे हो?
भाई वो बैठा है स्ट्रीम पे.
अरे भाई.
भाई साहब. Epic.
What is he saying?
कि भाई वो नाइट E4 वाला दिखा
Wait, he
रहा है.
resigned. He resigned. Wow. Javokhir Sindarov is just proving a point here. There is nobody else other than him who's going to qualify to the candidates. He is not letting go of his lead. He's building on it. And he has not only defeated Pragg, he's not only defeated Caruana, but also now Hikaru with a 3-win streak. I cannot believe this. Sindarov is on a freaking roll. क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई? Crazy.
And
2-7
world number 5 टिकू भाई.
वर्ल्ड नंबर 5 हो गया
Wow.
क्या वो? ओ
हो
वर्ल्ड
गया.
वाह टॉप
हो
5
गया
रियली.
भाई.
भाई
ऐसे ही
हिकारू
होता
भी
है
कैसे
भाई.
नीचे
वर्ल्ड
आ गया?
नंबर 5 बीट वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 बीट वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 इन द प्रोसेस. या
Bhai, Caruana is now world number 2. Hikaru is below Caruana now.
Yes.
He's got 14 points in the
Wow.
candidates and Caruana will win today and he will cross 28. So Hikaru is now world number 3 officially. Wow.
अरे क्रेजी.
सिंदारो ने 5 गेम में 20 रेटिंग बढ़ाई है भाई. At 2-7. Respect.
Wow. So chat, Hikaru Nakamura defeats Sindarov. That's the game. Now, can we have Pragg and Caruana on the two setup scene? Because I think the other game बहुत crucial होंगी अब to decide what happens. One will be Pragg's and one will be Caruana's. Both the games left and right. And what do you make of the Pragg game? So going back there until the scene is set up, Sej bhai, I mean, E4 square अब black है control में है. Whenever black has the E4 square, usually it's enough for equality. Yeah. What do you make of the position right now in front of us?
I think I think both players realize that maybe it was a bit better for Pragg before, yeah, but now practically still it looks like Pragg is doing fine. But it's hard to make a prediction of this. I wouldn't call this equal. I will say बहुत ज़्यादा complicated double-edged position है. And Pragg is controlling right now both sides. He has control over the king side and he has control over the queen side. And those bishops on b2 and d3 are doing a wonderful job of putting pressure on the king. Black के पास सिर्फ एक चीज है यार. Black के पास सिर्फ वो e4 का square है. And I think he has to utilize that compensation at the right time, at the right moment. If not, then I think Pragg will take this.
Rakesh bhai, what are your thoughts?
I think it will come down to time pressure and time pressure में Pragg जीत जाएगा. Because
भाई अगर
fight is still
candidates
intense. बोलो.
Sorry भाई. No, continue भाई.
मैं बोल रहा था अगर F2 पे पॉन रख दो ना फिर मुझे Pragg की पोजीशन पसंद है. बट ये पॉन ऑन F4 I don't like सहज भाई.
Yeah, exactly. F2 पे होता तो बहुत ही बढ़िया था. Okay, he plays H6. Not changing much. By the way, एक बार अनीश और वेई के पोजीशन में एक बार जा सकते हैं क्या? Just to check it out. Look at this. Yeah. But अभी तक किया नहीं है. And I think वही जो कल in that 3 versus 3 rook ending जो हिकारू को चांस दिया, maybe Anish is fishing for the same. ये कुछ गलती करेगा अभी. खेलते रहो.
But I think Wei will be much sharper and I think he has already devised a plan. So rook b8, b6 and just king f8. And the rook cannot really, I think, stay in control, right? For example, f4, king e7, rook c6, maybe first rook b7 and next king d7. And I think only
कहाँ से simple है भाई ये? He plays rook b8 though.
How, but he played b5. No, if he played b5, he's seen all of this, I think. Yeah, rook b8 played. So this will be a draw. So chat update. Sindarov wins, Wei draws. Caruana and Pragg are still playing, and they are the ones potentially pushing for a win. Fabi is, of course, much, much better. Let's have that 2 board set up again. Okay, we have all the 4. Sej bhai,
we're getting some news.
उम्मीद है क्या हुआ?
भाई कोई कह रहा है हिकारू ने अपनी टीम को ब्लेम किया भाई.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
किसी ने मॉड ने लिखा है भाई, हमारे मॉड ने लिखा है.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
सही में?
हमारे मॉड ने लिखा. तो I would assume सतीश जी ऐसा बोलेंगे नहीं. अगर ऐसा है तो प्लीज बताना भाई.
लेकिन क्या बोला हिकारू ने?
एक एग्जैक्ट वर्ड बताओ ना चैट.
But okay, chat, we don't know. We have not heard the stream, so I wouldn't really go too deep into it. But okay, let's figure it out. Meanwhile, let's have the 2 board set up between. Yes, amazing. We have it. And now h5 played. Fabi going for the kill. Yeah, no, not even king b1. I think he's calculated enough to understand he's winning this. He's all in now.
भाई he has to be ना, वो तो देख लिया उसने.
Hey, like he could have taken a time for King B1, right? Like he could have played King B1 and still attacked, but he's like, okay, he's pretty confident this is breaking through. Otherwise, he wouldn't play like allow Queen A2 here. He's pretty sure it's winning now.
By the way, Fabi has pushed H5. That's good. I don't know if we mentioned that before.
Super important. And Pragg has also played, I think, something in his game, and he's played H3. Best move. That's also amazing to see. So as of now, both players making subtle, slight improvements. So Jordan Peterson ka quote mujhe yaad aa raha hai. You know, sometimes when you have too much stuff going wrong, just improve one little thing in your life. Thoda bahut improve karo usko, and you can exponentially go from there. So yeah, H3 halki si improvement, but let's see if it's enough.
Wait.
Abbe yaar.
This can be part of the diary of how the analogies are supposed to look like. Wait. That's a nice
अरे
thing. ये
यार.
शुरुआत में डालता हूँ मैं 0 PM.
अरे यार. सहब सच भाई आपने वो भी लिख लो कॉपी में ना कि 26% ऑफ चल रहा है चेसकॉम मेंबरशिप पे, एंड रिमाइंडर दे दो अपने आप को मेंबरशिप लेनी है बिकॉज 26% ऑफ है सहज भाई अभी,
अरे crazy.
है ना.
Crazy.
एंड विनर्स आल्सो गेट अ चांस टू विन सम अमेजिंग चेसकॉम मर्च. बहुत रेयर है चेसकॉम मर्च बाय द वे. यू कांट गेट इट राइट नाउ. इफ यू ट्राई यू कांट गेट इट, एटलीस्ट इंडिया में तो डायरेक्टली नहीं. एंड वन पर्सन आल्सो गेट्स अ साइंड चेस बोर्ड बाय तानिया सुचदेव. Sehaj bhai, do you have a board signed by Tanya at home?
No भाई.
Then you should get a membership by.
भाई मैं उसको बोल सकता हूँ, वो ऐसे साइन करके दे देगी मेरे को बोर्ड अगर मुझे चाहिए तो. आप chess.com का बोर्ड तो लास्ट टाइम आप मुझे chess.com का बोर्ड देने वाले थे बाय द वे. आई एम कॉलिंग यू
दिया
आउट.
तो होगा ना
वर्ल्ड
भाई.
कप कहाँ दिया था आपने? वर्ल्ड कप में देना था आपने. कब
मेंबरशिप नहीं ली ना तूने?
लिया ना मैंने मेंबरशिप. गो चेक करो भाई, डायमंड मेंबर हूँ. अरे
Okay, by the way,
राकेश भाई इज फीलिंग रिस्ट्रिक्टेड राइट नाउ. आई कैन टेल.
Hikaru said this is 100% on people who are I had a file which I didn't had the move castles. Ah, interesting. Okay. So I don't know if that's what I said, but if that's
wait.
Wait, what?
Bluebaum blunder. That's a blunder, no? It must be a blunder.
Yes, it is. And chat, question to you. कौन है इस गेम के हिकारू? ओके, हिकारू में भी सिंदारोव जो ये मूव निकाल पाएंगे. कम ऑन चैट, वाइट टू प्ले बेस्ट मूव.
Hey, does Fabi realize it, Sahaj bhai?
I mean, not an easy move for sure, but I think he will find it for sure. Yeah, he's looking at d5. That's correct.
Yeah, it is knight takes d5, the best move in the position. C takes d5 and bishop g5. Essentially, आपने king side को open कर दिया है. Yeah, there are so many mating ideas here, and yeah, rook d5 is a threat. What do you even do here? I don't even know if there's a move, actually. This just resigns, yeah? Rook d5, queen e4, and everything falls apart.
It's simple. Yeah, इतना simple. I guess time is a very big factor. ये जो आधे I feel that's what's different about the past two candidates. Like जब भी I feel ये आधे मिनट का increment नहीं रहता, all the players who are facing time issues, they just completely. I mean, the chances of you collapsing are just so high. Like Hikaru collapsed, Fabi collapsed, and now Bluebaum is also collapsing. I'm sure he missed knight d5 here.
Pragg versus Sindarov also.
Exactly, Pragg Sindarov. Pragg also collapsed there.
And by the way, I don't know if you saw, but Bluebaum ने बहुत ही ऐसा गंदा look दिया. Maybe he just spotted knight takes d5.
Yeah. And once he loses one game, I think others are going to come after him now because they have no choice. Yeah, there's that look again, yeah? Because Sindarov भाग रहा है, and everybody who wants to basically win the candidates has to go after Bluebaum now. And Esipenko. By the way, let's keep in mind, we discussed how Esipenko didn't have any practical chances before this round because he was 1 out of 4, right? 2.5 points behind. Now Hikaru is on 1.5 out of 5. So he's at the same score as Esipenko if Esipenko were to draw. So is he out of the candidates? Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
No, of course, yes. Uh, I think without a doubt. Okay, theoretically not, but without a doubt, I think. 3 पॉइंट का फर्क है भाई हिकारू और सिंडारोव में. कैन यू इमेजिन 3 पॉइंट का फर्क आफ्टर 5 राउंड्स? दैट्स 3 wins इन अ कैंडिडेट मैच. कितने थे? 11 लाख आपने बोला था. दैट्स 33 lakhs भाई.
भाई
33 लाख का फर्क है.
हाँ, 33
भाई
लाख का
वो भी
फर्क.
किसको हरा के? प्रग, फैबियो और हिकारू को हरा के. दैट टू मी इज द अगर ब्लूबम एसिपेंको को हराया होता ना दो में, आई वुड स्टिल से ओके ही इज द फेवरेट देयर, बट प्रग, फैबियो और हिकारू को हरा के उसने पॉइंट्स किए हैं. दैट्स इनसेन.
Yeah.
And Sage bhai also thoughts, and Rakesh bhai, your thoughts also. अब ऐसे I don't know if that was said by Hikaru, but in general, like, what can you also do as a player, right? If Castles was not in the line, so if preparation में Castles था ही नहीं, so what will you do? You're kind of stuck, right? If that was not an option in your file, because you have to figure it out over the board then.
हाँ, but भाई आपका भी जिम्मेदारी है ना, not just your
आई
team.
थिंक आई थिंक अगर हिकारू ये सच कह रहा है कि कासल नहीं थी फाइल में, तो उसकी टीम की गलती है ये. दैट इज करेक्ट. ये हिकारू का मतलब इट्स नॉट द प्लेयर्स थिंग टू लुक एट ऑल द डिफरेंट. अब ऑफ कोर्स कासल वाज वेरी रेयरली एक ही गेम था आई थिंक 2024 का. बट या इट शुड हैव बीन एड्रेस्ड फॉर श्योर बिकॉज इट्स अ कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट आइडिया. व्हाट डू यू
भाई
थिंक
भाई
अबाउट
by
दिस
the way,
राकेश भाई?
I think I agree and maybe जो टिको बोल रहा है is right that Hikaru's tournament is over क्योंकि आप publicly आपके टीम को blame नहीं करोगे unless you think you even have a 1% chance. अभी कैसा he knows कि chance गया then he is like अरे टीम की गलती थी, वरना आप टीम को defend करोगे और privately सुनाओगे.
Yeah.
By the way, सहज भाई and टिको भाई प्रग के गेम पे चले.
Bhai, let's have the double screen. I think we also want to stick to 5 because sacrifice होने वाला है. Let's have both, if possible.
95 is super critical, I think, in this match.
हाँ.
And this is the only player I think who can. अगर imagine अगर फाबी ये मैच हार जाता है, imagine.
भाई
Then
भाई
Sindaro would lead by 2 points.
Bhai, that is insane.
2 points की lead भाई, मतलब ये तो players ही नहीं आएंगे खेलने.
Bhai, BRB in 1 minute. Huh?
Yeah, sure. अभी भी हमारी मतलब the difference is actually ridiculous. But yeah, Fabi has to find 95. So still waiting for that. He has 13 minutes on the clock to play 21 moves. Time pressure could be a problem for both of them. But Fabi right now is a bit low.
Yeah.
Fabi अगर ये हारा तो खेल यही exactly भाई tournament यहीं खत्म. Like it's almost impossible. I mean, it's just impossible to make a 2-point comeback. But fascinating updates, Rakesh bhai, right? Like, I mean, how the tournament has unfolded with Sindarov kind of running away with it, defeating Fabi as well. I think सिर्फ Fabi, I think, is the guy who ऐसा लग रहा है कि जो expect हुआ था वही हुआ. मतलब all the other players I think have been very shaky. Would you agree with that?
Correct. Yeah. और ये सिंदारो आउट ऑफ सिलेबस आ गया.
हाँ,
बाकी
exactly.
तो on the lines था.
अभी तक तो ऐसा लग रहा है सिर्फ सिंडारोव ही खेल रहा है.
Correct, exactly.
And of course, Fabi has been consistent. He defeated Hikaru. He defeated one more guy. He defeated. I think it was Wei Yi. It was 19-move game. That was a beautiful game actually. But yeah, speaking of Wei Yi also, like he's also been very shaky. I think in this entire event.
Yeah, भाई वो पहला कैंडिडेट्स का प्रेशर मे बी. अरे लुकिंग एट द प्रग्स बोर्ड ऑन द राइट, क्या लग रहा है कुछ क्या प्लान कर सकता है प्रग? कुछ दिख रहा है आपको या ही हैज टू बी कंटेंट विद अ ड्रॉ?
I don't know. खेलना तो चाहिए उसको.
बिकॉज़ यू आर प्लेइंग द टेल एंडर ना भाई. एक ही पॉइंट पे है एसिपेंको, लोएस्ट रेटेड प्लेयर.
पर लंबा इवेंट है भाई. 9 राउंड है. बहुत 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 टाइम है अभी भी अपने पास.
बट भाई ऑन द अदर
भाई
साइड यू
अनिश का गेम देखो भाई. अनीश का गेम, अनीश एक्चुअली भाई, आप राकेश भाई आप ही देख लो, अभी वो अभी टिक्कू भाई है नहीं, आप ही देख लो एक बार। कैन यू बिलीव कि दे आर स्टिल प्लेइंग? मैं बता रहा हूँ, पीपल आर टारगेटिंग वेई बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट ही डिड यस्टरडे.
Correct. Oh, by the way, Fabi takes on d5 but with the pawn. Not
Okay, that's also winning. It's a miss, but okay, it's still winning.
a
I'm
huge
guessing the
miss.
idea is CD के बाद नाइट टेक्स पॉन है, राइट? अगर पॉन टेक्स पॉन मारा उसने, ये लाइव बोर्ड पे नहीं है, तो लेफ्ट साइड पे चैट उन्होंने उसने पॉन टेक्स पॉन मारा, एंड ब्लैक, इफ ब्लैक गोज पॉन टेक्स पॉन देन देयर इज नाइट टेक्स पॉन. Judge by still 9 rounds to go and only 2 points. Anything can happen. 5 round के बाद lead player. You believe in Pragg. I understand, but I think हमने एक stats करी थी ना इसमें, that 4 round के बाद जो भी candidates lead करता है, most of the times that is a player who ends up winning. Now this is not just a lead. This is domination. Like 1.5 point का lead और या फिर 1 point का तो minimum है, which is unprecedented, I think. So this is different.
There's Sahaj Bhai, Teku Bhai, and Chad. Do you remember any candidates or any FIDE event where a player has dominated this much? हुआ है एक बार
Vishy.
कभी
It was when after he lost to Magnus, that candidate 2013 or 2014.
नहीं बट ही वन राउंड टू स्पेयर बट ये लेवल का डोमिनेशन नहीं था
By
लाइक
though,
4.5 on 5
yeah, but okay, I still think he was leading throughout, and he won by a like round to
of
spare
course
as
of
well.
course but this level of domination has happened only once chat 2005 के FIDE वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जब ये 8 प्लेयर कैंडिडेट्स टाइप ही था बट दैट वाज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप दैट टाइम वैसलिन टोपालो हु वन द टूर्नामेंट he started with 6.5 out of 7
बाप रे.
so
Wow.
Sindaro on those lines भाई 7 में 6.5 पॉइंट भाई
एंड
गजब
उस टूर्नामेंट में टोपलोव के पॉइंट्स कितने बने थे एंड सेकंड वाले के कितने बने थे?
great let me check
Because that will give us some insights into the mindset, right? When you're so far ahead, it's not as that okay, 4.5 out of 5 is pretty amazing as well.
टोपालो
But
के 10 बने थे और विकी सर was second with 8.5
so 10 ही बने थे at the end, right? So they did stop, and it was same number of rounds, right? I'm guessing.
करेक्ट हाँ
हाँ,
पूरा
so
कैंडिडेट ही है
so why like it's not as easy to keep going like this. So I think Fabi still has a good chance. I feel, with games remaining, I think the wide game remaining against Sindarov and also a game remaining against I think Esipenko. I feel like Fabi still has a good chance. Pragg chances, however, I'm not so sure because I mean Pragg, assuming he's gonna draw this, I don't see any crazy moves here. He literally played King H1 and then King H2. So there's nothing really that he has in the position. I think this is moving towards a draw.
But King H1, King H2 से draw क्यों होगा भाई? King को हटाओ, Queen को G4. I mean, I don't know, something. Push G4.
Why Black is just playing Rook C8, Rook E8. I think this is going to be a draw in the next 2 to 3 minutes literally. Repeat कर रहे हैं वो.
भाई हाँ हिकारू ने मतलब चेस 24 ने भी ट्वीट किया है दैट नाम नहीं लिया बट स्ट्रॉन्ग जीएम्स डिडंट फाइंड अ शॉर्ट castle but whereas it was in the files of it was in the chessable course of Kamil Plichtka
अच्छा. So मतलब हिकारू के सेकंड से नहीं निकाला था वो फाइल ने, मतलब they didn't find it, yeah?
yes correct
Wow. But that's crazy, no? That's like disappointing on so many levels. Like, matlab, file nahi thi to like you can't expect the seconds to know everything also, but then Sindarov ke seconds knew, yeah. So I don't know, like who's right, who's
Hey, I
wrong,
think
but overall,
just the entire face of the position
Wait, what?
changes a bit. What? King H1 again?
भाई they are repeating. I'm telling you, कोई movie नहीं है उसके
But
पास.
why is Pragg repeating? Is it because of
अबे
his
वो
style?
जीत
or
गया
what?
उधर सिंदारो और तू एसिपेंको को नहीं हरा रहा है भाई कैसे जीतेंगे कैंडिडेट्स ब्रो यू मतलब टेल एंडर टिकू यू हैव टू
But
पुश
Pragg
ना
is
एटलीस्ट
like, but Pragg is a bit better here. Like, why is he repeating? I don't understand. Maybe he's trying to bide some time, yeah? 40 साले he's trying to complete.
और 12 मूव है यार 40 मूव्स के लिए. I don't
भाई
know.
रिपीट हो रहा है भाई, क्रेजी.
Please Pragg यार नहीं.
भाई ये तो ड्रॉ हो गया. And I think essentially Pragg will have 2.5 points, right?
Yes.
So that and 1.5 pe we are considering players is eliminated, right? So he's one loss away from getting eliminated essentially at this point.
भाई डे
One
मत
loss
बोलो
away.
उसके ढाई है, ये बोलो उसका हिकारू से 1 पॉइंट ज्यादा है. थोड़ा मोटिवेशन आएगा प्रग को, जब ये
हाँ
सुनेगा ना
मतलब
उसको मोटिवेशन आएगा.
हाँ whatever it is, like he's one loss away from getting eliminated. So I think Sindarov अगर ऐसे चलता रहा तो it's basically over. But at some point he will run out of energy, as Vishy sir also pointed out. इतना आसान नहीं है. And Topolov का journey देख के भी लग रहा है कि maybe it's not gonna be that easy. So let's see. By the way, this is gonna be a draw soon. King H1 played, and not a good result, yeah, Sahaj bhai, because at the end you're
Very
playing
weird
the
draw, I think. Very strange from Pragg always plays. Very strange from Pragg actually. Maybe okay. I think it's because of time. थोड़ा मतलब fatigue भी कैसे बोल सकते हो भाई, कल तो रेस्ट डे था.
yeah,
तो
I don't
fatigue
know.
कैसे होगी?
I don't know. I think he senses risk here. He senses key for square, so I don't have anything basically. Yep. It's a repetition. They've repeated the position thrice. They've not claimed a draw just yet, but they have. They have repeated the position thrice. So anybody can claim a draw now. Wow.
I'm तो shocked कि एसिपेंको ने claim नहीं किया.
Actually, good point. Yeah. He should have claimed probably.
नहीं अच्छा हाँ मतलब वो आई थिंक ऑप्टिकली स्टिल प्रग इज बेटर. लाइक मैं एटलीस्ट वाइट से A4 खेल सकता हूँ, क्वीन H4, आई कैन ट्राई फॉर G4. आई डोंट नो,
करेक्ट
ब्लैक
करेक्ट
से
इसीलिए
प्रोग्रेस करना मुश्किल है.
एसिपेंको को करना चाहिए था मुझे लग रहा है.
भाई एक बार अनीश और वेई की पोजीशन पे जाओ ना एक बार. अभी भी चल रहा है गेम, देखो तब से यही खेल रहे हैं.
Okay. I mean, this is the.
मैं राकेश भाई को बता रहा था कि आई थिंक ये कल जो गेम हुआ था हिकारू के साथ, इसलिए अनीश खेल रहा है आज. ही इज
भाई अनीश
वेटिंग.
बैठा है ऐसे जैसे मतलब बोलते हैं ना अभी मिल्टन 9 निकालने वाला है लेकिन मतलब
सच्ची.
मतलब इसमें क्या सोचना है भाई.
But also imagine that na Sahaj bhai, if Nakamura would have won that winning endgame against Wei, पूरा situation अलग होता. He would have been in a better mood
Yeah.
and सब अलग हो
And
सकता था.
by the way, what is happening in Divya's game? Because pawn has come to G3, white has an only move. Or Divya Deshmukh could be close to winning.
What?
Yeah, only move knight H5 and knight. Okay, it's an obvious one, but the position is quite complicated. What's happening here, Sahaj bhai? Take us through the position.
My knight H5, knight G3 is very obvious, I think, to take. I don't know why black is better or why. Oh, it shows 0-0-0. भाई ड्रॉ लग रहा है इधर भी.
But it's
एंड
the
टाइम प्रेशर,
infamous
जिनको भी
40th
लग रहा है
move.
टाइम प्रेशर भाई, 40th मूव है नाइट H5. एग्जैक्टली.
तो ब्लंडर होने का चांस है मुझे लग रहा है. Come on, Tan!
ये प्रग सच में ड्रॉ करेगा क्या यहाँ पे? डू यू थिंक ही प्लेस किंग H2? चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? डू यू थिंक प्रग रिपीट्स अगेन? ही इज थिंकिंग नाउ.
I think he has to play. You can't go 2 points behind. Knight H5 played by the way by Tan. Oh, Pragg. Wait, what? Let's go full screen on Pragg. He pauses the clock.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bhai,
wow.
he's claiming.
Yeah, it's a draw and not a good one for Pragg, I think. Not a good one for Pragg, I feel, because I don't know. I think he messed up the plan. At this point, probably it's still okay, but whenever he had that advantage, he had to create chances because I don't know how he's going to win this. Ab kal uska match hai. He's black against Hikaru tomorrow. Oh my God, could there be a worse pairing for Pragg?
भाई
He's black
सिंडारोव
against.
ने हराया तो
Why it's not
He's-
that. Hikaru's now liberated, right? He doesn't give a shit anymore. Like he's like, I'm done. Oh, tournament is over. Now he can just unleash his real Hikaru, yeah?
Yeah.
Pressure
भाई,
zero हो चुका है basically. And
हिकारू घायल है इसीलिए घातक है.
exactly भाई, ये हुआ
तक
सही
है.
इस्तेमाल.
यो क्या बात है.
But Pragg looks deflated ना थोड़ा.
हाँ, he does.
Chirpy, excited नहीं लग रहा for some reason.
And let's not forget black Hikaru and then white against Caruana. So Pragg के अगले दोनों game, I mean, he has to win at least one of them and draw the other. That's the only way he maintains his chances. So I don't know,
तो
Hikaru को
भाई
हराएंगे
कौन
कि
सा
Pragg?
गेम आप चाहोगे कि वो जीते, कौन सा गेम आप चाहोगे कि प्रग ड्रॉ
I
करे?
would say Hikaru को black से हराओ is easier than Caruana को white से, because Hikaru will play some
बोर्ड
ambitious chess
अपडेट
tomorrow.
कर दो, लाइव बोर्ड
हाँ.
अपडेट कर दो.
Wow. By the way, Caruana did not find knight d5. He
It's
played
still
c
winning.
d5.
हाँ हाँ,
Oh,
वो
रुके
देखो.
for एक और blunder. Okay. उसने कहा कोई बात नहीं भाई, तू ही जीतेगा.
बाय द वे, लेकिन ये गेम भी जल्दी खत्म होगा बिकॉज आई थिंक वी आर ऑन मूव 22,
Hmm.
sorry 21, and
Yeah.
there is what 13 minutes and 10 minutes each with no increment, so यहाँ पे भी फटाफट रिजल्ट आएगा आई थिंक. And of course
Right,
Fabi
man.
is winning.
Can we have Divya's board and Caruana's board? Because Divya game just want to track it a bit. Vaishali, of course, is worst chat. We'll try to catch up on game as well. Brom looks really unhappy with his position right now. But Caruana needs this win, yeah? ऐसा लग रहा है वही है रोक सकता है. I don't see anybody who can catch up. Because Anish and Pragg will be on, I think, 2.5 now, right? In the
Yeah,
standings?
correct.
So let's go to the standings. So Esipenko and Hikaru on 1.5. Then we'll have Wei Yi on 2.
Yeah.
Then we'll have Anish and Bluebaum also on 2. So दो लोग होंगे 1.5 पे जो eliminated, दो लोग होंगे 2 पे जो आधा point दूर है elimination से. Then we'll have 2.5 पे Pragg and I think Anish. Then 3.5 पे Caruana and 4.5 पे Sindarov. Oh my god, like दो लोग तो already निकल गए भाई, and दो लोग आधा point दूर है. Candidates bot, like half the field is gonna get knocked out very soon.
और 9 राउंड बाकी है, which is like one whole tournament for normal people.
भाई this is like
तो अब
Fabi
ऐसा रहेगा
versus
कि मतलब
Sindarov, yeah?
कौन सा प्लेयर किसको, मतलब आई मीन इट्स लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स आई थिंक आफ्टर दिस और टुमारोज राउंड आई थिंक आर आउट, या लाइक
Half the players
एसिपेंको,
at
वेई,
least.
हिकारू
Half
आर
the players at
आउट.
least. Yeah. Half the players. दो तो अभी हो गए, दो और कल तक खत्म हो जाएंगे, I think chances दो के.
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna be between Sindaro, Fabi, and okay, we are hoping that Pragg is gonna be there.
But again, keep in mind, chat. Now they cannot afford to lose at all. Pragg loses, he's also out. So I think बहुत जरूरी है. So yeah, and there we see Divya's game as well. King is on h6. Quite a crazy position to be honest, but still equal somehow. The bar convinces us कि equal है.
तो knight takes knight.
Yeah, pawn takes
Pawn
and maybe
भाई ये
some
blue bomb कैसे, तो दिव्या का गेम है, राइट? ओके.
maybe some queen g5
ये
or
तो
rook
यहाँ,
c3. Yeah.
हाँ बट यहाँ पे कोई भी जीतने के लिए वाइट पॉन अप है ना. हाँ, वाइट इज अ पॉन अप. क्वीन जी 5 किंग f2 और समथिंग. रुक c3 इज पॉसिबल मे बी, आई डोंट नो. रुक c3 बिशप d3. नथिंग, नॉट रियली स्केरी या किसी के लिए भी.
Bhai, bishop c3, bishop d7 is lost.
Oh, okay, that's a queen b6 check. Why is it lost? Ah, okay, e3 is hanging. Never mind. Do you think
Yeah.
Divya still has chances?
ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे, और टाइम ऐड हो गया, बट आई स्टिल फील मे बी स्लाइट चांसेस.
Hmm.
लाइक एक मौका मिलेगा आई फील टू गेट सम एडवांटेज, बट शी नीड्स इट. या शी इज -1 राइट नाउ, सो उसको चाहिए वो विन, अदरवाइज चांसेस कम हो रहे हैं उनके भी. ऑल्सो मे बी लुकिंग एट द कौन से गेम पे जाए यार सर, आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर बिकॉज रॉकी गेम खत्म हो गई. सिंदारोव इज ओवर द 2-star games. I mean now Caruana of course is winning.
I think Fabi पे रहते हैं. I think that's very important to the open standings. So nice to see the bird's eye view. I think Anish and Wei will finish very, very soon.
Lagno has won,
Uh,
by the way. Yeah, defeats Bibisara. Very important win
yes,
there.
she had a great game, I think, overall. And Vaishali, I think Bar has been saying that she's lost, but I think this is a fortress, and Zhu Jiner has not been able to find a way to break the fortress essentially. Not yet, I think, but still Vaishali is in some trouble.
Yeah. So I think मेरे ख्याल से let's go to Caruana full screen then, because as you mentioned time बहुत कम है, so can expect like a quick result there, and then once that game is over I think we can jump to the women's section exclusively and then focus on Divya and Vaishali. So meanwhile this position King B1 was the last move. Caruana फिलहाल Caruana is 2 points behind. Yeah, that's crazy man. Caruana 2 point पीछे है उससे. हद होती है यार, कितना अच्छा खेल रहा है बंदा. So
But at
impressed by
least with Fabi winning this match, I mean, if he wins, that is, the match becomes like very it becomes a lot closer. It's more fun to
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah,
Goes Rook
agreed.
A4.
I think looks like another mistake actually.
Yeah, time pressure.
Wait, isn't
टाइम ही नहीं है लोग इनके पास 18 मूव खेलना है 9-10 मिनट में
isn't c4 just lost? You're attacking the queen. Where do you put your queen actually?
मिस हो गया शायद उससे टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से.
Okay,
Okay, so
this is
chat
good.
में someone's asking a question. Sahaj bhai, don't you think Pragg is wasting his candidate spot because he was working for the spot from last year and now he's not even trying to win a game against it? But I think yeah, इस tournament में कोई भी tail ender नहीं है कहीं से भी. They all qualified in a with it was very difficult to qualify for Esipenko to qualify in this event. अगर आपको वर्ल्ड कप याद हो तो आपको याद होगा कि एसिपेंको ने एक सूखा रुक ब्लंडर किया था and that's why he didn't win the World Cup. That's why he was not in the finals. Because Esipenko वो एक knight G1 पे जा रहा था कुछ ऐसे backwards and he just blundered that against Wei Yi.
Yes,
And
yes, time pressure.
that's the reason why he was not in the final. So imagine a player like that who's been 2700 for such a long time. तो कोई भी tail ender नहीं है यहाँ पे कोई भी ऐसा नहीं कि कोई weak player है यहाँ पे कोई भी. And I think if Pragg thinks that it's safer to make a draw than to play on, and if Pragg is saying that, and I think we should trust the player's judgment because अगर वो खेलता and something bad happened, then everyone would have been like पहले तो equal थी, वो वहाँ repetition भी हो रहा था तो आपको repeat कर लेना चाहिए. ये सारी choices हर chess player कभी ना कभी कुछ choose करता है. And hindsight में of course we can all comment, but yeah.
It's the same as जब होता है ना जब क्रिकेट में बैट्समैन बाहर निकलता है then he hits the ball with a big swing. If that ball hits the middle of the bat, oh my god, what a beautiful six by Virat Kohli. And अगर वो miss हो जाए एंड स्टंप हो जाए बंदा, ओह क्या नीड थी, अभी जरूरत नहीं थी उनको ऐसे अटैक करने की मेरे ख्याल से, अभी बहुत टाइम था, दे कुड हैव टेकन अ सिंगल एंड पास द ऑपोजिशन टू द रनर्स बैट्समैन व्हाटएवर. ये वही सीन है भाई. So you could take a draw and keep it safe, or you could just go for the kill. But if your choice is wrong, you will regret it. So I think Pragg made the choice which made sense to him, and I think he has to stay true to his choices there. But of course, Sindarov ke liye, he's just running away. However, that Toplov match gives me hope.
चैट मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कितने लोगों को ये एनालॉजी समझ आई तो यस, नहीं आई तो नो.
मैं अगर ये समझ नहीं आई तो फिर तो मतलब क्रिकेट नहीं देखते.
नहीं, मैं जस्ट पूछ रहा हूँ भाई, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग.
मैं शुरू के 4 सेकंड के बाद जोन आउट हो गया.
सेम, लिटरली सेम. सेम.
नहीं, चैट को समझ में आई भाई, ये वाली तो आई. चलो बढ़िया है भाई.
ना चैट को तो आई समझ में भाई.
चलो
अच्छी लगी आपको लग रहा है चैटे वाली एनालॉजी.
Do you think Sindarov beats Magnus in the World Championship format? नहीं भाई, I think everybody बोलता ना हर किसी का एक बॉस होता है एंड वो अलग लेवल का बॉस है अनफॉर्चुनेटली.
सच में मेरा क्वेश्चन, आप एक्चुअली में लिखते हो या सिर्फ एक्टिंग कर रहे हो?
भाई टाइम स्टैम्प्स लिखे हैं भाई.
हाँ, टाइम स्टैम्प.
तो गो बैक, आई मीन इट्स लाइक चैट चाहती है तो इसकी वीडियो मैं बना सकता हूँ, नो प्रॉब्लम. नहीं तो मैं अपने लिए करता हूँ, ये मेरी किताब है. व्हेन आई फील सैड और समथिंग, आई गो बैक एंड लुक एट टिकूज एनालॉजीज. इससे मेरे को बहुत मतलब खुशी मिलती है, इससे मेरा मूड अच्छा हो जाता है.
सेफ पेपर चैट, सेफ पेपर भाई, स्कूल में पढ़ा तो पेपर के और भी उपयोग है. बाय द वे रिजाइन, नहीं ड्रॉ, सॉरी ड्रॉ, मैं क्या रिजाइन कर दिया भाई किसी ने. नहीं, it's a draw between Anish and Wei Yi. So as expected, I think two solid players fighting it out in a very not so scary rook end game and taking the draw. So overall decent result for both players. Nobody will be super happy, but nobody is also kind of sad, yeah.
वेट, तो सब ओपन सेक्शन में अभी फाबी का भी होने वाला है ना, इट्स अबाउट टू फिनिश. वो 10 मिनट ही तो बचे थे, उसके बाद क्या मतलब इट वोंट लास्ट लॉन्ग. तो चारों ओपन का हो गया. एंड हु इज प्लेइंग इन द वुमेन सेक्शन? वैशाली एंड दिव्या आर स्टिल प्लेइंग, राइट?
Yes.
Even though they have a different time control, technically the one that is supposed to finish quicker, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. Damn, Hikaru is broken, very upset. ऐसा क्या बोला भाई Hikaru ने? हमें भी थोड़ा टिप्पणी दीजिए भाई.
Very upset. हाँ, I think उसका चांस गया ना अभी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनने.
Yeah, it's over. So he will need to win the next like 6 में से 5 game or something, like, which is gonna be impossible, something like that. Sindarov is not gonna win candidates, my prediction. I still have that hunch, Ranadeep bhai, ki it's gonna be tough for him to
No,
convert this like tournament.
I'm backing
But,
Fabi by 100%.
I am also backing Fabi. I don't know why. It feels like sole lead में रहना with somebody. वो याद है वो clip देखी किसी ने F1 की, जहाँ Max Verstappen starts off P20, P16, I don't know, and वो Lando Norris होता है, and then he's P1, and then they are like, okay, you're doing amazingly well, and he's like worried about Max Verstappen. यार कहाँ है Max? Max कहाँ है? वो कहता है तू chill कर, नहीं तू पता Max कहाँ है? Max is P16 at that point. And then suddenly he goes to a pit stop, comes back, कहता है you've lost the position. कहता है to who? कहते हैं Max Verstappen. So suddenly he's like, कहता I knew it. I just knew it. You know somebody is kind of breathing down your neck, yeah? Like Fabi is that guy, so it's not gonna be easy.
डोंट वरी चैट, डायरी मेरी निकली हुई है. इनफैक्ट मैं एक मैक्स वर्स्टैपन का एक वो लिख रहा था कि वहाँ पे मेरे को तो वो चाहिए रहेगा मुझे वीडियो के लिए.
To and then Max
वो
Verstappen.
वीडियो
Yeah,
के
yeah,
बीच में कभी अगर ये डालेंगे तो ये डालना जरूर. तो आई वाज जस्ट एडिंग अ लिटिल नोट. मैंने मैक्स का नाम भी डाल दिया.
yeah. Okay, let's go full screen भाई. यहाँ पे एक और अभी max result achieve करेंगे Fabiano with a win, and I don't see what black even plays here, to be honest. Knight d5 आ रहा है, and when that happens, queen e5 threat है, knight e7, knight f6, bishop g5.
It looks very hopeless, yeah, मतलब completely hopeless for Bluebaum, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
मतलब how hopeless do you think it is, Riku bhai?
I think it's over, no? Like, I don't see how you even try. Like, for example, one of the best moves of black is bishop f5 check. I mean, that's
वो
insane.
तो चलो, वो तो चेस की बात हुई ना. मतलब like what do you like, how hopeless do you think it is?
भाई एनोलॉजी का पिटारा खत्म हो गया भाई आज के लिए. अब कल निकलेगी. ओपन खत्म, एनोलॉजी खत्म भाई.
अबे यार, Fabi was out for blood today. Exactly. I think okay, but that is expected, I think, from Fabi because of what happened yesterday. And also, Fabi is still yet to play Sunday. That would be a huge match, I think, because कब है वो match exactly? That
Into
is
World
match
Championship?
number 11. नहीं, Fabi versus Sindarov,
okay.
भाई.
Okay.
That's 11th round. So that would be, I think, crucial. उसके बाद I think it will be clear who wins.
But तब तक I think stuff might have changed also. So, like, for example, maybe, Sindarov has lost a game till then. Maybe Fabi has lost a game till then. We don't know. So, काफी time है. Maybe Pragg suddenly goes on a rampage, wins the next 3, defeats Fabi, Hikaru, and knocks out Fabi as well. And then Sindarov's like, thanks, bro. Who knows? If Hikaru wanted to win, he should have played serious tournaments. Bro, he played state championship. यार काफी strong होती है. राकेश भाई बड़े शांत हो, क्या हो गया? सैड लग रहे हो, क्या हो गया?
भाई वो एनोलॉजी सुन के ना कान दुखने लगे.
भाई इतना क्या हो
तभी
गया
मैं
भाई
सुनता
एनोलॉजी?
नहीं हूँ, मैं पढ़ता हूँ उनको, तभी मैं लिखता हूँ. तो उससे वो थोड़ा इजियर रहता है क्योंकि वो एक बारे में आप बहुत सारे सुनते हो ना, तो इट कैन बी अ बिट ओवरवेलमिंग. यू हैव टू लाइक आफ्टर द कमेंट्री आई रीड देम, लाइक आई गो थ्रू देम, फिर मैं पढ़ता हूँ, सुनता हूँ, देन आई या इसीलिए चैट में आज ज़्यादा खुश लग रहा हूँ आपको कल से. अपेरेंटली समवन रोट दैट.
हाँ, हो सकता है. राकेश भाई सीएसके फैन. भाई मैंने कल सुना
ये
वो
भाई
ऋतु.
नहीं
ओ भाई, फाबीज पोजीशन बिशप C3 क्वीन E8 किंग G7 H6 मेट.
ब्यूटीफुल प्ले.
Oh, he
आधे से
played
ही
bishop C3.
खेला.
अरे if he allows this, then I think that's nice of Bluebaum to allow. I think
I
it
think
is
he takes
over.
on A2, no? He takes on A2 or
Bishop
resigns. One of
E5.
these two things. हाँ,
I
मतलब
mean,
he
if he
takes on
takes on
A2.
C3, then he's doing it for he's doing it for the game, and I
बट ये
think
भी है सहज भाई, क्वीन C4 यदि मारा तो नाइट F6 पेल दो with your same idea. H6 मार.
oh, clever, very clever,
Nice.
very nice, yes.
Okay, he's about to resign, I think.
भाई वो ब्लू बॉम्ब स्वीप वो सब गया अभी. एक्चुअली वो सिंदारो था. सिंदारो का स्वीप चालू.
Uh, would be amazing if somehow Fabi wins the candidates. You know, कैसे हमने twist मार दी ना? We went from Pragg to Fabi.
भाई स्क्रिप्ट तो वही है मेरे हिसाब से, फाबी इज गोना विन एंड उसके बाद कुकेश और फाबी में यू नो माय प्रेडिक्शन।
बस
स्क्रिप्ट तो वही है
Hikaru
भाई।
said his second is someone in the top 20. Says bhai, can you guess? Arjun? हो सकता है.
no chance, yeah.
No, I don't. I think it's he said top 20 or someone around that.
Hands, yeah.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, of
पागल
course,
है.
of course, of
भाई
course.
पूछा था ना हमने, उसने कहा था hands.
ओ भाई और लाइन नाइट एफ 6 चेक इनकमिंग।
Wow.
Let's go.
भाई मजा आएगा ना जो इनकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री आ रही है उसी में ही अगर उसने रिवील कर दिया कि मैं ही कारू का सेकंड हूँ, मजा ही
हो
आ जाएगा
सकता
भाई।
है. He's allowing it. What?
Oh wow, that's nice of Bluebaum actually to allow it in a candidates match. And there it is. Fabi takes it, and with that, he is going to be in sole second place behind Javokhir Sindarov with 3.5 out of 5. If Javokhir wasn't on 4.5 out of 5, we'd be saying, "Wow, Fabi is so consistent right now. He's doing so well."
सच्ची.
But yeah, but भाई वो crazy हो रहा है वहाँ पे.
But he is
But
doing
still,
very
great
well,
game
yeah.
by Fabi.
Imagine losing like that to Sindarov and still being in second place and still like 3.5 out of 5, yeah. Like
फिर भी
he's
मतलब
playing
bouncing back with a pawn checkmate, yeah, that just shows
and
that brings back a lot of confidence.
and he's 2700 now, 2800 now again. Let's go! Fabiano
That's
Caruana jumping to literally 2800.0. That's his
that is
live rating,
crazy.
by the way. World number 2 हो चुके हैं Fabiano ahead of Hikaru Nakamura. So देखते हैं Hikaru कल क्या करेंगे. Meanwhile, 2 games remaining. One is Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali. One is Tan Zhongyi versus Divya. Both games very interesting, but I think Vaishali is the one we are worried about, right?
हाँ, बिकॉज अगर आप वैशाली के गेम में पिछले 20 मूव फटाफट दिखाओ तो यू विल सी दैट वैशाली हैज़ नॉट मेड एनी प्रोग्रेस. दैट्स बिकॉज शी इज होल्डिंग अ फोर्ट्रेस इन द पोजिशन एंड शी इज होपिंग कि उसके उनके ओपोनेंट वोंट बी एबल टू ब्रेक थ्रू. एक बार वो पोजिशन लगा दो बोर्ड पे जस्ट टू शोकेस दैट, बिकॉज दैट किंग ऑन E6 दैट्स द एक्स्ट्रा पॉन, वो जो पॉन E5 पे पड़ा हुआ वाइट का, बट वो किंग बढ़िया से एकदम रोक के बैठा हुआ उसको. Now bar is showing it's winning because इंजन को दिख रहा है मेरा उसके पास एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है, बट it doesn't calculate more than that. It doesn't find a way to break through. He just pieces घुमा रहे हैं इधर उधर. That's it.
But okay, this is the improvement, right? Exchanging this
Yeah,
bishop because now I get the G5 square.
exactly. Or if you play bishop D8, then there is bishop D6
Yeah.
and bishop B8 का plan after.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you dominate the bishop pair because there's no squares then. So bishop d8 doesn't feel tempting either. So yeah, I think white probably after some maneuvering has found the correct plan. And Vaishali likely so. But that is not great news, chat. So Divya is equal right now, but she's still -1. And Vaishali loses, goes to -1. So women's section mein we basically don't even have anybody on equal score.
Wow. तो दिव्या तो ठीक है लेकिन वैशाली आई थिंक could lose this. Very good chance actually.
Wow, not the ideal candidates beginning for Vaishali or Divya. Pragg is not so bad, but Sindarov is making it look so bad. Chad, क्या लग रहा है? Do you think an Indian can still win the candidates? Like, what is your take? Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai?
भाई थोड़ा ये
10% chance भाई कोई इंडियन जीतता है at this point.
bit less I think, but I think ask me again in 2 days, then I might have a different answer for you.
भाई भाई इंडिया में earthquake आया है क्या?
काफी लोग लिख रहे हैं एक्चुअली.
आया है actually अभी 20 मिनट पहले दिल्ली NCR and so on. In
Seriously?
Afghanistan actually. Yeah.
By the way, I think Tan is offering a queen trade to Divya. So I think that's a sign with this game might end quickly as well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And with that, we'll only have Vaishali left.
Ado, you're right, Matthias. Chess 24 ने tweet किया है. Castles was not in my file, says Nakamura, and it was too difficult to find knight e4 over the board. Hikaru is unimpressed by the work done by his seconds, whom he doesn't name but describes as strong GMs. Wow. I think it's also because if you let's say if you're a professional chess player, mostly you will be very involved with the opening preparation. But for Hikaru, for half the day, like he might be streaming or he might be doing some other stuff. So it's like the involvement, the interaction between the seconds and the players is maybe not as high as compared to the others. So I think it makes sense why this file was missing and Hikaru, for example, didn't look at it. Because while Hikaru must be going through it, तो castle दिमाग में player के खुद आना चाहिए. But I think it makes sense how this happened.
Yeah. So
Why
Vaishali is thinking.
Sindarov ने बोला है. Sindarov quotes, he thinks for 1 hour and plays the wrong move. I take an advantage and played very well in my opinion.
भाई रोस्ट कर दिया.
He thinks for
किसने
1
लिखा
hour
है?
and Sindarov ने बोला है. He thinks for 1 hour and plays the wrong move.
वाह, उसने इंटरव्यू में बोला है.
माइक क्लाइंट को मतलब I don't know if you can show it अगर चेस ब्रेक पे जा रहे हैं. You can also show it actually chat को.
We can show it. That will be very helpful to have it on stream. No Indian, I think they had the worst start. I don't think Pragg had like a bad tournament, to be honest. But it's just like,
भाई he's at 50% अभी भी, not bad at all.
which is not bad actually. I mean, depends on how he plays in the next 2 rounds. Right? Because अगले 2 बार सबसे tough है, Hikaru, Fabi. अगर उनसे मान लो वो एक win और एक draw कर लेता है, then it's not a bad event at all. It's a decent tournament. It's just कि it's like it's Gukesh at the Olympiad. Yeah, he makes like everybody else look weak. Like इतना बढ़िया performance है Sindarov का. I think it's team fault, but coming out is not correct. What do you think about it though? I kind of also have to think, yeah, maybe abhi ye bolna maybe is a bit like it's gonna tilt everybody in his team a bit, no? Don't you think so? Like abhi, even though like, the tournament is not over, like hypothetically, okay, he will if he pulls off a Sindarov, he can still make it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Then can we check in with Divya's game? Because that may end soon. Queen trade offered. क्या है पे 3-3 pawn है. Rook bishop. Literally no chance I think for anyone.
Yeah. Come on, कोई आज जीत जाए यार.
देखो भाई, दिव्या तो नहीं जीत रही है पोजीशन. आई थिंक क्वीन टेक्स F4 F4 के बाद यू कैन जस्ट शेक हैंड्स. एंड वैशाली का ड्रॉ हो जाए, आई थिंक दैट वुड बी अ ग्रेट रिजल्ट.
भाई अपन लास्ट मतलब इंडियंस में लास्ट प्रग ही जीता है राउंड 1 में डे 1 पे.
भाई लास्ट प्रग नहीं जीता है. प्रग एक ही गेम, सारे इंडियंस एक ही गेम जीते हैं भाई.
Exactly. Wait, Divya offered a draw. Rook C3 खेल के.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's understandable, yeah.
But does Tan take it or no?
Yes, of course you take it here.
एक बार अपडेट कर दो बोर्ड, रिफ्रेश.
हाँ, sorry, my bad. Rook C3 played and this is the live position.
बोलेगा वो Wei Yi थोड़ी ना है.
Oh, bro, agreed.
Yeah, so that is a draw. So that's the second last game of the day. Only one game now remains, chat. Divya will not be super happy, of course. I mean, black's a draw. I don't know what we can expect, but tournament standings right now don't favor her that much. But let's go to, Vaishali, Zhu Jiner. But we have the open section standings now, right? Can we have a look at them while we wait for this game to end? Because that will give us some context. I think we have already discussed 1.5 while we are practically out. Okay, it's still possible. Hikaru could win the next 5 games and qualify, but you're assuming human level limits. And I think Sindarov, man, like what a streak he has going right now. I'm also checking who are the next two opponent he plays. He plays Wei Yi with black and Anish with white. Two very solid opponents. Do you think he goes for the win against them, or do you think he plays it safe now?
Against who you mean?
Both Wei Yi and Anish. Imagine you beat Wei Yi, you beat Anish, you're already confirmed winner, yeah? Fabi can't catch up. 6.5 तो तुम्हारे आधे टूर्नामेंट में हो
think
जाएंगे
white
यार.
push करेगा.
हाँ?
White रहेगा तो push
White against
करेगा.
Anish. White against Anish. Yes.
हाँ, ये push. Anish का result is a draw, Anshul भाई. Anish drew Hikaru on 7th position. Exactly भाई. Completely unexpected. Like top seed है भाई rating wise Hikaru तो.
Yeah, no longer the top seed. Fabiano Caruana took over that spot and is now the world number 2. So chat, I think Vaishali is battling some, like if we can have the board back in front of us, I think Vaishali is really battling a tough endgame. Her king had to walk to e6 to fulfill the role of a pawn, which should have been on e6. She kind of has a fortress going, but ye maneuver bishop a3 ke baad, I think white should be winning. And yeah, takes, and all white has to do is enter somehow. Once you enter either with any of these paths, I think black will collapse like a pack of cards. So with that poetry, maybe we take a very, very short break, Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, and we come back on the other side with Vaishali's defense. Welcome back, chat. We are back in the time pressure phase of this interesting match. Interesting depends whether Vaishali can hold it or not, but फिलहाल के लिए टाइम प्रेशर बिल्डअप हो रहा है. Less than 6 minutes. मेरे साथ है दो अमेजिंग प्रिय कमेंटेटर्स मेरे, सहज ग्रोवर और राकेश कुलकर्णी. राकेश भाई, मैं राकेश ग्रोवर बोलने वाला था for some reason, then सहज कुलकर्णी. राकेश भाई, what are your thoughts about this exciting position? King on D7, ये बहुत really देखने को मिलता है.
भाई ये
Yeah,
तो
you know,
अनीश ने तो ये 10 चाल में खेल दिया था भाई, ये चैट में अगर किसी को याद रहे जोक तो मेरा.
Nice. राकेश भाई.
yeah, and it looks totally lost. Because I think white can just go d4 and rook g3, I think.
Oh, rook g3, I missed even rook g3. Why that's even more dirty.
भाई
मैं
हुआ
सोचा
तो
था
क्या है?
d4 rook c3 is simple, but rook g3 is I completely didn't see.
भाई d4 is so good by the way, preventing rook c5, and कल को ये रुक यहाँ c5 कितनी जगह पे आ सकता है. You have to constantly guard everything, and ये e6 sack, who knows, at the right moment might be useful as well.
But चैट से एक सवाल है. चैट, let's play. Okay, टिको भाई, play d4 here please. Queen e7. अभी क्वीन g6 नहीं मर रहा क्योंकि a3 का पॉन मर रहा है, रुक मर रहा है, सॉरी.
मर रहा है.
So queen
वो भी
takes
ड्रॉ ना
queen.
हो भाई.
Sorry, rook g3.
I am not sure that's a win. चेक करेगा
ड्रॉ ही है क्या वो?
भाई. इट्स अ ड्रॉ. ओह माय
क्या
गॉड, मैंने क्या
रुक
तुक्का
डाउन.
मारा था भाई. इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
चेक
नो
चेक चेक.
वे दैट्स अ ड्रॉ. चेक भी है तब भी ड्रॉ है.
मतलब इतनी गंदी है ब्लैक की पोजीशन.
इतनी गंदी है. यू कुड ब्लंडर अ रूक एंड स्टिल इट्स अ ड्रॉ, वो भी चेक के साथ. Wow. Okay, I've learned something new about chess today. Okay, going back. Sorry, Sajbhai, continue.
So after d4 queen e7, it was rook g3, at least in my calculation. Queen takes g5, rook takes g5, and rook g8. Pawn को बचाते हुए. Chat white to play and win. थोड़ा मुश्किल है.
भाई आई होप आपको दिख रहा हो, इंजन को नहीं दिख रहा है.
क्या
Sahaj
बात?
bhai, is the hint grob?
Yes sir. Yes sir. Exactly.
नाइस. g4, एंड जिससे भी मारोगे किंग हट जाएंगे, एंड देन मे बी द अदर पॉन मूव्स फॉरवर्ड. या
Yeah, and the rook is pinned. King doesn't reach in time.
या एंड यू पिक अप ऑन f5, एंड ये तीन पॉन तो आराम से निकल जाएंगे. सो या ग्रेट फाइंड देयर. एंड सो दैट मींस वाइट के पास एक सोल्यूशन है यहाँ पे, चैट. सो द थिंग्स लुकिंग टफ फॉर वैशाली. And can we have the women's section standings once? Because I think ये इकलौती game है, so we can pretty much understand who stands where. Because Bibisara also lost. So कौन कहाँ पे है? Okay, so Anna Muzychuk leading the tournament. Wow, the last minute entry in place of Koneru Hampi, along with Kateryna Lagno. Then 2.5 पे हैं Goryachkina and Bibisara. Then of course we have the two Chinese players and two Indian players. So essentially अभी भी सारे players एक point के difference पे हैं. But Zhu Jiner is about to join the leaders. भाई ये तो मतलब anybody's event so far है ना. अभी भी I wouldn't say कि Indians are out of contention.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Anna Muzychuk is just like a living example of what is candidates prep, भाई. क्या होती है कैंडिडेट
हाँ.
प्रेप? क्या जरूरत है कैंडिडेट्स प्रेप की भाई? I just got to know. I'm just here 9 days ago or so. I got to know I'm playing and I'm leading the event.
एंड राकेश भाई 9 दिन में से 4 दिन तो फ्लाइट बुक करने में लग गए. कहाँ से पहुंचूं, कैसे पहुंचूं. तो आई थिंक ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन कम ही रही होगी उसमें. एंड स्टिल शी इज लीडिंग. सो ग्रेट पॉइंट्स. आई एग्री. आई थिंक कई बार ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन इज जस्ट अ वे टू पुट प्रेशर ऑन योरसेल्फ.
Yeah, true. 100%.
टन 618 ये आपने अपना यूजर ने मतलब सोच के रखा है क्या? इज इट लाइक द बिगेस्ट ब्लैक होल यू एवर ऑब्जर्व्ड? लाइक सोच के रखा है क्या नाम, या फिर ऐसे तुक्के से रख दिया है?
भाई ये समझा नहीं मैं ये वाला.
So the biggest black hole we have ever seen is like named Tan 618 or something. It's so big it would be bigger than the entire solar system or something. Like it's that big, something like that. So उसका नाम ये था, तो I thought maybe. Okay, my bad. Meanwhile, King D7 के बाद still no moves. Vaishali has 6 minutes, 17 minute for Zhu Jiner.
Oh, by the way, interesting update coming from Cyprus कि रेस्ट डे पे यानी कि कल फाबी एंड सिंदारोव पैडल खेलने गए थे.
अरे क्या बात है, रेस्ट डे के मतलब रेस्ट डे से एक दिन पहले ही तो मैच हुआ था उनका, क्रेजी यार।
बट हाँ, नहीं नहीं, एक दूसरे के साथ नहीं गए थे, बाजू बाजू के कोर्ट में खेल रहे
अच्छा
थे.
अच्छा, ओ ओ ओके, दैट्स डिफरेंट,
माइक लाइन का इंटरव्यू ट्वीट देने.
नाइस. Hikaru said it's not Chris who is his main second. Chris कौन है by the way?
क्रिस लिटिल जॉन 2100 का
अच्छा,
प्लेयर. टिको तेरे से कम रेटिंग है, बट फाबी हिकारू का सेकंड है सही में.
but this was fault of another GM who is near top 20. Okay. तो भाई वो बंदा जो भी है उसके तो सेकंड की नौकरियां रुक जाएंगी भाई. So meanwhile, Sej bhai, what are your thoughts? Final take, will Vaishali hold this or no?
No, I don't think so. Very, very tough. I think Zhu, but okay, time will tell, I guess. Zhu Jiner just needs to play a bit fast because that moves like G4, those are the ones you need to like think about right now, basically. If she finds that, it's winning. But if she doesn't play D4, if she doesn't see the idea of D4, then थोड़ा stress हो जाएगा.
Apparently Hikaru has also criticized the anti-cheating measures. क्या ऐसा कोई आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं, कल किया था शायद, या कि सिर्फ एक स्कैन होता है गेम से पहले और एक स्कैन बाद में, बस यही होता है. That's what he said, something like that. I don't know. कि कुछ आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था मैं. Still no moves. By the way, it's very interesting that Pragg has not given a single interview up till now. We've seen, I think, one from Vaishali, one from Divya, but none from Pragg. So he's refraining from. I think, but somehow that also puts a lot of pressure on you, Rakesh bhai. Again, it's down that rabbit hole, right? Ki I have to be completely locked in, serious.
By the way,
200 साल
D4
की
played.
preparation. Yeah.
One step closer for Zhu Jiner. I think she is planning that Rook G3 idea that Rakesh bhai mentioned a bit earlier. And you have to go Rook G8. Chat, question for you. अगर मैं बोलता हूँ कि मेरी नेक्स्ट मूव Rook G3 है एंड मैंने प्री मूव कर दिया और आपने मेरी स्क्रीन देख ली है, ठीक है, मैंने प्री मूव किया Rook G3. What is the best move for black under those circumstances?
Nice one. One small step for Zhu, one big step for Chinese chess. Let's go. Rook G3.
Fabi जीत गया. Yes, Fabi has won.
Yes, you are right, Mr. Majestic.
Correct.
Actually, if you see Rook G3 coming, you play Rook C1 and Rook G3 के बाद
That's
कल
just
हो ना
checkmate.
हो, कल तो नहीं होगा भाई, आज भी नहीं है. It's checkmate and it's over.
Yeah. But of course, 5 minutes for Vaishali. I think from her body language also, it's pretty clear that she realizes that the position is lost. Oh, she goes Rook G8. That's not it. Yeah, Rook
That's
C3, Rook C6. Bhai, Rook C3, Rook C6. That's over, yeah?
okay. That's just resigns. Yeah, I mean, Rook. Why would you
Yeah.
play Rook G8? I'm not sure. Like, why would you
Okay.
give the literal only asset you have in the position, and that's the C file?
But कोई move ही नहीं है ना भाई उसके पास. I don't think it's her fault. Like, there is no move. The position is just hopeless right now. Actually, you can go Rook C3. Black's only move is Rook C8. And then you play Rook G3. At least एक चाल तो wish कराओ वैशाली से. And then Rook G8 and okay, now you figure out something. ये King H2 खेला तो आप चाल के खेल रहे हो? Do you have a move even?
Some Queen G7, Queen E6, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, she plays Rook C3 by the way on the board.
Yeah. Zhu wins against both Indians. Exactly. Indian players को मतलब दो डाला Zhu Jiner ने.
ये भी नहीं बोल सकते वाइट थे भाई, दिव्या के साथ ब्लैक थे उसके सब.
And दोबारा खेल
But
रहा
okay,
वापस.
I think in the women's section is still very much, it's very, very close, I think overall.
हाँ,
I think
true.
both Vaishali and Divya have chances.
True. Nobody's really, standing out so far. आधा point पीछे, आधा point आगे है सब लोग. Anish is already drawn. Chat open section, all the games are over. Pragg drew against Esipenko. Anish drew against Wei Yi. Sindarov defeated Hikaru and Fabi defeated Bluebaum.
So Rook C8 now only move. Otherwise Rook C6 and that's just GG. I'm assuming she played Rook C8 क्योंकि अभी भी चल रहा है.
अभी भी चल रहा है मतलब सहज भाई चल तो रहा ही ना सामने ही हमारे.
हाँ वही मेरा मतलब था भाई.
अच्छा, अच्छा.
खेल चल रहा है खेल.
भाई I'm kind of impressed by Zhu Jiner. इतने winning chances create किए हैं उन्होंने हर game में. Like it's almost of course she botched up half of them, but still very impressive actually.
And she'll be a leader now basically. और Rook E8 खेली वो. हाँ, her plan is Rook C6 के बाद Rook E6.
So the question is the queen endgame still like drawn like or
No.
no?
If I had the queen endgame, then I would put the queen on c3, like because then I have queen c6 check के ideas कभी भी.
But this is also nice. Now you can't really move away from f7 ever because queen f6 आ गया तो ये anyway lost. तुम यहाँ कुछ भी मार लो.
But you can't make progress here. I think you have to put the queen on c1 or something. Like
हाँ.
queen g3 or queen g3,
So
queen g3, rook c6, queen c3. Simple.
so I'm curious actually because okay थोड़ा experiment ही कर रहे थे ना सहज भाई को सीख ही लेंगे I think at least मैं तो सीखूंगा. तो let's say takes
Right.
and let's say which we take. Let's play this out.
Queen. King से मारोगे तो queen d8. That's lost.
हाँ. So queen takes and I'm gonna switch off the bar let's say and I play queen h6 now because मेरा plan था बस यहाँ से कहीं से घुसने का.
So are we doing a Tikku test?
Not Tikku test, like just I'm just trying to see if the queen end game is winning. I feel like even this is like a
Okay, king e8.
king e8. Let's say I play check.
Actually,
Because बस ये मारना है मुझे and you lose. तो या फिर ये इन दोनों में से एक.
एक साल पहले जाओ. This is looking very bad actually.
हाँ.
Queen g8 जा सकता हूँ क्या मैं? Queen g8 या Queen g8.
Queen g8. Okay, so let's say I wait here. I wait king h2 let's say for a move.
King e6 जाऊंगा तो Queen g5 आपके पास.
Queen f7 भी है but Queen d8 then.
Then Queen e7 I was thinking. Okay, yeah, King e6.
Queen g5.
Queen f7.
Queen d8.
Queen e7. h4 मर रहा है भाई ध्यान से.
हाँ, I have check.
Queen d7.
I could play Queen b7.
नहीं भाई सिंपल है ना तो Queen c6 check should be. अच्छा नहीं, King आपका g3 पे होना चाहिए. Yeah.
Queen
Yeah,
b7
Queen.
maybe, yeah.
Then
Like
Queen
Queen
d5,
d8
no?
also looks very strong, no?
भाई ये थोड़ा रिस्की हो जाएगा आपके लिए, I think.
कैसे? Because you don't have any. कैसे खेलोगे?
Queen e7 खेला तो आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? King h3.
हाँ, I was thinking King g3, but यहाँ से I can see a check, so king maybe just King h3.
g3 तो मत खेलो, I think वो तो रिस्की है.
हाँ, King h3 I like.
तो एक चेक दे दी a3 पे.
And then g3.
Queen f3. ये ड्रॉ है भाई.
Draw है क्या पक्का?
I don't know. King f7. अबे यार. King g8.
I still don't know if I should draw. That's the crazy part. I still don't
King
know.
h8. एक चाल आपने मुझे दी, बस एक चाल दो. King g8.
I'll
I think
wait
draw है
about
भाई
it.
ये. Draw है.
खोले
हाँ.
बाहर खोले क्या? You might be
हाँ,
right,
try.
but I would still love
अच्छा
to
नहीं
check.
Queen c8
हाँ,
पे
draw है
check
भाई,
देके
draw
c1.
है. You're right. You're right. I would love to check कि गलती कहाँ हुई तो. Going back. Okay, this was a draw all the way. Oh, this is winning.
भाई लास्ट
Check.
टाइम जो टिकू टेस्ट पास हुआ था तब तो ड्रॉ हुआ
भाई
था.
मेल्टन 1 था.
अरे भाई.
अरे भाई मेल्टन 1 था यार.
How did we both miss it? Crazy.
Both missed it. Oh my god. Okay, you never had Queen f3 actually. But even after
Yeah.
that,
It was a bluff of sorts, yeah.
Okay, Queen e8 is
Can't do it.
mate. Wow, what a mate. So the queen endgame is winning. Like we learned, the queen endgame is winning. So that's something I will remember.
Ah,
Nice.
queen ending is winning. Any ending is winning. Rook ending should also be winning.
Nice. But I think king pawn endgame is a draw though, है ना? Because कोई
हाँ, king pawn ending is draw क्योंकि g4 is the only breakthrough. And उसमें आप black will just ignore. And then the king cannot go on the other side of the board basically. Because it's a fortress. Someone now we need a Sahaj chess after that mate in one. Bhai, matlab, I was playing as black, yeah. That's my defense.
But black को भी तो देखना है ना भाई. But okay, I mean that was like a
Black तो वैसे भी हार रहा है भाई. मतलब you have to take a risk.
risk
So
है
I'm
तो
gonna
risk
play
है.
it off as if as if it was part of my. It wasn't part of my plan, but I'm gonna play it off as if it was.
What did Naka say after the match? वो chat बताएगी तुम्हें. Meanwhile, 2 minutes for Vaishali. So I'm still surprised कि अब तक कोई update नहीं है. Actually. राकेश भाई हो अभी भाई कहाँ चले गए राकेश भाई? राकेश भाई आर यू ओके भाई? स्ट्रेस मत लो भाई, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. राकेश भाई? That was the biggest, like the most. कुछ तो बोलो भाई.
Vaishali under 2 minutes now. नहीं आप इतना एक्साइटिंग चल रहे हैं ना गेम्स, इसके लिए मैं मग्न हो गया था.
अरे 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 अरे.
मग्न. अच्छा अच्छा मग्न हो गए थे क्या? अच्छा. वो राकेश भाई आप बुलेट तो नहीं खेल रहे ना साथ में?
भाई तो बुलेट खेल रहा है.
कोई तो
जाके
इंडियन
राकेश
जीते
भाई का
भाई.
chess.com अकाउंट चेक करो, अभी चेक करो. वो बुलेट खेल रहा है क्या?
मैं
देखो
सीक्रेट
भाई.
अकाउंट पे
भाई उसी पे ही कमेंट्री करते हैं.
एटलीस्ट कोई इंडियन जीतेगा तो ना फिर.
अरे 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 भाई.
पागल रश कर रहा था यार चैट, क्योंकि मैंने मेंबरशिप ले ली थी 26%
26%
ऑफ.
ऑफ. यस यस दैट्स ट्रू.
इसके लिए खेल रहा था.
भाई अभी 450 लोग देख रहे हैं. अगर सारे के सारे अभी मेंबरशिप ले ले अभी की अभी, तो 26% ऑफ इंटू 450. बाप रे कितना पैसा बचेगा दुनिया का.
दुनिया का क्रेजी. तुम वर्ल्ड ग्लोबल लेवल पे सोचते हो टिकू भैया.
नहीं
सहेज
सॉरी,
भाई
इंडियन
वो
इंडियन लेवल.
वो चीज कंफ्यूजिंग नहीं लग रही भाई? वैशाली का टाइम भी कम हो रहा है बट कुछ ऐसा
हाँ एक्चुअली चैट
लॉस्ट
कुछ
नहीं
हो
लग
रहा
रहा.
है. लाइक चैट आई फील लाइक कुछ है. आई फील लाइक देयर इज समथिंग दैट लाइक इट्स नॉट एज क्लीन. वैशाली को कुछ
या
चांस मिला
कुछ
है मोस्ट लाइकली.
कंट्रोवर्सी हुआ है सहज भाई, ऐसा भी हो
हाँ
सकता है.
एग्जैक्टली.
नहीं
टच
आई
टू
थिंक
प्ले या
भाई वो जू सिर्फ प्लान नहीं निकाल पा रही, आई थिंक, एंड शी इज जस्ट प्लेइंग अराउंड बेसिकली. वो घुमाई जा
भाई
रही
वो
है बस
3 घंटे
इधर.
से विनिंग ही है जू.
हाँ बट कभी इधर कभी इधर. अभी मर मर सकता है बट लाइक शी विल जस्ट कीप डांसिंग अराउंड किंग साइड क्वीन साइड एंड कीप मैनूवरिंग द पीसेस. शी इज नॉट इन अ हरी. शी इज लाइक मुझे क्या जल्दी है भाई. By the way, chat, I think candidates important hai, and this year is packed. I think इसके बाद we have chess.com open. उसके बाद we have TP Sigmund. We also have I think GCT Poland. उसके बाद I think it's Norway chess, where we'll see Pragg and Gukesh battle Magnus. Then we have something I think. What's our event actually?
भाई वो इवेंट
Gukesh
तो
I
है
saw.
बट अभी तक रिजल्ट यहाँ पे कैसे नहीं आया अभी तक. आई फील लाइक शी इज कुछ कुछ हुआ है
भाई
भाई.
मुझे तो विनिंग ही नहीं लग रहा है वाइट का.
विनिंग है भाई. अब तो क्वीन C1 रुक C8 आ रहा है सीधा भाई.
क्या क्वीन D7 डाल दूंगा मैं?
तो रुक C6 है ना मेरे पास.
टेक्स.
बट किंग G3 पे होना चाहिए जस्ट टू कवर द बॉक्स एंड इट्स विनिंग. किंग पॉन एंडिंग देख चुका हूँ मैं. दैट्स हाउ इट्स विनिंग. So it's all about looking at that rook c6 resource. By the way, 30 seconds now for Vaishali.
Shocking.
Okay,
H4
H4
पे
attack.
nazar.
King
King
g3 would be
h3.
very logical.
Would you play king g3 though? Like, I think you'd play king h3, no? Just to say
भाई ये वो Hikaru वाला king h2 king h1 वाला case है ये same. Like king g3 I think is just way more natural here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, king h3 is the same, I guess. But just Hikaru के case में it wasn't the same. Oh ho, she goes king h3. Let's go. I don't know, मैं king g3 खेलता क्योंकि king f4 और h4 दोनों को बचा रहा है. That would be my reasoning. That's why
I think
I would go for it.
only this check is the problem. It's not much of a problem actually, but ये check
वो
at
check
some
जब भी
point.
आएगी मैं king h2 वापस भी तो आ सकता हूँ. It's not a problem.
हाँ, but I think g3 just feels more like safe.
I don't think you
know
should
why.
play g3 that quickly actually because you're running the risk of those perpetual checks. जब हम खेल रहे थे वही तो हुआ था. Perpetual
By
check ही तो
30
हुए थे.
seconds for Vaishali.
भाई
सच में आई थिंक अभी लॉस्ट है, मतलब दिख रहा है सीधा सीधा अभी।
दिख रहा है क्या राकेश भाई? वेरी स्मार्ट यार।
नहीं, वो विनिंग प्लान बताया ना सहज ने, क्वीन c1 रुक c6 से।
हाँ, actually, you're right. I can also see it now.
There it is. Queen e8 played. b5 के
B5
pawn पे
की pawn.
pressure.
But still I can go queen c1, right? There is no time to take.
Yeah, you cannot take because rook c8 queen c7 is just lost. Thank you so much, Harshad bhai. That's very, very kind of you. It's a very nice compliment actually, I think. King g3 now.
If there is one cricket commentator you would take inspiration from Sahaj bhai and Rakesh bhai, who would it be?
I don't watch a lot of cricket, so I don't
So
really know.
any commentator, any other sport.
क्या बोला, क्या क्वेश्चन था? मेरा पजल रश चालू था क्योंकि
पजल रश कर रहे हो.
अरे यार, पजल रश चालू था. राकेश भाई ने मेंबरशिप क्लियरली ले ली है. चैट आप क्यों नहीं ले रहे? ली है 26% ऑफ.
Hikaru's video is already out, bhai. Crazy.
I would love to watch that video यार. इतना curiosity हो रहा है ना. I'm gonna put that into like ChatGPT and create the transcript. By the way, Netflix also put out another trailer of the Carlson documentary coming out. Hans Niemann वाली 7 तारीख को आ रही है. एक और ट्रेलर डाला है उन्होंने कुछ अभी. बहुत कुछ.
I don't know if Hikaru threw his seconds under the bus. Did he actually mention who his seconds were, first of all?
I'm gonna check the game actually. Release the files लिखा है भाई उसने. Tight.
नाम नहीं लिया।
अच्छा. Can you imagine being Hikaru second right now? Oh my God. भाई कितना प्रेशर है ना तुम्हारे ऊपर.
यू आर जस्ट होपिंग कि पेमेंट आ गई है पहले से।
भाई पर इसके बाद nobody will take you seriously, no? Like top level पे at least because like I think.
Yeah, that is true. But वो वही पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन है या नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा। What? What the hell is Queen C2 सहज भाई? अच्छा, zugzwang में डाल रही है वो। अभी वैशाली को रुक E7 खेलना पड़ेगा and then रुक C6 मिल गया। सहज भाई म्यूटेड हो, पूरा 2 घंटे से बात कर रहे हो।
अबे यार. Thanks, bye, for letting me know. But I'm asking chat. I've asked this question before. What are the 3 ways of breaking a fortress? एक तो राकेश भाई ने बताया zugzwang. That's the most common one. What are the other 2? By the way, we saw both of them being employed in the game and in the analysis.
ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता आंसर भाई। Fortress. Wait, what? Why isn't she going rook C6?
By the way, Hikaru said in his video कि this was both the fault of myself but also my second because neither of them noticed castling was possible in this position while reviewing files before the event. So he's putting the blame on both, like in his video at least. That's what I can see from the transcript.
वो डैमेज कंट्रोल कर रहा है भाई।
Right. And by the way, chat is saying sacrifices is, I mean, it work. You're not wrong, but it's more so trades. Like जैसे पिछले अभी कुछ I think 15-20 moves ago, Zhu Jiner traded that bishop on a3. That was very very important to create space on the king on black's side. And the last one is pawn breakthroughs basically. जैसे g4 आ रहा था बहुत बहुत different positions में. जैसे white का रुक g5 पे था, black का रुक g8 पे था, उस पे g4 आ रहा था. So these three.
Chat, I think आज का दिन लग रहा है कि बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो सकता है. The bar is jumping up even further. But tomorrow, कल की pairings, I would love to let you know. So round number 6 कल होगा. And the matchups are crazy. So we Fabi against Esipenko. That's going to be an important match for Fabi to win if he wants to catch up. Esipenko already out of the event, practically. So might not be as motivated with black, and Fabi ke liye golden opportunity. Next, we have Hikaru against Pragg. That's such a crazy matchup tomorrow. Pragg ke black bhi hai, so golden opportunity for Pragg, I would say. If he can somehow play some great chess tomorrow, like Hikaru, mauka to pakka dega kal. Then we have Anish against Bluebaum. I'm going to argue golden opportunity for Anish because if he wants to catch up, he needs to start winning. He still is in the hunt, same as Pragg. And finally, Wei Yi versus Sindarov, the crucial game. क्या Sindarov continue भी करेंगे? कल के game का क्या result prediction है? Sahaj and Rakesh, Wei Yi versus Sindarov.
I would predict a very humble draw, I think. अभी एक चीज तो सही थी कि I think Fabi will win the next two. I think today and tomorrow he will win, I think. And Sindarov, I think he won today. That was a surprise for me. And tomorrow I think draw होगा भाई, क्योंकि Sindarov के black हैं. And you, what do you think?
I think वो थोड़ा ब्रेक लगेगा सिंदारो के एक्सप्रेस को. Especially
ब्रेक
Anish
ड्रॉ
again.
से कि लॉस से?
No
लॉस तो
ways.
भाई दूर दूर तक चांस नहीं है. भाई
और
जू चिनर क्या टाइम पास कर रही है ना.
Zugzwang भाई, Zugzwang.
केड़ा जुगजवांग भाई.
क्या खेलोगे भाई? खेलो भाई आप. Your pieces
King
are in
F7.
then Queen C3, I think.
King
Wait,
E8.
wait, Queen B5 मर रहा है क्या?
हाँ.
Queen B5, Queen C7 check. Rook E7, Queen D6. That should be winning. Yeah, it's fine, no?
भाई क्वीन D3 में तेरा रुक नहीं मर रहा है.
मर रहा है भाई. Good point. Not Queen D6 then. Queen C8. या
मैं
Queen C8
पजल
खेलो.
रश करके आया हूँ ना, तो इसके लिए मेरे को फटाफट टैक्टिक्स.
Oh, 26% off. Let's go.
क्वीन से ब्लंडर है भाई.
30 seconds for Vaishali.
E6 check is the move, by the way.
Oh, that's beautiful actually. 18 seconds. भाई वो पेन वो रेडी है, वो मूव लिखने के लिए रेडी है, उसको पता है.
Why? She's just basically hoping Vaishali blunders by herself. She doesn't want to finish off Vaishali. वो basically खुद ही चाहती है वैशाली ब्लंडर कर दे.
मतलब अच्छे साफ दिल की है जू जिनर, ऐसा बोल रहा है.
नहीं मतलब she's like she doesn't want to figure out the win. She wants Vaishali to just give it.
भाई फिगर आउट कर तो लिया उसने भाई. क्वीन C8 इज
वही
विनिंग.
तो, क्या बात क्या कर रहा है. ठीक हो
मतलब like वैशाली ब्लंडर कर दे, like that's why she's taking her time. यार आराम आराम से खेल रही है जू जिनर basically. कोई जल्दी नहीं है.
तो फिर से खेलेगी रुक C1 अभी वो. देखना.
हाँ,
क्योंकि
she could play it.
this is a zugzwang now. C6, C7, C8 is covered, but all the pieces are in perfect squares. Oh, wait, Queen B8 is possible. भाई एक क्वेश्चन है. If I played Queen C6 check here, am I losing? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm losing that. go check करना. Rook C6?
I think Queen F8 है सहज भाई.
Rook D6 check ना. I saw that. Rook D6 check. Now I won't take the pawn on D5 and give you access. I'll play like King G3. This is not losing, or is it? Not simple, I think.
Queen e7.
Check देके वापस रुक d6. भाई king b7 कैसे जाओगे?
Queen c7.
रुक c6.
भाई लाइव गेम पे आ जाएंगे.
अच्छा हाँ
भाई draw
sorry.
ही है तो बता रहा
Why
हूँ.
rook c1 played and queen
Oh,
d8
queen
on the
b3,
board?
nice. The pawn on d5 falls now. Oh, queen 8, rook
Oh.
c6, भाई. Rook c6.
Queen 8, rook c6 takes and queen d5. Wow. But the queen 8 played. I think game is about to be over, chat. Apparently queen f3 is also
Another
winning.
loss भाई इंडिया को.
Basically हर दिन इंडिया का एक ही पॉइंट आ रहा है यार. 2 draws,
कोई
1
ना
loss,
कोई
2
हार रहा
draws.
है. 2 ड्रॉ हो रहे हैं और एक कोई ना कोई हार रहा है. यू आर राइट.
हाँ, we need at least 2.5 points every day. तभी कुछ बनेगा. राकेश भाई आज से पहले आपने पजल रश कब खेला था?
मैं रोज खेलता हूँ.
अच्छा.
आपकी हिस्ट्री चेक कर सकते हैं, पता है ना आपको ये?
हाँ हाँ.
करो ना भाई बिंदास.
बताओ, भेजो फिर.
नहीं तू चेक कर सकता है तो कर ले.
भाई खेला ही नहीं. किंग g3 खेला उसने.
तो मतलब oh, why not rook c6?
I have no idea. She
हाँ,
wants to
king
play.
d8 के बाद she'll go rook c6, yeah, next.
हाँ यार rook e8 के बाद में भी. और rook e8 तो queen winning.
Then also rook c6, no? Same ही चीज है.
देखो भाई म्यूटेड नहीं हो आप.
हाँ पता है.
Dad, you didn't see it, but Tikku was looking for the mute button on his microphone. It was very funny actually.
भाई 13 सेकंड है भाई. 11 सेकंड, 10 सेकंड, 9 सेकंड, 8, 7, 6, लिफ्ट ऑफ, 4, 3,
2
1.
हैप्पी.
अरे यार.
मेरे को लगा नासा का मिशन का लॉन्च हो रहा है भाई.
भाई किंग 8 में तो अभी रुक c7 ही आ रहा है.
Yeah.
And Zhu is completely winning now, finally.
भाई finally.
Finally,
अरे जो आम आदमी को दिख जाए ऐसा वाला विनिंग मतलब.
अच्छा, उन लोग को दिख जाता है जो पजल रश करते हैं लाइक हर रोज.
डेली.
उनको दिख जाता है.
वो था ना वैसे मोटिवेशनल कोट. While he's sleeping, I'm working. While he's eating, I'm working. वो विल स्मिथ का कुछ था डायलॉग बीच में. वैसे ही राकेश भाई वर्किंग ऑन हिज चेस whenever he can. देखा है मैंने बाय द वे. कई बार हम शूट पे जाते हैं ऐसे करने के लिए. ऐसे जीसर के टाइम पे शूट चल रही होती है, साइलेंट पजल रश लाइक इट्स ऑलवेज देयर.
अभी मेंबरशिप लिया तो वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा ना.
ट्रू. बट 26% ऑफ में लिया भाई. चिल कर सकते हो आप.
और रुक
भाई अभी
c6
गया
फाइनली.
g6 भी गया, d5 गया. Resign.
I think it's resigns. Yeah, she resigns now. I think this is where you resign. d5 गिरने के बाद तो you can't expect to.
नहीं, आई थिंक रुक g6 का वेट करेगी वो. आई थिंक
क्या मतलब ब्रिलियंट प्रेडिक्शन. रुक g6
Exactly.
को रिजाइन करेगी ना.
देखना तुम.
मैंने भी वैसे वो फाबी के गेम में मेट प्रेडिक्ट किया था.
तुमने नहीं किया था
True.
कोई प्रेडिक्शन? ये
किया था
कैसा है?
h6 check. Wait.
वो तो ऑलरेडी, वो तो एनालिसिस था भाई, प्रेडिक्शन नहीं था. ये प्रेडिक्शन है भाई.
भाई वो भी हुआ था गेम में.
मेरे को लग रहा है अगले 1 मिनट में रेजिग्नेशन आएगा. 1 से 1.5 मिनट में.
मैं तो अगले 40 सेकंड में कह रहा हूँ भाई. आज मेरे को लगा कर दिया रिजाइन. अरे यार. I thought my prediction was correct for once, but no. भाई रुक c8 पे क्वीन मर रही है. Yeah, I
रुक
resign,
d8
yeah?
खेलना पड़ेगा.
King
ओनली
e7
मूव
पे-
रुक d8.
King e7 maybe also.
नहीं, रुक डेट ओनली हुआ भाई. प्लेड.
क्यों King e7 में क्या था?
रुक से हटा रहा था ना भाई, क्वीन मर रही है.
अच्छा क्वीन वैसे भी ट्रैप्ड है. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Wow. भाई best move in this position was King h2 by the way from Zhuang. Wow.
फाइनली पॉन उड़ाया.
Yep, this is GG now.
Yeah, Rook G8 Queen F5, and
Yeah,
she resigns.
that is resignation. इसके साथ ही Vaishali loses her game. I think the first loss for her at the FIDE Candidates 2026, and she's known to win a few in the bunch and lose a few in the bunch. So she will need to stabilize in tomorrow's round, not go on a tilt. Very very important learning from the last candidates. So hope she comes back with the white pieces. And Selva Rakesh bhai, 8 point out of 3 for the Indians. Not a great day so far. So far, kya bhai? Not a great day at all.
It hasn't been a great event since day one, I have to say. Like day one felt okay, we are back, kind of. Pragg, defeating Anish like that. But uske baad se koi win ही नहीं आया भाई. Not even a single player has won, like a single game. So yeah, it's not looking great.
यार चैट राकेश भाई टिल्ट हो गए थे अभी यार.
अरे मैं कैमरा का बैटरी खत्म हो गया था मेरा
Yeah.
उसके
So
लिए.
chat, I
For
think
too
this
much
was
puzzle rush, yeah. Too much puzzle rush.
day 5 of the candidates. I think Pragg drew, but the player who stood out again was Javokhir Sindarov. He's the guy who's been impressing us all. 4.5 out of 5 points. If you can have a look at both the standings once very quickly, the open section, the women's section, it's very very clear कि women section में everybody still has a chance. 1 point के lead पे सब difference में, but open section में 4.5 points for Sindarov, man. He's just steamrolling everyone. Fabiano Caruana hot in pursuit, and पीछे Anish or Pragg hoping on for dear life if Sindarov fumbles at some point. So Saj bhai, Rakesh bhai, any final words for you in the stream today?
I think the open section is still kind of close between Fabi and Javokhir as of now, but what I don't like is that Sindarov is 2 points ahead of Pragg right now. So Pragg ke chances are very slim to win the event. 2 points is a lot in an event like Candidates. In any event, it's a lot. So Pragg would have to, pick up a few wins if he wants to be in contention. But let's see what happens.
Rakesh bhai?
Yeah. I agree. काफी टफ है और यहाँ पे भाई वुमेन्स कैंडिडेट्स में देखें तो जू जिनर जीत के शी इज इन द लीड विद मुजिचुक एंड लानो, बट भाई वो बॉटम पे देखो दोनों इंडियंस एट द वेरी बॉटम 7th and 8th है दिव्या एंड वैशाली. सो इट्स need to start winning, but 9 more games to go, chat. Everything to play for. And Sahaj bhai, over to you.
Well, 1 second, I just wanted to mention one thing. अगर हम open standings पे जाते हैं, like look at the difference between the player who's at first and the player who's at third. That's 2 points. And अगर हम women section पे जाते हैं, जो player first आ रहा है और जो last आ रहा है, उसमें 1 point का फर्क है. So still Divya and Vaishali are there. Like they can still,
Correct.
let's say one of them beats Lagno or Muzychuk or whatever, then they're back. But for Pragg, he has to just, start winning basically.
Yeah, I think fair assessment. And I think overall Sindarov must be very, very happy, ecstatic right now with how the tournament is moving forward. All he has to do is just play stable chess. But if he tries to play too stable, maybe he fumbles and doesn't play true to his style. So, yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a very important game. Pragg plays Hikaru, by the way. Hikaru, who's already, quite tilted, to be honest, as we saw with some comments. So, कल बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में वो match. Pragg के होंगे black, and that will be the golden opportunity for him to win tomorrow and catch up with the leaders. देते हैं मिलते हैं कल चढ़ाप से मजा आएगा कल same time same place. Thank you Saj bhai, thank you Rakesh bhai, thank you Sohail bhai. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Take care. Bye bye.